everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. I'm live, and I'm barely alive. Let's be fucking real, okay? I'm live, but I'm barely alive. Now, how am I feeling today? COVID day 2 updates, okay? COVID day 2 updates. How is HasanAbi feeling? Well, I'll tell you what. Not great. Not feeling great. Feeling good enough to stream, obviously, so that's fine, but not feeling too great overall. It's my day 3 technically, if you count the day where I had like some symptoms but didn't even realize it was COVID as day 0. I'm on day 2, or technically day 3 of my COVID. And at this moment, you know, what really sucks is that I can't work out because I've been fucking killing it. Absolutely killing it on the workout. Absolutely fucking murdering it on the dieting and on the working out and stuff. So it kind of sucks that I can't do that. But you know what? Gonna do my very best to make the most out of this time and stream as much as possible. Obviously, the first couple of days are the worst from what I understand, which is precisely why I have to... You look greasy, dog. Yeah, that's because I did something that many of you are unaware of, which is called take a shower. And that's why I look greasy, dog, because I took a shower. This is what your hair looks like when it's wet and hasn't fully dried out yet. I mean, I know this is shocking for many of you, but yes, I did that. Bourgeois decadence. If you feel too bad, don't stream too, just rest. No, do you still have your taste of sense and smell? Yes. Are you gonna get the monoclonal treatment? No. I don't think that I mean, hopefully, fingers crossed, it doesn't seem like I will need that. And I hope I don't. I hope I don't need any like additional treatments or anything like that to like avoid going to the hospital, because it doesn't feel like it, but who knows, you know? So that's where I'm at. Unfortunately, they won't let me get the horse pace, so that's fucked up. I'm worried about you because it's deadly for elderly people. Shut the fuck. I'll be all right, I think. Got an oximeter? No, I don't. But I mean, I have the whoop, right? And I think this whoop is a wash, folks, because this shit, let me tell you something. Like, my fucking readings are incredible. Look at that. Look at that. Like, it's just, last night's readings are literally incredible. Like, it acts like it's basically saying, like, I'm fucking fine. I'm not even sick. Like, I'll tell you this much. When I drink or when I go out and I don't actually fucking sleep that well, I get a worse fucking result from my whoop. Someone said comorbidities. Being an absolute unit, that's true. What do you use to get those readings? I've been looking for something to get a better idea for my health. The whoop is not for everybody. It's also very expensive, so don't fucking go and buy it because I bought it, okay? Especially because not like I fucking, you know, get paid for it. If I did, and you know, maybe things would be different. Only 10K, kind of sad how bad this guy fell off. You're right. I might as well kill myself. Thank you for coming into the stream and mentioning that. Is that what you want me to say? As an honest Hasan fan, I have to say XQC and Train own him sadly. I think that guy in front of Jizz Lane is Hasan. My grandma believes Bezos eats baby fetuses and children. Sell out. Put Corey Chase porn on. Mod me. Fakest accent I've ever heard. Gift me, bitch. White monkey boy. That's cool. Guy seems like a nice guy. This is fucked. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the Twitch contracts. I tweeted about it this morning. Shit's not great. But anyway, so we're gonna do exactly what I did. Keep on begging. Gift beggar. Keck. Keep on begging. Haha. Don't make fun of gift beggars. You probably beg too. What is this? Democrats have 0 confirmed. Fanboys and Republicans have at least 1. This is why we're gonna lose the midterms. I love that. I'm retweeting that. Big A needs some backup.
I gotta say, Quack seems to love the drama, and I'm not sure I'm about it.
Look at this dude rocking the Enron hat.
Yeah, that sounds like good content. That sounds like a good way to. Like an Hasan stream. Bro, I was saying yesterday, back when I thought this was still, like when I thought Misgift didn't care and it was just an LSF thing. I think I was talking to Stans. And I was like, bro, can Hasan just buy something expensive tomorrow, please, God? So that people can move on. Can Hasan please buy a jet or like a fucking... I'm praying his expensive tastes get the better of him. That was my.
Yeah. Why are we early? Some might ask. Well, we're early because I'm bored and I have nothing else going on in my life. Okay, I'll buy a jet to help you out, brother. Don't worry. All right, I'm pumping it out. I'm live and alive and early. Talking about Twitch contracts and live covering the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. Also looking at the weirdos are celebrating on buying Twitter. Get in now or else you out on the content. I really should stop blasting off, honestly. Is this your IG voice or your COVID voice? This is my Instagram voice. I'm faking my voice right now. I'm making it fake deep. It's not because I'm sick with a disease that has killed 1 million plus people at this point, but it's because I want to fake it for 14-year-old girls to think I'm sexy. That's right. My real voice sounds like this. This is what I sound like normally. Hello. Yeah, but I'm trying to make myself seem sexier by getting COVID. I'm a real boy. Fuck. fuck. My real voice came out. Oh no. No, real voice drop. No, not everybody will know what I sound like. No. No. Do we have a good blast off meme? Oh god, that's a terrible one, but I'll fucking use that. That's great. Okay, the court is currently on a break anyway, so here, we'll get to it in a second, but here it is, folks. Still stand a femboy king. Does ivermectin have a more potent effect on a horse girl like yourself? Yes. You're crazy for that one meme? I mean, dude, whatever. It's just the truth. When Johnny Depp find the poop sock? Yeah. What? It's okay when Twitch streamers get poop sock, but it's not okay when I put it on Twitter? Is that what we're doing? Okay, you're right, actually. It's not okay. It's literally taking inside memes outside. It's something that you're not supposed to do, but I did it. Fuck it. YOLO. I have COVID. I can do anything. You can't get mad at me. I have COVID. It's like having your birthday. I could die. Yeah. Just saying. I have COVID. I could die. Can't get mad at me. I have COVID. My brain is foggy. You can't get mad at me. That good? Can I use that? I think I'm gonna use that as an excuse. I'm just gonna fucking keep saying like, oh well, I have COVID, so sorry. Anyway, the court is currently on break on the day 10 of the Johnny Depp defamation trial. And we are going to get to that when they are back. But before that happens, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what I saw this morning. Bloomberg came out with an article basically leaking, or I guess it was leaked to Bloomberg, that Amazon's Twitch seeks to revamp creator pay with focus on profit. Now, obviously, Twitch is not a profitable company. Twitch is Amazon's way of cornering the live streaming space. And basically one of the ways that they want to monetize is by pumping out ads. They have an incredible amount of inventory, a vast inventory that is currently going unmonetized. I've talked about this before. This was basically the reason why when I was renegotiating my contract, knew that this was going to happen. So I wanted to make sure that at least I had some level of control over how many ads are being run on my page. But of course, I foolishly thought that, that would mean 1 minute of ads and that's it. But Twitch was like, just kidding. We didn't tell you this, but we're still going to run more ads on your page. If you don't hit the 3-minute density, you're still going to be served. People coming into your stream will be served with a pre-roll. So yeah, when I negotiated my contract, I knew this was coming and wanted to lock in 1 minute of ads per hour. The ad density is the lowest out of the top streamers, which still serve pre-rolls because it wasn't 3 minutes of ads. Love Twitch, but it seems like they're moving away from content creators to fix their profits. And that's precisely what they're doing. That is exactly what they're doing right now. They're focusing on... They are personally focusing on improving their profit margins instead of like content creation that will inevitably lead to a larger user base. Now, if you're gonna buy as Amazon Twitch.tv to functionally have a monopoly over live streaming, what you are supposed to do in that situation is focus on monopolizing that space if you want to. Except Amazon is treating Twitch like it treats, the mom and pop toilet paper shop on fucking, on their Amazon marketplace. They bought the company. They recognize that they have full dominance over the live streaming space. Every now and then there are competitors that threaten a little bit, like with Mixer and whatnot. And when that happens, they're like, okay, we're going to give more money or we're going to give more favorable contracts. But then afterwards, they turn around and they're like, all right, when Mixer went away and, you know, YouTube very openly showed they're not interested in like, YouTube showed that they're not as interested in, you know, live streaming or dominating that space. They realized like, we have the market. We can do whatever we want. And instead of using that as an opportunity to keep pumping out like, you know, ways and methods of like hitting, you know, a larger, broader share of the overarching internet space, they decided we're going to milk the content creators that we already milk as much as possible. And that's what they're doing. They're basically fucking, you know, they're trying to milk as much as they can. I think it's really indecent. I'll be honest with you. Part of the reason why Twitch is successful as a platform is because the content creators themselves find it easier to actually make money on this platform than any other live streaming space out there. Okay? That's just the truth. And this goes for the smaller content creators as well. Now, smaller content creators will turn around and say, what the fuck? That's not true. Fuck you. How dare you say that? You're a big streamer. Except, no, you still, as a smaller content creator, make more money on this platform than any other platform. That's precisely why you stay on this platform rather than any other platform. You also have Amazon Primes, which is functionally a way for people to use Amazon's pre-existing Twitch Prime structure for free money. It's like payment to Twitch streamers, basically. Okay? Now, and 70 to 50% is fucking psychotic. I don't think Twitch realizes how unwatchable most of their streamers' content is. If you're not subscribed, try to watch XQ or Miski. If you're getting blasted with ads every 10 minutes, it's horrible. Yeah. 70 to 50 is a huge jump. What the fuck are they going to do the next couple of years to increase profits further? Yeah, what they don't realize is that that is 100% inaccurate. Okay? That's cool. Thank you, Winstonian. Again, I guess I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Or a chatter. I am a streamer, and yet, I guess I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You're right. I literally hate watching your VODs back later because there's so many more ads than when you're live. Wait, really? They serve ads on my VODs? I don't even know. Unfollowing right now. So the problem is like the subscription model is good. It's for me, it's incredibly important. Okay, it's the way I keep my integrity, my editorial control. It's the way I can say whatever the fuck I want about whatever fucking company I want without fear that, you know, it's cutting away from my paycheck. You know what I mean? I can say that. Many content creators don't even, you know, many content creators will make a lot of money from subscribers and then also on top of that get ads and sponsorships and shit like that. I don't give a fuck. Oh no, you actually have to work now. Oh no, you actually have to work now? No, I mean, my job is incredible. My job is, I'm really fortunate. Just this threatens the way that I exist in this space, unfortunately. It threatens the way that I exist in this space because then what? Like if subscriptions are, you know, just pumping money into Twitch for no fucking reason, then subscribers are gonna be like, what the fuck? Why am I giving Twitch money? I'm trying to give you money. Okay? And therefore, if I'm not making enough money to sustain, because right now it doesn't matter, right? But if I'm not making enough money to sustain, then yeah, I'm gonna have to take on sponsorships. I'm gonna have to be more careful about what I say. It's gonna cuck my content, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, the new rev split is fucking insane. This fucks over smaller streamers. I mean, there's no shot that they could do this to someone like myself, I don't think. And if they did, I would fucking lose it. Like I would just leave. Are you stating that a 20% reduction in sub revenue would make you have to take sponsors? That's crazy. No, that's not what I'm stating. Why are you coming in here to take the least charitable approach you can? I'm talking about a broader fucking concept and how much this fucks over smaller streamers. I don't think they can do that for me regardless, because I have more of a negotiation, I have more of leverage in the bargaining process. Why are you doing this? Do you feel happy doing this? Seriously, can I fucking talk about something without every fucking mentally ill psycho coming into my chat and just like literally just like squeezing a fucking rock to find the mathematically worst and least charitable fucking take, dude? What is wrong with you? I'm literally in the middle of fucking, can you stop whining? I'm gonna die. And I want to now, okay? I hope COVID fucking kills me in a video game, okay? Because holy fuck. Christ, dude. Smaller streamers only get 50% now. Are they talking about taking out the middle class streamers? No. Smaller streamers get 50%. They are saying they want to fucking rev split, milk more out of the fucking revenue split. They're considering paring back the revenue cut of channel subscriptions granted to the top echelon of streamers in a so-called partnership program to 50% from 70. Another option is to create multiple tiers and set criteria for how to qualify for each one. If they're taking over their top content creators in the 70-50 split and reducing it down to fucking 50, what do you think they're going to do for the fucking lower tier streamers? They're going to make it even harder. Even more than 20% anyway, since the drop from 70 to 50 is almost a 30% reduction in revenue. How would most of these shutters respond to losing 29 cents in each dollar? But more importantly than anything else, like, I mean, this is the way that then people are going to be like, well, what the fuck? I'm not even giving money to my streamer. I'm subscribing to you because I want you to have this money. Why am I giving this money to Twitch as a fucking platform? You know what I mean? Like, that's insane. So, and they're not even, I don't even think they're desperate to increase profit margins because growth is stagnant. I think they're desperate to, I think part of the reason why they're doing this is because they just know that they don't have competition. And there's no better representation. Oh God, I got so successfully derailed by fucking idiots. I can't even have a normal, coherent, consistent stream of consciousness when I'm talking about something that is literally my fucking livelihood that I am incredibly aware of and incredibly knowledgeable on. God damn it, dude. Such a piece of shit, chatter. I hope you feel fucking terrible. I'm gonna be honest with you. Anyway. So here are some of the changes that it's considering for its partner program. Incentives for more ads, new rev split 70 to 50%, new tier system, no more exclusivity. Changes will be implemented this summer. Now, I have a contract renegotiation coming up soon. And here's the thing. I'm in a separate rank or in a separate league, I guess, because given my size and time on this platform. So a lot of these are going to be like non-starters for me in the negotiation process regardless, okay? But this has larger impacts on the platform in general and specifically for smaller content creators. So right now, these changes itself and the no more exclusivity concept is basically Twitch saying like we don't care. We don't care if you go to we don't care if you also dual stream on YouTube. Okay? And that in and of itself is basically to to show we don't really give a shit. Like we actually don't care if you fucking go to YouTube or not. We don't see them as a threat. That is just what it is, okay? They don't see it as a threat. They don't see YouTube as a threat. They don't see Mixer, obviously, because it's gone, as a threat. They don't see Facebook as a threat because it's a fucking black hole for it's basically a black hole for relevancy, right? And for me personally, regardless of my size, though, my entire revenue comes from subscribers who would like to give me $5 a month, which doesn't consider the 50-50 split it takes from smaller creators, and that process profitable enough. That's wild. So like the rev split in that circumstance for me is gigantic. Like that would be a fucking gigantic additional amount of money. Twitch is currently in the ad contract that I have, and I can't speak on these like without violating my contract. I can't speak out on like the exact details of it, okay, without, getting in trouble, as I used to get it. I used to tell you all the time to fucking, get an ad block and a VPN to avoid the ads at the top of the hour. Which I no longer say, as you know, because they caught wind of that and were like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't say that. Like all of my revenue comes from subscriptions. I have a lot of them and I make a lot of money. I'm a very fortunate person, right? I have currently 47,184 subscribers, as you guys all know. There is still a lot more money I could be making that I don't because I have subscribers. I don't need to. I don't. I have protection. I have protection in the form of editorial control. I have protection in the form of like living my life as ethically as I want to. I have protection in that regard, which is precisely why I don't have to like fucking, I don't know. I don't even currently, as it stands, I don't even fear for my future with respect to going and like diversifying my portfolio or some shit to make sure that I have like a comfortable future, which is really stupid in many ways. So many of my fucking friends yell at me all the time for not investing. Okay? But this and the additional milking of ads on top of everything else will make the content worse for people overall. And this also makes Twitch worse. This sucks for 99% of Twitch, which aren't Ludwigs or misgifts. Yeah, it makes it worse from your point of view, chatters who are defending Twitch right now. And also, because you're going to see a lot more ads whenever you fucking click on shit, which sucks. Okay. And it's also going to make it less incentivizing or make it less interesting for Twitch streamers to continue streaming on this platform, because monetization and its availabilities for smaller content creators as well as larger content creators is still significant on this platform. Let's be honest, even if they cut 10 to 20% and force you to run more ads, you are not going to leave. Well, you don't know that. I hate to say this, but Twitch only makes moves like this because they think there's no competitor in the live streaming space. Mixer is dead. Facebook is a black hole for relevance, and YouTube is too big to care about live streaming and too slow to change. They threw bags at some creators and stopped. Alana says, I was basically explicitly told that the period that more pro creator contracts and deals only existed in order to kill Mixer, and as soon as it died, they stopped all of them and won't be bringing them back. Yeah. But even then, it's not even necessarily just about like the pro creator contracts. That's not what we're talking about here, because that's only for the top content creators, right? That's all the way from I guess like people like Felix and myself, all the way down to like the 1K Andes, right? And there's a lot of content creators like that. But there's a massive sea of content creators even beneath that, like an even larger amount. And they don't rely on contracts. They rely on the way that Twitch allows them to monetize their own streams. And those, and that changing for like fucking 20% or 30% is gigantic. So, no, it's just like the dropping the exclusivity is just like an empty gesture for the most part. There sure is. It's very scary for a lot of our peers. Yeah. It's the way the entire smaller creator community has been asking for a better subsplit, and this comes out doomed. Yeah, because subsplits are not good for Twitch. If everybody fucking moves towards a subsplit revenue strategy like I do, where the overwhelming majority of, like, most streamers do not get their fucking entire revenue from subs, okay? I am probably one of the only streamers on this fucking platform, and definitely the only streamer in the top content creators of this platform that makes the broad majority, the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of its revenue from just subscriptions. Okay? Straight up. That's just the truth. A lot of content creators get a fuckload of sponsorships. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay? A lot of content creators get a fuckload of sponsorships. They have brand deals. They are involved in teams. I think Moon is the only other person. I guess Asmongold too, but he gets sponsorships as well. But that's it. Like, they do merch, which I do as well. And I do sometimes take sponsorships, but very limited ones. And the reason why I can pass off on the reason why I can pass off on sponsorships is because I don't need to. I don't need to do anything I don't want to do. Has been broken down really well. I saw it's the 1K dudes who live off subs, not to your extent, but they do. Yeah. Yeah, the 1K Andes 100% are living off subs.
Audience and your revenue and donations become smaller and smaller because donations don't scale as well as subscribers or ads or sponsors do. The reason why is because a lot of people that are donating to a stream, these are people who think that, like, oh, I'm part of this community, I'm trying to help this guy who's smaller out. Nobody thinks I'm trying to help this guy out if they've got 20,000 viewers. So you don't have that sympathy level.
For the record, this is still a much larger much larger number than this, though. It's just a smaller percentage of the pie. So make no mistake. Well, for me, it's not. But for most other content creators, depending on how they run their stream, they make a fuckload off donations. They make a fuckload off sponsorships. They make a fuckload off the ads. And they make a fuckload off of like being a part of, being a part of a team or some shit. Also, what about YouTube? How is that for revenue, especially regarding your channel? I mean, YouTube revenue is fine. It's not. I'm a political streamer, so it's not great. Like, there other content creators of my size would be making a fuckload more money. Like there are content creators who make more money on YouTube than they do on Twitch, but they stream on Twitch as well because Twitch is a viable opportunity to generate a lot of revenue. Okay. You don't have any sponsors on stream. Why? I don't care to. I don't need to. So would chat care though if you did a sponsorship? No, I do it every now and then and they don't care. They're fine. Like I've done a couple video game sponsorships and stuff like that. Chat doesn't care that much when I do sponsorships. I could still do it. I just don't want to. I don't want to do more sponsorships. Especially because, like, in order to do sponsorships, 1K Andy here on other account, of course. If not for the donos, I would not have been able to pay off my visas. I don't know why I share this, but okay, thanks. Well, congratulations. Anyway.
That gets people to donate money. That's just the way things go. So people get more audience.
Streamer union with corpse husband as the union spokesperson? Yeah, okay. Have you ever turned down a sponsor because they wanted to moderate the content you say on stream? Yes, of course, dude. What do you mean? A million times. I also literally just turned down sponsorships all the fucking time for no reason other than the fact that I don't want to do them. X is also a top streamer. Was the majority of revenue from subs? He had 80K last I checked. No. XQC gets a fuckload of revenue from his subs, but no, the majority of his revenue still comes from ads. Anyway, listen. And for me, every time I run an ad, I'm literally giving Twitch money. Every time I run an ad. This is what I mean when I talk about, this is what I mean when I fucking talk about exploitation occurring at every level. We are still ultimately contracted employees, okay? We're in an incredibly fortunate position to be able to bargain for whatever we want, especially because we're in the top of the industry. So we are seen as like incredibly valuable assets for the company that they do not want to lose. But having said all of that, you have to understand that there is still a level of profit that is being milked out of us. So no matter how much I make, and you see all these numbers and you go, wow, Hasan makes a lot of money, I'm still making Twitch a fuckload more money than they are giving me. Do you understand? That's how it works. We just fucking suck connection-wise today and they want more fucking money, eat shit. It's just like me, the working proletariat. No, I'm not just like you, the working proletariat, you dumb fucking probably ANCAP idiot, dude. Licking corporate suckbag. Holy fuck. Why is it that every fucking capitalist mega corporation loving dumbass come in here and be like, Hasan, you're deluding your audience into thinking you're a part of the proletariat? Like, no, I'm in a fucking incredibly fortunate position. Do you want me to apologize for it every fucking time I open my mouth? God damn it, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. God, it's like unmanageable, dude. It's unmanageable. It's literally fucking unmanageable. I had such a great time on stream yesterday, but it's so fucking annoying. Like how every time players bargain, a sports fan complains about how much athletes make while the billionaire owners make a fuck ton more. It's exactly like that. As a Twitch streamer, I am very similar to athletes. There is a level of like, there's a level, obviously luck plays a significant role, but like both contract wise and also revenue stream wise, like we have a similar structure. Okay. The worst parasocial relationship in the Hasan sphere is the hate echo chamber that surrounds your existence online like a looking pack of hungry wolves. Yeah, it's really fucking annoying. Except I can't dunk. Yes, unlike LeBron James, I cannot dunk. I mean, why would we just not tax the outside revenue and contracts and leave everyone else alone if it only affects top streamers? What? Okay. Are you obligated a certain amount? Yeah, but I fucking go way beyond that anyway because I'm a psycho and I fucking stream nonstop. And they love that. Like I am Twitch's greatest fucking worker, dude. I make them a fuckload of money. I make them a fuckload of money. Every time I serve an ad, they get a fat fucking chunk of that. Like a fat, incredibly fat chunk of that. Partially because I personally wanted to run as little ads as possible. So when I did that, they literally took advantage of that and were like, okay, then you're not getting any revenue from the ads. Like, I mean, I still do, but they get a fat chunk of that. And I also stream nonstop. I'm creating a fuckload of inventory for them to run ads on. Okay. I don't even know what my contract like hours are, but it doesn't matter. Here's me dunking, by the way.
Club, no mayo, sriracha on the side. Ow! Alright, we got the Turkish Delight, aka the Turkey Club, no mayo, sriracha on the side. Ow!
Right, and you're not making a shit ton too, lol. I never said I'm not. I'm making more money than your fucking dad, okay? And your granddad combined. Is that what you want to hear from me? It's the truth. Shut the fuck up. Just like that was a dunk and not a layup, okay? That's also the truth. I hate this. I hate it so much. And then when I repeat that, when I say that, then they turn around and go, look at him flexing his wealth. It's like, what do you want me to do? Well, I know what you want me to do. You want me to fucking kill myself. That's what you want me to do. So you can fucking finally feel even a brief moment of solace like you actually succeeded, except you didn't succeed. Your life is still as pathetic and as miserable tomorrow as it was the day before. Okay? That's it. I'm over here fucking busting ass. Okay? I'm fucking sick as a dog. I'm still trying to fucking stream, and motherfuckers come in here to be like, this is an opportunity for me to, shit on Hasan. It's so fucking weird. Anyway. Okay. Given the way Twitch is moving, would you recommend a new streamer to start on Twitch or another platform? Currently, as it stands, Twitch is still a fucking platform to work on. I know. Dude, the vitriolic hate that people feel towards streamers that they supposedly love is so fucking weird. Like, it's the level of jealousy and envy that they feel that immediately they're like, you're so rich, it's impossible for you to get fucking exploited. Even when I'm talking about like smaller content creators that are getting shafted in this process, you're like, well, fuck you. You're actually rich. It's like, motherfucker, like, why are you here? What do you want me to do? Like, do you want, you get mad at me? You get mad at me for everything. You get mad if you're buying shit. You get mad at me for getting fucking COVID because I went to Coachella. You get mad for everything. You're just mad. At a certain point, you got to take some fucking accountability and realize you're just a mad person. You're just angry and sad all the fucking time. You know what I mean? So salty, lol. Like, look. I'll show you one more time. The multi-million-dollar shit camp house just wasn't set up to par for Hasan to stay at. I was severely fucking like handicapped in that point. I couldn't even walk. But, you know, he didn't like that. Just why bring it up on stream? Is the streaming platform for continually boosting your ego? I'd love to have a conversation with you where the first line of defense isn't get a brain, you stupid moron. Like, this guy only comes in here to just be a fucking, like, be a bad person. Dude, please. I'm showing it to you. I'm showing you. What is it like living with so much hate in your heart? I don't have hate in my heart. I love you, okay? I'm going to tell you right now. I love every single one of you, even the fucking haters. Please, for your own safety, security, for your own health, get a different hobby. Because this, in and of itself, is not good for you. This is super toxic for you, okay? Unironically, incredibly toxic for you. And you wouldn't be doing this if you were, you know, healthier, if you had a healthy attitude, if you weren't, you know, significantly deranged and sad. Please, you can make your life better. Pick up short-term goals. Get that fucking immediate dopamine rush from like making your fucking bed. Tie those short-term goals to mid-term goals, and then ultimately to longer-term goals like exercising and like, you know, try to go after that. I do that every day too. I'm mentally deranged as well. Do not misunderstand me, okay? I am fucking mentally ill. That's why I do this. That's why I do this for hours and hours and hours on end. And that's why I look at the fucking negative comments on hours and hours and hours on end. I promise you I'm not a bad person. I know you think I'm a bad person. Promise you. I think you've just become a lolcow to these people. Yes, but the people that literally engage in lolcow shit are some of the saddest, most pathetic people on the planet. And I can't stop myself from trying to help, to try to fucking, you know, them towards the right path. Do you not get it? Like, do you not understand? Dude, you are filled with more hate than anyone in your chat, lol. My man, doing this is not, I promise you, is not helpful for you. Please, short-term goals and long-term goals. It's how I've been able to get out of fucking, like, the crippling anxieties I've felt, and it's how I've been able to fucking help myself. You can help yourself too, I promise. Okay? Anyway, there are plenty of people like you in this community that came in and they fucking despised me originally. You were a hateful, small little man. And then ultimately throughout time, they realized because they weren't chatting as much, or maybe because we banned them throughout time, they were like, all right, you know what? Maybe he isn't a fucking bad person. Guys, the N-word Andy on IG, by the way, he's some wannabe Apex streamer. Pathetic. Okay, don't look into his fucking background. It doesn't matter what he's doing currently. He can get better, all right? I promise. Basically in constant pain, and I have to stream on in the background. It adds a lot of happiness and coziness to my hard times. It helps me through times of suicidal thoughts. Just want to know I appreciate you a lot. Okay, we're going to be nice. Anyway, all right. Telling you, dude. It's me. I hated you at first, got banned, and you ended up being one of my biggest role models. There are a lot of people like that. People come in here and they're like, yo, fuck this guy. I mean, they hear that I'm a bad person from all these other people, and then they come in here and then they're like, okay, maybe he's not like a bad person as I originally thought he was. And then they start liking the content and they become positive members of the community. Okay? But I'm telling you, like, you're coming in here specifically to just hate. I promise you that's not good for your health, man. It's not. I'm not just saying that because, like, I'm not saying that because, you know, it benefits me. Because in your mind, you probably think if you're coming in here for to vile and be hateful, You're probably thinking, oh, he just wants to fucking, probably think what you're doing is moral. Okay. You probably think what you're doing is actually righteous because you have already mapped me out as an evil person in your mind because of all of the fucking clips that you have seen. Okay. You've seen a lot of clips out of context and a pile on of like bullshit that normally you would never actually consider to be like negative things. Okay. You would never look to someone who bought a house and be like, yeah, fuck that guy. But other people told you to be angry at that. So maybe even originally you didn't feel that way, but then I bought a car. Well, then now, you know, that's my line. Fuck that. You know, that's bullshit. Look at him. He's flexing his wealth. I'm suffering. And this motherfucker who keeps saying like the world could be better, should be better for me is actually fucking living life like a rich motherfucker. He's just killing it. Bad person. All these other YouTubers that have been cutting fucking videos about him are right. But then you come in here and you're like, I'm looking for a way to reinforce my point of view. And if you can't get that, then you start to try and like pick apart what I'm saying by looking at it in the most uncharitable way you possibly can. Okay? The most uncharitable way you can. But I promise you, we're to take a step back, take a breather, and try to understand what I'm saying and recognize that like all I'm asking for is charitability. Okay? Change your mind. In this place that is currently incredibly unhealthy for your mental health, because you're only coming in here to spew bile. That's only reinforcing how toxic your life is. Be able to see this in a different light. It can be a positive space for you as well. No fixing them. Some people are just gone. They hate their lives and take it out on others. I think you're asking too much on these humans. For every person who is like completely lost, there are 10 more that are in here at the precipice, okay? That are at the precipices of maybe going down that fucking pipeline. And if they can turn around and not be like that, then that's great. I, first and foremost, have always been a firm believer in rehabilitation. You know this. If you've listened to anything I've ever said, first and foremost, I'm a firm believer in rehabilitation, that people can change, they can get better and reform and become healthier individuals that are more productive members, that are liked by people around them. And you know, that's why I take the time out to try to talk to some of these people. And if you still think like, oh no, he's doing this for his own personal benefit, his own personal gain, he just wants me to stop like cyber stalking them, even though you don't think that you're cyber stalking me, because you think your pathological obsession is actually healthy and smart and morally righteous, because you have no way of seeing anything else other than the fact that I'm an evil person, like ontologically evil. You know what I mean? Just I am the manifestation of all things evil in your mind. Be better. You can get better. Anyway. Hey King, I don't mean to sound annoying, but hyper focusing on one shitty chatter and he doesn't deserve that attention. We're not just talking about one chatter, man. This is not just one chatter. There's a lot of chatters like this that come in here that think like, oh, this is gonna be fucking an opportunity to do lolcow shit. And like go back to my own circle and like get dabbed up by the same dark corner of the internet that I'm in, with other people just as pathetic and as sad as myself. It's not for that one individual. It's for all of those other people that are coming in here with the same attitude. And there's plenty of them. And I think that every now and then we got to have that conversation, because because I think it can be helpful. There's probably some people, you don't have to say anything right now, but there's probably some people in here that feel like I nailed exactly what they're doing, and maybe they'll take what I'm saying to heart and change their attitude. Yeah. I, for one, could have very easily gone down the right-wing pipeline if not for your streams, and steering me in the left way will always appreciate it. Clips fueled them to continue circle jerking in their dark holes, though. I know, but they ultimately always have to come back here to get those clips. When they come back here to get those clips, maybe this is a brief opportunity for them to realize, like, yeah, you know, you deserve to be happy. Everyone deserves to be happy. Everyone deserves to live a fulfilling life, okay? Just by the sheer virtue of being a human being, you deserve to be a happy person, okay? And I promise you, you're not going to get that by milking like hate clicks in a deep, dark circle that you're in. That place is making you more sad and more desperate every single day. You got to get out of that mental space. Just like I try every day. There are fucking subreddits that I can't stop looking at, forums that I can't stop looking at, that I have stopped looking at now. And it unironically makes me healthier and happier, because there's precisely zero reason to look at people who are never going to see me or view me in a charitable way. So I don't. Every time I log off and every time I'm surrounded by friends and family, I'm reminded of how fortunate I am for having a support system that of like normal people, you know, and you can too. Anyway, but yeah, we're gonna watch the Amber Heard trial now. When it starts, but before we got back into the Amber Heard trial, I just wanted to finish this off. But like I said, look, subscribers are my method of maintaining full-blown 100% independence. Twitch going after them forces streamers, or forces me specifically, to look for alternative methods of revenue generation. Not in the short term, because I don't give a fuck about taking a pay cut. It sucks, but I'm already giving Twitch so much fucking money by doing what I'm doing. And then for them to be like, no, we want more than that, actually, is kind of fucked up. Regardless, it's less about like me making money, because I already have a lot of it, and more so about like what it means, right? And what that means, and that is frustrating. It feels like you're devalued in their eyes. You're only valued in their eyes as much as how much other people would pay for you to go away. Platform. And you know, Facebook is throwing gigantic fucking contracts, like so much money that, like, you know, like ninja style money almost. But it's definitely still greed on behalf of Twitch to try to milk harder rather than look for alternative forms of revenue generation. I understand why they want to fucking serve more ads. There's a lot of inventory here that they're holding on to. A lot of inventory here that they're holding on to that goes unmonetized, and that's frustrating for them. They do have high CPMs, however, because of the way that they hold a tight grip on what kind of content is played on their platform. As much as we make fun of that, they're very good at that. Okay? But Facebook is giving the full subscriber money to creators, but not forever, I'm sure. Yeah, they'll change it too. They're just trying to what do you mean by alternative forms of revenue generation? Things that probably take for granted currently when other streamers do it, like podcast, paywalled podcast, more merchandise, more ads, more sponsorships, mostly just sponsorships, really, and you know, joining a team, things like that. So it won't be just the top of the hour ad break, for example, which comes at the top of every hour, and I serve a 60-second ad break. And then I tell you, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. in the top of the hour ad break and stuff when I talk about it. At least Jordan Peterson is a professor of psychology and is qualified to dispense the advice that you provide for free without invitation. Oh, dude, you blocked him. He was saying my narcissism is enjoyable to watch. At least Jordan Peterson is a professor of psychology is qualified to dispense the advice that you provide for free without invitation. I enjoy your content. Your narcissism is relentlessly entertaining. Well, I'm happy for you. I'm happy that I can at least be somewhat entertaining to you. I'm in the entertainment industry, so no matter what happens, obviously, like every single person that you probably interact with in the entertainment industry, except you're not going to be able to interact with them, you are narcissistically trying to derail the stream and center it around yourself selfishly. But no person that you enjoy in the entertainment industry, including Jordan Peterson, is not going to have a level of narcissism. At least I acknowledge it. So yeah, but thank you for saying I'm entertaining. Anyway, yeah, here's the ad break now, by the way. Jordan Peterson isn't narcissistic, dude. So to avoid a ban, chatters have to praise you while dunking on you. Hidden Marty, you've been in here for how many months now? I mean, I can't see your user card, but I think you know better than anyone else that that's not how you avoid a ban. Guys in the chat wouldn't say this shit IRL, man. Of course they wouldn't. Anyway, let's do it. Ban everyone who doesn't agree with you. Sheesh. No, that's not true at all. I often don't ban anyone at all. As a matter of fact, we only ban people that are like coming in with raids to consistently fucking derail the stream. And even in this conversation, we're supposed to be talking about Twitch fucking up and corporate greed. And it, again, because of the parasocial aspect of like people who people who watch Twitch and like the hatred that they feel towards Twitch streamers and how fortunate they are, because Twitch streamers are incredibly fucking lucky. Let's be real. People literally will end up siding with the corporation rather than like recognize that this hurts them even as content enjoyers. New Elon tweet just dropped. Here's an example of Twitter's left-wing bias. We have to take the context into consideration. Twitter's interpretation of the context is affected by the left-wing bias. I would need to see an example of that. Ugh. Dude, this is so fucking cringe. Homie can't take criticism. No, that's not true. There's a difference between taking criticism and, you know, having people be like, you can't take criticism, which is not criticism. You have to show an example. I'm also, the reason why there's so many people who routinely derail the stream is because I can't stop looking at that kind of stuff. There's a difference between criticism and like stupid criticism. There have been plenty of times when I've apologized, even when the person criticizing me was coming from a genuine point of view, even when the person criticizing me, like in the Nicki Minaj drama, when Barbs were calling me racist, but there were black community members who felt like even the fact that I thought about fucking tweeting out something to Nicki Minaj was reminiscent of people making, you know, back of the bus jokes to them when they were growing up, and I apologize to them, despite that being more so an emotional response that they themselves recognize and not instead a rational one, because I don't want to hurt people's feelings. There's a difference between that, okay? And there's a difference between that and literally fucking being like, you're an evil person. You're a bad person. That's not a criticism to say I'm a bad person. You're relying on other people also feeling the same way that you do, because there's now an economy of like hating and shitting on me relentlessly for no fucking reason. You will get, 500K views on a YouTube video easy. You will also get 500K views on a YouTube video easy if you defend me, but people don't realize that, like, or more than 500K actually. You probably get even more views if you did that. But people don't realize that because it's like easy. It's just easy to do the economy of hate thing. What they fail to recognize, however, is that the hatred economy does not give you consistency. Anyway, I really doubt they want to see you poor or struggling. That's not true. They just want me to go away. They want, because they see what I do as like an annoying thing. It's just something that they can't stop watching. I think especially last year, you would farm some of the drama for fun, but then the drama got out of control and ended up being negative, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. Can't handle hate, shaking my head. Yes. Funny take. Why can't you? Why can't you handle hatred? Because I'm old and out of touch, but why are you having to explain to people why you take actions on your own stream? So whatever you want with no guilt. Because I try to implement as democratize the stream as possible. That's why. And that makes it a wonderful experience for the people who are fans and want to come in here and have like an enjoyable collaborative experience. But it also creates an opportunity, unlike any other, for haters to take advantage of that. That's it. That's also precisely the reason why my communication with chat does not rely on subscriptions or donations, unlike every other streamer. I think, in my opinion, probably do it in a healthier way that way. Like, paywalling the interaction between streamer and chatter is quite literally the most effective way of saving your own mental health. I don't do that because I want this to be as open as possible. That's it. Reading ever chat like you do was unheard of to me before coming in here. Yeah. And it's still not something that happens. I think other streamers are kind of moving into that as well, but so did COVID affect your hair? It looks great. No. I do think you need to take the time to read more positive messages. I feel like you see them and pass them up until you see a negative one. Alternative source of income for you? Yeah, Bad Baby made 52 million on fucking OnlyFans. Yeah, here. Yeah. It's true. Because a lot of people are just straight fucking freaks. And we're waiting for her to like turn 18 so they could get fucking excited and like pump money into her OnlyFans. Is gross. But also at the same time, good for her, you know? Fucking make a living. At least you did it in a way where like they can't touch you. You know what I mean? It's a weird situation. Like I want to dunk on her, but it's not her fault that there's like creepy fucking weirdos on the internet. And if creepy weirdos are going to exist on the internet, the least you can do is fucking monetize it. And apparently you can do it in a way where you make 50 million fucking dollars, dude. How'd she make 25 million in messages? Oh, my friend, obvious that you do not know. Any OnlyFans girls, let me tell you, every single thing that you do on OnlyFans is done through messages. I have seen it. I have seen the darkness. I have stared into the darkness. I have looked at messages of an OnlyFans girl. They have agencies that they work with that literally fucking farm it out to like an Indian bot farm to communicate with all of these people that think that they're directly communicating with the OnlyFans girl herself. They are not. And everything is done through the messages. Like everything is done through direct communication. You just like mass spam, like, oh, I'm going in the shower. Like, do you want to see? And you pay to unlock that. Hasan, you're giving it away, bro. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think people don't care, even at the off chance that they might be talking to the girl. They like literally still put a lot of money into it. No, this is lifetime gross revenue is 52 million, and the net is 42 million. And I think just because there's like gross shit going on OnlyFans doesn't change the reality that like these girls are able to make a fuckload of money in the safest way possible. Literally. Safest way possible. So how about instead of getting angry for no fucking reason at like the girls, get angry at the system, I guess, that has created so many repressed, horny motherfuckers who like have no other safe avenue to let out those anxieties. You know what I mean? Don't even get mad at the fucking simps. Don't even get mad at the people who are paying for sex work in that regard. It literally doesn't matter. I think the real problem is that the real problem is that people can't form meaningful relationships with members of the opposite sex. They just can't. For a multitude of different reasons. Number one being capitalism. And number two, capitalism and how awful that work structure is for the lives of most people. That renders it virtually impossible to fucking have a deep and meaningful relationship with someone that you want to spend time with. The other issue is obviously the puritanical approach that we have to sex, sexuality, women's bodies, and how we basically make it so that women can't fucking explore themselves, explore their sexuality in a healthy way. I mean, there are still women who have never had an orgasm. Like, think about that. That's fucking psychotic. That's insane. And women are routinely punished for exploring their sexuality. There's, that's another remnant of the patriarchal, both puritanical and patriarchal construct that we exist under. So they are, again, punished once again for exploring their sexuality, showcasing it. It's the classic, women are considered sluts if they have multiple partners, but men are considered studs if they have multiple partners. That dichotomy exists. And basically, punished with 51 mil, you didn't understand what I was saying. a lot of you people come in here. Okay, I'm going to repeat something really quickly. Everyone hates smarmy, annoying shitters on Twitter, right? Like that basically fucking try to drive like something you didn't say out of what you were saying. Like the whole concept of you coming out and saying, I don't like sushi. And then people being like, so you fucking hate hamburgers? That's disgusting. I have an eating disorder. The only thing I can eat is hamburgers. Why are you being ableist to me? Everyone hates that. Everyone thinks you're being a fucking psycho for doing that. And a lot of people, especially on the right, come in here with that same resentment that they have, right? Will literally do that exact same thing. You're doing that same thing that you hate on Twitter. You're behaving in the same exact way. I'm just letting you know. You're not different than the fucking Tumblr SJWs that you fucking despise. You are the same. You're literally not different. You are not a free thinker. You're doing the exact same thing that I absolutely hate. I'm just going to remind you of that, okay? So, yeah, I know the trial's on. Oh, shit. Oh. We're going to get back into it.
Plaintiff calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
Christian Carino?
And as with a number of the other depositions, this one will start with questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and at some point switch over to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right, and how do you spell the last name just for me, just in case?
C-A-R-I-N-O.
Thank you.
An address for the record, and you may use your business address if you feel more comfortable.
Sure. Christian Carino, and the work address is 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Century City.
And that is in California?
Correct.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a talent agent.
And could you give me just a very brief description of your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts.
You're not perfectly lined up, and you're behaving like an annoying, smarmy little Tumblr
MCA for approximately 16 years, and before that, I had a 12.
Okay, I have something insane to admit to you guys. When I was looking for houses, this guy's house was one of the houses that I almost bought. 100%. This is the house. This is insane. Literally, I didn't buy it because it was fucking psychotic. Like, look at the glasses. Oh my God. I'm not even kidding. Yeah.
I represent multiple clients and brands in transactions in the entertainment space.
Look at the mirrors, not glasses. Sorry.
And when you say in the entertainment space, what are you including?
Just the different genres of entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to licensing to modeling, all the different areas that the agency operates in.
As a talent agent representing multiple clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Okay. Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands in the entertainment space.
And what does that mean?
It means I organize, pitch, transact in contractual agreements between talent and studios, talent and brands, entertainment platforms and individuals, brands and individuals.
Do you represent any actors?
I do work with every different group of talent within the agency, and for each person, it's different, the business that I personally oversee for them. So in some cases, I am negotiating contractual agreements for a music artist to go to Las Vegas. In some cases, I'm transacting an agreement for an artist to have a relationship with a brand. In some cases, it's an artist with a platform like Netflix. It spans the general platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
Is one of the objectives of your representation to build the careers of the individuals you represent?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Waldman in which you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was having an effect on Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
How many times?
One that I can recall.
And when was that?
I have no idea. Years ago.
If you expressed to Mr. Waldman that the sooner the litigation was over, the better for Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
I think anytime somebody is in litigation.
If Ludwig is watching currently, everyone should ask him why he's not only war profiteering, but also domestic abuse profiteering when he's himself is not a political streamer like myself. And also why he didn't respond to my text message because I said I wanted to cover it with him. Is he too big time now? Is that what's going on? Is that what happened? That's right. Ludwig. Respond to my text messages, you fucking bitch.
And what do you mean by it distracts from the career?
I mean that with somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Guys, everyone in Hollywood looks like that, okay? You're looking at this dude's fit and you're like, oh, that's crazy. Like, he's just the agent. What the fuck? Like, everyone in LA looks like this.
Or hear news about people.
I'm in shock that, like, I'm pretty sure this was the house I almost bought. I mean, not almost, but like
And
one of the houses I
why do you
looked at.
believe that?
You're hearing
Based
the
on
background
my
of the video.
Experience.
It's not Murat
in
working in the background.
This world for the past 16 years.
Hold on, I got a pee. I'll be back.
And when you say it negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that they look up to are in litigation.
Do you also believe that that impacts career decisions by producers, directors, companies with brands, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to are in litigation. And when the more oxygen it takes up in the overall news or coverage of an individual, and the less focused it is on that person's career, the less interested studios, brands, the general public becomes in that person.
And therefore less opportunities?
Yes.
when you expressed to Adam Waldman that your opinion that the sooner the litigation is over for Mr. Depp, the better, what did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what he said, but something like, we're gonna get this over with as fast as we can.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino Exhibit Number, we'll keep it labeled 4. Do you believe that the Mandel lawsuit posed a distraction to Mr. Depp's career?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino Deposition Exhibit Number 5. And as you can see here, it's an article June 21st, 2017, the Hollywood Gossip. Do you recall that coming up during that time frame, that issue?
No.
Have you read or heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yes.
Have you read or heard of GQ?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino Deposition Exhibit Number 2, and it's Rolling Stone publication on June 21, 2018.
I'm going to have
that?
Ludwig
Yes.
on.
Did you ever read this article?
Parts of it.
Are you aware of whether this article in the Rolling Stone, June 2018, that's reflected in Carino Exhibit Number 2, impacted in a negative way Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Elena, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody that question without having done research among the people who read a specific article. If you're asking my opinion about whether an article like this or this particular article, in my opinion, would have a positive or negative effect on somebody's, career, I could potentially answer that. But as to definitively whether an article has or has not had an impact on somebody's career, nobody can answer that question without research. Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just going to start looking at the Carino Exhibit Number 3. This is an article.
I don't think I got COVID from Coachella, chat, because
in November of
I went to Coachella far beyond the incubation period.
Do you
But people
recall
want to believe that it is from
reading this at
Coachella,
some
so I
point?
just say yes.
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I have a friend who actually did go to Coachella and got
probably
COVID
read
that I didn't
part of
actually
it,
get to see
but I
there,
don't
but she was sick with COVID last week.
Have you had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Right now,
Yes.
okay,
What is
a bit of a COVID guy. Oh yeah, big COVID guy, big time. Okay,
Payment.
what is happening currently? We're going to be talking about here today
Deals
is,
Johnny
I guess,
money.
the back and forth between Johnny Depp talking about Amber Heard in a Rolling Stone article alongside the same exact things that Johnny Depp is currently suing Amber Heard for in this defamation suit. Originally, there were 14 instances of domestic abuse that a UK OIBRA civil court found to meet the burden of proof
Ed,
for
on occasion,
potential
reached out
domestic
to me
abuse
to
happening
ask about
in
the
a
timing of
libel
the
lawsuit that was
payment
happening
was owed to
because of a Sun article written after the divorce and the amicable split between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
I think in all cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me to find out what the payment schedule was.
Other than these occasions where Ed White would reach out to you to ask when timing of payment, did you have any other connection or communication.
A lot of people are on
with
Johnny
right
Depp's
for
side,
his company
so much so
in
that I
connection
think
with
like
Depp.
maybe people are a little bit more aggressively on Johnny Depp's side.
Were you
To
familiar
the
with
degree
Jake
that
Bloom?
to the degree that it feels like they are unironically being like very
Do you know
sexist and
whether
misogynistic.
Mr. Bloom ever
I've seen
represented
some
Mr.
fucking
Depp?
statements about like,
Yes.
you know, Amber Heard needs to be fucking
What was your
murdered, shit like that, and
understanding
that's
of
obviously
that
unacceptable.
representation?
He was
I
a
don't agree
lawyer.
with that. Tina Kitten, oh my god.
Did you ever talk
Good
to
morning,
Jake
Hasan
Bloom?
Haas. Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Tina Kitten.
On how many occasions
However,
did you
I
speak
am
with Jake Bloom
on
relating
Johnny
to
Depp's side
Mr.
in the sense
Depp?
that I do believe that Johnny Depp was a victim
no
of
idea.
domestic violence and was
Was it pretty
basically
frequently?
considered to be an abuser by Amber Heard,
What does
and
that
Amber
mean?
Heard did come out later
Well,
and
is it
said
more
that
than
he
10?
was an abuser. He was
Are you
a
asking me
domestically
if I
violent
had-
partner.
Approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship.
Yes.
I've never heard him say hi to someone like that before.
actually
It's
asked
Tina
him
Kitten.
that
Of course, I'm gonna get excited and say hi like that.
Okay.
She's the best.
I mean, I'm guessing that
Not all
It was
people on
probably
Depp's side are
less than
misogynists.
10
Well,
in
yeah,
total.
I myself am on Johnny Depp's side to a certain
Was
degree.
Mr. Bloom still
But all
representing
misogynists
Mr.
are on
Depp
Depp's
when
side.
you
That's
started
certainly true,
representing
yes.
Mr. Depp?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your recollection?
I am.
What do you have in front of you?
A note
This guy have red hair. What's
that I
going
made to
on?
myself of the date.
Motherfucking California
of
Andes, bro.
When Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
Do you have a recollection of the context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom?
Yes. My recollection of the conversations I had with Jake were in regard to getting Johnny and Jake to meet and work out whatever the issues were around their disagreement.
You think that even if he can even if he can prove, I've become Arabic now, that she exaggerated about the abuse, that means defamation level? I don't know. I
So
don't
you
think this
were
is
trying
about.
to broker.
Amber Heard doesn't have $50 million anyway. This defamation suit is not about $50 million. It's more so about correcting the record so that Johnny Depp can, get jobs again, basically. I'm going to give you the quick, short, and sweet of it, okay? Rundown. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard meet on Rum Diaries, on the set of Rum Diaries in 2009. They, get into a heated relationship there on set. Johnny Depp divorces his wife and, ultimately ends up marrying Amber Heard. Okay? Abuse quickly starts after, according to Amber Heard and according to Johnny Depp now as well. Okay? In between time frame of 2009 to, I guess, 2016, when the relationship inevitably ended, there are many, many instances of back and forth abuse. But the 14 instances that everyone hyper focuses on is the 14 that is, I guess, the most important, because Oibrev Court basically said that those were instances where Johnny Depp was in the wrong and could have been potentially abusive. So we've talked about this. I've talked about this extensively. Okay. Or Johnny wasn't married. He was in a relationship, I think. Some of the details, I have COVID brain. Okay. I might get fucking wrong. Shut up. So what ended up happening in this process was throughout this time, there was some back and forth. There was one instance that was like very public, okay? One instance of domestic abuse that was very public, and that was actually recent, closer to the end. The one that basically ended their relationship, where Johnny Depp may or may not have allegedly thrown a phone at Amber Heard's face. okay, striking her in the face, and you actually see like the red bruises. Okay, so basically at the end of that relationship, they have what is considered, I think, an amicable split. Throughout the relationship, towards the end of it, Johnny Depp is like obviously cycling in and out of drug abuse. He's cycling in and out of his addictive spirals. An alcoholic. He also has, a fuckload of other issues as well. He's a victim in that circumstance, for certainly, but one that is also kind of hard to manage because one that can be abusive emotionally, especially, and certainly toxic. So it's a dangerous combination. It also seems like Johnny Depp himself was over the top jealous when it comes to the way that Amber Heard may or may not have approached other relationships while they were in a relationship. Okay, so there's a lot of instances where like he's like upset about Amber Heard potentially fucking Billy Bob Thornton. He's upset about Amber Heard potentially fucking James Franco. Of course, ironic because that's how you push people away. But I do think that Amber Heard most likely did those things, okay? That doesn't justify Johnny Depp's reaction to it, but the reason why I'm on Johnny Depp's side in all of this ultimately is because, one, despite the fact that Johnny Depp himself engaged in abusive moments and even physical confrontations, I think by and large, Amber Heard was responsible for more damage overall, gaslighting, and manipulation overall, and wanted to present this in a way where it was one-sided. Okay? So, but, cheating doesn't justify fucking, being mentally violent. I mean, not mentally, sorry, physically violent. He's toxic, she's abusive, similar acts, but different intensity. Yes. I think that's a pretty decent analysis of the situation. However, leading up to this very moment, anyway, after the relationship ended, Johnny Depp has a job with Fantastic Beasts, right? The Hollywood spinoff of Harry Potter, which is actually fucking a failed franchise now, as of this past weekend. Johnny Depp is hired for that. Johnny Depp is hired for a role in that situation. And they turn around and some Sun guy hits J.K. Rowling and says, "Oh, I thought you were fucking friends. I thought you were a friend to women overall, but here you are, taking a wife beater like Johnny Depp and putting Johnny Depp in your movie, your Harry Potter spin-off, Fantastic Beasts. I'm writing for the Sun, lad." Now, originally their divorce had ended in an amicable way, where I think Johnny Depp, I believe, paid her $7 million. And basically at the end of that divorce, the conclusion was neither side admits wrongdoing. Okay. Johnny Depp can't say that Amber Heard was gold digger and was like, causing chaos specifically to get his money. And Amber Heard was saying that Johnny Depp was not abusive. Okay. However, when this Sun case happens, Johnny Depp loses his fucking job. When the Sun, when the dish rag of a newspaper, the Sun, writes this article about J.K. Rowling and Johnny Depp, his job is compromised. Basically, after that, Johnny Depp launches a defamation suit a libel suit in which both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and the Sun and the writer from the Sun, I believe, also have to testify. And in that process, 14 specific instances of domestic violence, according to Amber Heard, come out. And the judge basically rules in favor of Amber Heard, even in instances where Amber herself was being physically abusive to Johnny Depp, and says, "I've basically decided in this, in this honorable court case that Johnny Depp is in the right. I mean, Johnny Depp is in the wrong and Amber Heard is in the right." Okay? Which is fucking bananas if you ask me. Like they looked at it's a he said, she said situation with a couple witnesses from Amber Heard's side for like two of the instances, okay, that in my opinion are indefensible acts from Johnny Depp. And straight up, they won that case. And they said, the court basically ruled that Johnny Depp could be considered a wife beater. Okay? So, yeah, due to intimidation and self-defense, which is fucking insane. Now, there was evidence in the cases, including messages. Yes, the evidence in the cases, including messages, was shaky at best. Specifically, one that I like to focus on is the finger incident, okay? A lot of people on the internet that are on Amber Heard's side, quietly, have been using the incident where Johnny Depp's finger was fucking lobbed off, okay? In another act of domestic abuse. And people, straight up, in the most insane fashion, say that Johnny Depp's joking text messages to his doctor, or even the way he describes the incident, is proof that he cut his own fucking finger. That is completely psychotic. I'm sorry. Why the fuck would Johnny Depp cut his own dominant hand's finger off? Psychos, okay? Like, why would he? It's insane. And people are literally still using, like, I cut my finger in a text message that Johnny Depp sent to state that he basically fucking did it to himself. And that's crazy. Okay? I broke my leg doesn't mean I took a hammer and broke my fucking leg. And no, he didn't threaten to cut himself in front of Amber with a knife. He has admitted this 2 days ago in court. He said he gave Amber a knife and said, kill me. This is what you want from me. Anyway, just take the last thing you have of me. And that is, of course, dramatic and emotionally manipulative. Okay? That's emotional abuse that Johnny Depp absolutely fucking used in that situation. Yeah, take my blood. That's what he said. That doesn't fucking mean that he cut his own finger off, you absolute psychopath. Holy shit. Borderline personality disorder can hypnotize people. My mom stole $13,000 from my bank account because she's so slick. Amber has that power too. Okay. Now, you know, BPD is very difficult to manage in a relationship. I know from personal experience, but you can still be an incredibly wonderful human being outside of, you know, having borderline personality disorder. Okay. Like, chill. Jesus Christ. The problem with Amber Heard isn't BPD. It's also BPD plus narcissism and plus the willingness to unload onto their partner. One of the kindest, most loving individuals I've ever known has borderline personality disorder that they deal with on a daily basis, okay, that I have to medicate for. And they're a wonderful human being. Just that hard to manage, especially if you're someone like myself. Okay? Trisha? No, I'm not talking about Trisha. I don't know Trisha. I don't want to know Trisha. I worked at inpatient psych for 6 years, and BPD patients were far most difficult to deal with, but it isn't their fault, and they want to get better. One of the worst things that could happen in one's brain before memory loss stuff. Yeah. Now, one of the key aspects of this, in my opinion, was when Amber Heard basically stated that like no one would believe Johnny Depp if he were to come out as a victim of abuse. Now, I might be a little personally biased in this situation as someone who has experienced similar things, okay? And I don't like to talk about it too much because parasocial motherfuckers get crazy about it. But basically, Amber Heard openly states, Johnny Depp says, you hit me, you punched me, and Amber Heard says, hit you, I slapped you, you're being a baby, you're being a bitch, no one will believe you, Johnny, even if you come out and say it. And that was like a kind of triggering moment for me, but it also, you know, unlocked, it functionally unwinded a lot of the one-sidedness of this court case leading up to what we knew about everything that was going on. Okay? So that is like straight up gaslighting, girl bossing, slay queening bullshit. Okay? Very damning for Amber as well. So let's get back to the case, and I'll give you more details as time goes on.
Specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
She said, I didn't punch you, I hit you. Yeah, exactly.
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that.
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation, no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the
Bro,
public?
are you okay? Is your brain all right?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on his off-screen reputation. I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
I mean the things that she's accused Johnny of doing, both in that have been made public.
I would have loved to watch the Ghislaine trial in a similar manner. However, it was a federal court case. This is not. This is just a defamation suit, and I'm pretty certain that Johnny Depp wants this to be public so that even if he's not going to win the fucking defamation suit or $50 million, even if he ends up winning it because Amber Heard doesn't have $50 million, this is more about correcting the record and at the very least, like pumping out as much agitprop as possible that makes Johnny Depp look better.
Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation. Would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino, we were talking about Amber's accusations and your view that those would have the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation. And you were talking about her accusations of domestic abuse and violence, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Dan Wooten article published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
First the article itself that was in the paper, the why is J.K. Rowling genuinely happy about employing Mr.
For the record,
Depp,
like,
wife beater?
I don't even think the
Yes.
Sun case that like popped everything off wasn't even exactly Amber Heard's fault. So that's something to also consider in this situation. She did go and testify in court for the case. She could have disparaged those remarks or something like that, but she didn't feel, she felt like, no, those were real instances. So I'm going to fucking go out of my way and go to London and you know, defend the Sun's integrity in the situation.
Are you able to say how much?
But that was what popped off this second round.
Reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit.
No.
Now, you were aware that the op-ed,
And then after that,
by
she
Dan
wrote herself.
Wooten and
She wrote something
Son
herself as well.
included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan Wooten and Son?
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post?
Okay.
Are you aware of any roles or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016? And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Heard's lawyer demonstrating that you cannot reasonably calculate damage flowing from this particular op-ed and therefore cannot award damages. Yes.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out here. And why? What is your understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
My opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
Conversations with colleagues and studio execs.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and
So there's two
other
different things here.
executives,
There's two different
both internal and
involvements
external.
that we need to pay consideration to, which is that Johnny Depp is also kind of seen as like
When you
a
say related
box
to the
office
accusation
killer,
that
not in
was
a good
made
way.
by Amber Heard
At this
that
point in his
Mr. Depp
career, his career is on a
accusations
downturn, and he's like made a lot of fucking money leading up to this moment, but he's not necessarily popping anymore. So that is part of the reason why it's like hard to calculate whether it was because of that or because of the fucking domestic abuse accusations.
other executives.
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
I don't know
Or
about
both,
more than
which
10,
I happen to think is
probably between
both.
5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with
But Pirates is
studios.
like the one absolute redeeming one, because Pirates of the Caribbean is like, you're saying it's on its way out, and
Jerry
4 and 5 were
Bruckheimer.
ass, but it doesn't fucking matter because like it's still it
Mostly Jerry.
had like
and
6
then
straight box office
colleagues
bombs. The
at
Pirates
CIA.
movie made a shit ton with him as lead.
When
Exactly.
did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer?
It doesn't matter.
Pirates 6.
It doesn't matter. The Pirates franchise is like a fucking cash cow.
Recall whether it was in
So many years of
2016,
fucking revenue that you can milk out of that. It's so much. It's incredible IP.
2019.
I don't.
When did you have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum.
Claudia Wow-Pow. That is not true. Johnny Depp has several films and awards. He's one of the most successful actors. Do you not hear what I just said and just completely avoided the actual point I made just to make a point that makes it seem like your side is more favorable when I'm already on Johnny Depp's side? Like, I wasn't supportive enough of Johnny Depp to recognize that, like, he had back-to-back box office flops in that same time sequence, whereas Pirates was still going to be a major success regardless, and therefore him losing Pirates alone is enough for fucking justifying a $50 million defamation suit in damages.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer...
Yes, I know that Johnny Depp was a wonderfully successful actor, but that does not change the reality that sometimes people have waves in their careers. Okay? And Johnny Depp had a fuckload of movies that he appeared in that were not great.
Did you ask?
Now, that is one of the considerations that you have to, that's one of the considerations that come into play when discussing why Johnny Depp was losing
Because
some of these other roles potentially.
aware of what
I'm talking about his career, lol. Yeah, I already fucking said that his career was popping beforehand.
determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you said
Okay?
everyone was
Anyway,
aware,
just like, the top of the hour is here, and that doesn't make for a good segue, but I'm just going to give it to you anyway. I'm running an ad. I'm running a 60-second ad break. Okay, here it is. Here's the 60-second ad break now, boys and girls.
That decision.
If you no longer want to see them, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for
Understanding you
$5 or for free with the Twitch Prime.
correctly,
Here's the
please
1-minute ad break now.
I'm wrong. The only person at Disney that you spoke with about Pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's good.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not Pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear. Did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in understanding you had...
This is a deposition that they filmed back in January 19th, 2021 that they're using in this defamation lawsuit, okay?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for Pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Wiggum, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can.
Is there a
recall
reason
now.
why they can't just ask the executives that made the decision to cut Depp off?
Do
Of
you-
course not, dude. That's a major fucking
that you
no
believe that
Hollywood studio executive ever wants to rock the boat. They're not gonna come out and be like, yeah, we did it because we thought the abuse allegations were real and we didn't want to take that risk. Are you kidding me? There's a reason why no one wants to touch politics, folks. Okay? There's a reason. Sushi kebab guy, why don't you work with CIA? I heard they may be reaching out to you. Where did you hear this from? What are you fucking saying right now? Also, I'm with WME.
right?
Correct.
CIA is
Well, and I'm
one of the
trying
big
to
four,
reach
or big
that
three, I
because
guess. UTA,
understood.
CIA,
I'm trying
WME.
to
WME and CIA are the
discover
two
any
top
facts that would have led you
firms
to
in the industry.
believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, to use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations? Other than Mr. Depp, I'm asking.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
Because in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney?
Just that the decision had been made.
Motherfuckers say COVID's not real. What am I feeling then right now? Why am I sick?
What did Mr. Whittam say about
The
Disney
same.
making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp first?
Same thing.
Okay. Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr.
Fake.
Depp?
It's the fake
during
virus.
The filming
It's the
of
pandemic.
Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy.
Yeah,
but
how
he's
like
been
that
tardy on
doesn't mean
everything.
anything, dude. It's Hollywood. Every single fucking mega talent is like that, and they also
you
smell
aware
bad
of
too.
whether that was-
There is not. That is never going to be a reason to fucking kick someone off set or not have them
wasn't
work on the
everybody,
project.
but,
Okay, they can be literally
everyone
fucking abusive
learned
and
how
still get a
to
shitload of jobs in Hollywood as
to
long as
deal
you're a
with it.
fucking box office seller. Okay.
working around Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated by it?
No.
Were you aware that
Jared Leto sent
the filming
used
had to be
condoms to
shut
people
down for a
apparently
period of time?
on the set of
after
that
Mr.
horrible
Depp enjoyed the
Suicide Squad film.
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including Mr. Bailey and others?
No, we didn't. That was fake.
were
Oh God, we have
on the
Jared Leto
project
fans in here.
about artistic differences? In
Well,
other
he's the one
words,
who admitted
what
it,
Mr. Depp
so-
thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't agree.
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of that?
There was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
See, he did that when he said he did
Do you
that.
know
So
whether
unfair. I know, it's so
it
fucked up.
was more successful or less successful than earlier.
It's fucked up
Pirates
of me to repeat what Jared Leto
I
said
think it was
about what he
slightly less
did
than-
on the set
it
of
wasn't the most
Suicide
successful
Squad.
installment of that franchise.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirate 6?
In 6,
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5?
He said that, but no one ever
My
confirmed anyone
efforts
received anything
were
like that, except for
probably
Will Smith,
primarily
who did
around
confirm it.
Houdini, which at one point was a
Will Smith
film.
literally confirmed it. We
but,
watched the Philly-on video yesterday,
other
man, on
people
the
at
red
CA
carpet.
for sure
Now, it
did,
could have
yes.
been like lame-ass Hollywood lies, you know what I mean? It did. That easily could have been the case, but don't act like
I
that
will
wasn't the
start with Jack
case.
Black on
Why are you going out the bat to defend the Morbius guy, dude? What is happening?
We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, at which
Okay. Maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we just close enough to it?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, before we get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Please do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
Don't do any outside research. I'm calling Ludwig right now.
Yo, what is up, brother?
Yo, what's going on? Divorce, defamation, and domestic
It's
violence
a defamation
profiteer?
lawsuit, not a divorce lawsuit. They
Okay,
got
well,
divorced in
it seems like you're a
2016,
profiteer of all of these things, so I'm just gonna point that out.
All right, COVID Carrie, you sound a little under the weather. How you feeling?
Yeah, well, I'm sick, okay? And Cutie Cinderella is a wonderful person who reached out and was like, hey, are you okay? Like, I know you have COVID, whereas you, on the other hand, didn't even respond to my text messages, so.
Wait, today?
Yes, I sent you multiple text messages this morning. I said,
My
hey,
phone's
let's stream this
upstairs.
together.
My phone's upstairs because I didn't charge it. I have my phone on me. Why
Oh,
you sending it on
my
Discord?
God. Okay, well, all right. Well, you're a Smash player. So.
How you feeling, brother? How you feeling, brother bear?
I'm not feeling great. I'm feeling all right. Not great.
The mustache looks good. You look like you fucked someone in the 80s.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's what happened. My beard was holding my body together, and the moment I shaved it off, I was like, boom, COVID.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works.
The same thing happened with Samson and Delilah in the Bible.
Really? I don't know.
Well,
I don't
it
know
was
enough
the
about the
hair.
Bible.
It was the hair. Delilah cut Samson's hair. Yeah, it
Oh,
was his
I don't
power.
know anything about the Bible. I wasn't an English major at Arizona.
Well, how do you feel about today? A little bit of a dry day, huh?
Oh, are you talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? I mean, it's always a dry day. This is like a lot of these court cases people only see from television, right? So they assume that it's going to be like, jam-packed with action and objection. Like, it's going to be like Ace Attorney, right? And it's never the case. Obviously, they diligently have to go through every single fucking incident and every single instant and basically cover every angle they can, right? So that's precisely why it's super dry. It's always going to be dry. The reason why I want to cover it regardless is because I feel as though there is a lot of people on the internet that are taking a super black and white approach to this. People are trying to cut their own personal worldview around this trial. They're trying to like make an argument beyond what this individual case of domestic violence and defamation looks like. And that's why I want to get all of the facts and cover it with my, I think, even-keeled approach.
Yeah, you've always been a both sides guy. Bit of a Rogan type.
I'm never a both sides guy, but I think some instances there is a little bit more of a gray area rather than the black and white attitude that people have, especially this. What do you think though?
Well, look, I think there's like 4 major things we got to prove here in a defamation case. I think we got like 3 knocked out. I think it's all coming down.
What are those 4 major things?
Oh, defamation case? Do you? Yeah, I mean, if you want a pro, I guess you got them here.
This is why I wanted to have you on, since you're Mr. Journalism.
Well, yeah, in journalism school, I had a law class. We had to pass a law class. It's called journalism law. Yeah, and I took it with now.
Are you Googling it right now? Are you Googling it? Is that
No, I don't need to Google. I passed the class, Hasan. I don't need to Google it.
So
there's a few things, starting with number 1. They said something that was false, purported as fact. Okay, easy. Now, do we think that's happened so far? It's possible. I had to comb through the whole article. Number 2, it was published. That one's a given. Okay. Number 3, obviously they had to have done it recklessly or intentionally, purporting something as fact. And then the hardest one's the last one, which is proving actual malice. Now, this is a little bit of a different thing. You know about actual malice, Hasan?
Yes. Knowingly and with the intent to distribute false information, knowing full well that there could be damages, and also knowing the truth itself. That's how they need to prove actual malice in this circumstance. I don't think that this is a straightforward defamation suit.
Which, by the way, not to cut you off, that is only for public figures, all right? Of course, New York Times versus Sullivan, 1964 case. That's where the Supreme Court 9-0 decision struck down the Montgomery police station in their defamation lawsuit against New York Times. So public figures only for that, which is why it's relevant here, obviously, to public figures. Go ahead, sorry.
By the way, yes, Darkrook is correct. The judge clearly said not to do research during the break, and we are not listening to the judge right now. We're being bad boys.
Dude, here's the thing about it. I feel like if you're a juror in this, there is zero way you go home and you don't read about this trial. If you go to the grocery store, the magazines are calling this the trial of the century.
Yeah.
It would be so hard.
I mean, this is like definitely in the public consciousness in a way that like mainstream media hasn't really picked up on, which is really interesting. I feel like mainstream media, for the most part, was pretty much on Amber Heard's side from the jump, all the way from like the dish rag, the Sun and the Mirror and all the tabloids, all the way to basically even like CNN, MSNBC, and all these other like liberal institutions, right? However, maybe because of that, they're not really covering it as much. I don't see it. I don't see it on plastered in the same way that I see it plastered all over my TikTok feed and everywhere on the internet. Now, obviously, that could have something to do with my own personal algorithm preferences, but I do think that there's something to say about this. Like, there is a lot more of this coverage on the internet than it is on mainstream media.
I mean, I think court of public opinion flipped too, because it was like Amber Heard released the story. And then, like, everyone was like, oh, maybe Johnny Depp sucks because everyone else who's been called out sucks. And then there are a few people being like, I really like pirates, so I'm with them. But when the video came out, and then I think it was the video of her abusing him, and that was like on audio. I think that's when everyone flipped.
Yeah, I think the 2 instances of audio, at least for me, someone who didn't really pay attention to this at all. Someone who routinely thought that this was just a bunch of fucking weirdo incels that are like promoting this case. I didn't really cover this at all throughout the years. People would always bring it up though. People in my community would come in here and be like, dude, you have to cover the Amber Heard Johnny Depp story. And I always thought they're using this as an opportunity to just like cut some incel shit to say like women are liars and cheaters and we shouldn't listen to them. And there's certainly a lot of that going on, but this specific incident is definitely one where I think unless you're like completely brain broken and think that, men are incapable of being abused in a relationship, you're going to realize like, oh, fuck, maybe we didn't have all of the information. And maybe Amber Heard specifically in this circumstance was abusive to Johnny Depp.
Yeah. I don't know. Court of public opinion, I did a poll yesterday and I was like, all right, who do you think is correct here? Pretty early on, day 9. and it was 97% to 3% Johnny Depp Amber Heard. I
Yeah.
also did a poll right after. Do you like cookies? Yes, no. 90% to 10%. So he's beating out cookies right now.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense that people are, people love vindication, right? Love an underdog story, and it's ironic to say that about a guy who's like 60 years old and like super famous and super rich. But it does seem like he was wronged in this situation, wronged by both the media and also certainly wronged by Amber Heard, who I believe was abusive in this relationship from all of the evidence that we have seen thus far, and certainly utilized the patriarchal constructs that revolve around how our society has been formed to her advantage by claiming that no one would believe Johnny Depp, even if he did come out and say he was abused.
I agree. I think it was a bit of a juicy moment.
Yeah. But I don't think it's as much of a juicy moment as like, do I think Johnny Depp also, whether it was retaliatory or personally fucking malicious or a consequence of his like own demons that he was battling at the time, do I believe that he was also physically abusive in at least 2 of the 14 circumstances? Yes. I think that the private jet incident and like there are 2 cases where there are actual other witnesses involved, where Johnny Depp was at least involved in somewhat of a physical altercation. But there is an overwhelming amount of evidence in the other way where Amber Heard was violent and in way more meaningful ways than Johnny Depp was. So I do think that it's not as mutual as people present it, but could say it's a mutually toxic relationship.
Dude, I think they're like fucking top 5 cringiest couples of all time.
They're theater kids. They're so fucking whack.
It's like I don't really remember reading about them much when they were together, but it feels like the same shit I read about now about like who's that fucking couple? Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh God. Oh yeah. I mean, I think they're gonna murder someone probably.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna sacrifice like a child at the Ohio gas station that Machine Gun Kelly was formed in.
Yeah, theater kids shouldn't be allowed to marry each other. I think you need one straight man in the relationship. Not like literally straight, but
Oh, Ludwig coming out against gay rights. Yeah, you always need one straight guy.
I mean like a comedic straight man, please.
Yeah, I see how it is.
I'm just saying don't call it marriage.
Bud's chat does not like you. I fucking doubt that. That would be very surprising.
My chat generally likes you.
Yeah, there's no shot. If you think that, you're probably very sensitive to any kind of criticism I get on the internet because compared to other communities, Lud's community probably likes me the most.
I think you just talk a lot. That's all.
Yeah, it's what I do for hours a day.
You're just a
Okay.
talker.
So here's the thing, right? All of this starts, they get married, they fucking meet each other. He separates with his partner of 14 years, Vanessa Paradis. This is Johnny Depp. They get married in what?
Yes, it's Vanessa Paradis. Okay, it's a French name.
Yeah, Vanessa Paradis. Paradis.
Paradis.
Paradis.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Continue.
Vanessa Paradis. Okay, and they
Yeah,
married
that's when
in
I started to hate
2000.
Johnny Depp, by the way.
What?
That's when I hated Johnny Depp.
Why?
Because he fucking left Vanessa Paradis and their 2 kids and then got with a girl 20 years younger than him. It's cringe as hell.
Yeah, and people were doing the like age gap thing, but like, bro, she was 27. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck at that point. If you're over the age of 25, there is no age gap.
No, that's
no
weird.
shot. No
What are you
shot.
fucking talking about? He's like, oh, have you seen MASH? And then she's like,
No,
I'm
no
on
shot.
TikTok.
Once you're 25 plus, once you are 25 plus, straight up is over. Your brain is fully formed. Like it's more so the older the fucking male gets in that relationship or the older the other partner gets, the more exploitative it is, in my opinion, the more predatory it is, in my opinion, on the other side.
Wait,
Like I think a
what do you mean?
25-year-old, obviously there's different circumstances like, a boss dynamic or something like that. But if you are 2 random people on the planet and one is like 27 and the other is 60, like who gives a fuck?
I think it's weird. I think 23 years is a long time apart, and I think it's almost always the man being 20 years older than the woman, and it's just men trying to fucking, and you know what? I don't think they have that line. I don't think they're like, oh, it's 27. I think they couldn't tell the difference between a 27 and a fucking 22-year-old. You know?
That's crazy. I don't agree with that. I think that a 25-year-old woman it knows exactly what the fuck she's doing. Like, there's no, I don't like to infantilize women on my side of the fucking broadcast to be like 25-year-old women are victims in every circumstance. Like, no.
I'm not saying they're victims. I'm saying the guy's weird. I'm not saying the relationship. The guy weird to me if you're 60 and trying to get with a 27, 6 or 5-year-old. And even if they draw the line at whatever they draw it at, I don't think.
I think the weirder thing is leaving your wife and children. I think that is worse overall than, like, you know, marrying or dating someone who's 23 years younger than you, but still 27 years old.
It's just midlife crisis weirdo shit. Like,
you know?
I don't.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's. I think it's weirder. I think it's weirder what, for example, Leonardo DiCaprio does, dating everyone under the age of 25. Still legal, but definitely under the age of 25. But like I said, once you're over the age of 25, my rule is, like, it's crazy.
It's like everything is free and under God's eyes. Okay, so you think Hugh Hef is chill?
No, Hugh Hefner is weird for many different reasons, but
Well, like,
but like
specifically when he
Hugh
married
Hefner, when he was like 90, he was like dating a 25-year-old. I think the 25-year-old knows what she's doing more than Hugh Hefner is. He's just fucking. He's lost his mental faculties at that point. You know what I mean?
So you only care if you think the woman does not know what she's doing. More so.
Yeah, I think like grooming, or rather like the level of involvement and influence that a person can have over the other person is what's important in the situation. Once your brain is fully formed, you know what the fuck you're doing. You're a grown-ass woman. You want it to...
Yeah. I guess I don't care about... Like,
obviously, different circumstances can change that dynamic, of course. Don't misunderstand me.
In my mind, they're just weird, and I will think of them as a weird person who I just lose respect for, but I don't necessarily think they're doing something wrong. I just think they're weird.
Yeah. It's always funny when I have a chat full of like 19-year-old girls who literally beg me to fuck them in my DMs, which is never going to fucking happen, who then turn around and go, oh, it's so creepy. I'm 30 years old, dumbass. Stop sending me weird fucking DMs if you're going to sit here and be like, oh, Hasan is defending 25-year-olds getting fucked by 50-year-olds. No, I'm just saying that they're literally, like, they're adults, okay? They're fucking adults. Both parties are adults.
Yeah, that's why I take a lot of effort to not sexualize myself. Like, I don't shave my unibrow sometimes.
I shave my unibrow all the time. You always got to do that.
You got to put a little effort in, you know, just to make sure you can.
It's also, look, it's just weird. It's weird that like the internet gets fucking crazy with like age gap is so much. It's so creepy. It's like, dude, it's 25 plus. Again, anything below 25, you can absolutely fucking, you know, it's fair game to be like.
Rule, because I don't think if let's say I get 10 women legally and consensually, and I rope them up and I put them in front of you. In their 20s, I don't think you can be like 25, 25, 25, 25.
Wait, what? What is that? What's going on? We're talking about rope play?
Or isn't 25 years old just by looking at them in a lineup.
Oh, the differences. I mean, okay, but we're not talking about like physical differences. We're talking about mental differences. I think there is like, I think once you're 25, your brain is formed. That's what I'm talking about.
No, you're still dumb as fuck when you're 25.
Yeah, certainly, but most people are dumb as fuck. At least they are, you know, at least they have their mental faculties.
I guess it depends. I don't know. It depends on the person. I think I'm still dumb as fuck.
People are crazy. They're saying, are you being French right now? Dude, no, I'm not talking about 13-year-olds, okay? Calm the fuck down. I'm talking about fucking...
First of all, they don't do that in France, okay?
Yeah, only the philosophers.
All right. No,
that argue about the age of consent and the arbitrary nature of the age of consent. It's like a prison. The age of consent is like a prison.
It's more of a Quebecois accent. I resent that.
Am I being francophobe?
A little francophobic, I would say. All right. And if you think the French are bad, come on, the Japanese, seriously.
Okay, that's also true. Straight up, I think it's weird as fuck.
What's your opinion on lollies?
On what?
Lolly.
Is this gonna be like a fucking lol these nuts?
No. It's
What?
like
Oh, lollies. Ew, ew, ew. No, ew. No, it's nasty as fuck, dude. Ew.
makes sense.
Oh yeah, the fucking little the little girls that they draw and it's like sexual. It's fucking gross. Straight up. Ew. Straight up yikes. Straight up fucking gross.
But you got to respect the art a bit, you know, at the end
No,
of the day.
I don't. I think it's fucking weird. I think it's so goddamn weird. You were being real French right now, dude.
It's good. It's
Is actually le 3,000-year vampire and not actually 4 years old.
Your French accent is not bad, but it's deteriorating fast.
I have COVID, which is yeah, this is my card. I put the COVID card up every time. People want to yell at me.
COVID experience?
What?
This is your first bout with COVID-19?
Yeah, I've been ducking it. I've been fucking avoiding it like crazy, dude. I've been dodging it.
You'll be good.
I hope so. I don't want to get like long COVID. You know, I am afraid of that.
Cutie had it for like a month, I think.
Yeah.
Side effects.
No, I know. I know. I was checking in on her, making sure that she was all right. Unlike you checking in on me.
I checked in on you just now, you know?
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
good.
After I yelled
If you're
publicly.
good enough to go live, they say. What have you been doing? How long are you gonna stream? Like 6 hours again, or?
No, I've been doing that. I've been I streamed like 8 hours yesterday. It felt great. And honestly, it's not like the end of the world. I haven't lost my sense of taste or smell. I'm just tired. I'm definitely more tired than I would be. The only part that sucks is I can't work out. And I can still breathe too. Like I don't think my oxidization, is that the right word? I don't know. Levels are deteriorating.
Have you done a little sun? You should get some vitamin D in you.
Yeah, no, I've been taking suppies too. Vitamin D suppies, vitamin C, zinc.
All right, there you go. There you go. You're getting there. Maybe a little ivermectin for your body.
Yeah.
Couldn't
That's
hurt.
what I tried to get some ivermectin because I wanted to make a YouTube video of like, you know, trying it on for fun. And the
Ivermectin
pet
tier
feed
list.
store would not allow it.
That's tough.
Goddamn libtards, brother.
They're holding you down.
Okay, it's starting again. Oh, by the way,
All
fun
right.
fact, this guy, I'm pretty sure this guy, the talent manager, agent guy, his house
Yeah.
I almost bought.
Really?
I mean, I didn't want to buy it because it was fucking gross, the mirrors. But it was one of the houses that my realtor showed me.
Interesting. Did you get offered by CAA? I assume they've come up to you at some point.
I used to be with CAA back in the day before I switched over to WME.
They're cringe a bit.
I think they're too much of an old institutional agency, and they don't do a good job with like digital talent. Also, I would even go so far as to say the same thing about WME, low key, high key. Out of the big three, I would say UTA is probably the best.
Blasting his own agency.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't give a fuck.
There you go. Well, yeah, that's probably fair. All right, I'll let you go back to it. I'm going to watch. Someone made me a Radon helmet from Elden Ring, and I'm going to watch their video.
Oh, that's fucking sick.
Yeah, I'll send you a picture of it. Anyway, feel better. And
All right. Let me know if you want to keep talking about this case.
yeah, I'll call you probably. I want to do the days where there's an interesting witness rather than CAA Andy. But the days that I'm there, I'm down to have a call.
I mean, this is still important, I think. But all right.
All right,
Peace,
peace.
brother. Okay, let's unmute.
Her a friend is in addition to you two working together. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that regard, did you and her do anything social?
Yes.
And can you describe for me generally what types of activities you two would do together
Hilarious.
as friends?
We would go to dinner, go to
them.
events together,
It is them.
hang out at each other's residences.
And at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend?
Yes.
I got to pee. I'll be back.
And how did that relationship evolve? And I'm just talking about you and Mr. Depp becoming friends.
I spent a fair amount of time with both of them together, and at some point started to spend time with him on my own as well.
I see. And at some point in time, did Mr. Depp become a good a friend to you as Ms. Heard? I'm sorry. Let me re-ask that also. Did you consider, at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend to the same degree you considered Ms. Heard a friend?
Yes.
And at some point, let me ask you, at some point in time, did you represent Mr. Depp professionally?
Yes.
And can you explain to me how it came to you representing Mr. Depp professionally?
Johnny asked me to represent him.
And when you began representing Mr. Depp, did you continue representing Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you recall who Mr. Depp's agent was prior to you?
He was represented at another talent agency, UTA.
Do you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you recall when you stopped working for Mr. Depp?
He was like, no, he's a domestic abuser. What if he said that? He's like, no, man, he wasn't getting any jobs.
Within the past 2 years.
He's about to be like, no, dog, he wasn't getting jobs. I had to drop him.
Describe the circumstances of you no longer working for Mr. Depp.
He left CAA to follow an agent who left CAA to become part of a founding group in a new management company.
Oh, that's literally what happened with my agent as well. But I
person?
kept the CAA
Jack
team,
Wiggum.
or the WME team. This happens regularly, for the record,
Was
including
Mr.
with my
Wiggum ever
agent at
affiliated with
WME who went
CAA?
over to night management.
Yes.
Okay. And say that when Jack
Why is
Wiggum
Chris
departed
Evans
CAA,
copying you?
Johnny went with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr.
Dude,
Depp
I didn't
left,
invent the concept of a mustache. But thank you for thinking that.
left CAA, did you remain friends with him?
No.
Damn, cold-blooded.
I should probably first ask, at some point in time,
But nah.
did your friendship with Mr. Depp end?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would say at the time he left CAA.
And did him leaving CAA have something to do with the end of the friendship?
I don't know.
Are you still friends with Miss Heard?
No.
And when did that friendship end?
Probably when the legal disputes started.
And what legal dispute are you referring to? This one?
Fake friends all around, dude.
I'm not sure which one was first, but one of the disputes between Johnny and Amber.
Someone said my man is guilty of having no friends. He's not on trial here,
You're
chat.
not referring to their divorce, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you remain
What's
friends
wrong
with
with
both
you?
of them through their divorce. Is that accurate?
He said, I am
Yes.
not your friend, Ludwig style.
Although you're no
He's like,
longer
I am not
friends
your
with
friend.
Mr. Depp, do you have any animosity towards him?
I do not.
And same question with respect to Miss Heard. Although you're not friends with her any longer, do you have any animosity towards her?
I do not.
Do you recall when it is the last time you spoke with Miss Heard?
I do not.
Would it have been around the same time that your friendship ended with her?
I would assume so.
Exhibit 16.
No,
It looks
Mr.
like you in
Carino,
15 years. Bro, he's a good looking
see at
dude.
the
I mean, I'll
bottom
take
here,
it.
And I don't know if you can see it. If you see at the bottom, it has a bait stamp number under the yellow tag, CC00070.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? And take your time if you need to review it.
So annoying. He literally said he didn't know how things were affected by the cases, but he's directly saying that the case affected the work he could get them. I mean, that's not annoying. He's trying to cover his fucking ass to make sure that he can like legally say without admitting the full-blown like impact. He can't figure out what kind of damages can be awarded in such a defamation suit, so he can't fucking tell you the monetary reasons. There's also additional problems with that.
Okay.
Like,
and do you understand this to
agents
be
or
true,
executives, media executives are
authentic-
not going to come out and like go out to bat and be like, yeah, we refused Johnny Depp a job because we thought the domestic abuse accusations were real. Like, they're not going to fucking say that, because then they open up themselves up to like wrongful termination suits. You know what I mean? So that's why he's trying to literally say, yes, I believe he lost job opportunities, without actually openly fucking saying it. Don't get sucked in by the Amber Heard's defense team doing lawyer speak.
And you've read this email from Ms. Heard to you, correct?
Correct.
So at this point in time, was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
And ultimately, did she leave CAA?
Yes.
And it was at this time?
Yes.
No, they're questioning him back in March 11th.
You represented Ms. Heard. Did Mr. Depp ever
This is his new
interfere
house.
with you?
Last year he was in his old house. I almost bought that house. He's in his new house now, I think.
Did he ever ask you to do anything with respect to her career?
Not that I can recall.
Exhibit 17.
Now, Mr. Carino, this particular document was not produced by you. You'll see that at the bottom here. The bait stamp indicates ALH. That means it was produced by Ms. Heard. And this appears to be a text exchange between you and her. It's about a page and a half. If you could take the time to read it, and then I will ask you questions about it.
I read it.
And you'll see at the top, Mr. Carino, that it's dated July 14th, 2016. Based on that date and based on reading this text exchange, at this point in time, were you close friends with both Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And having read the text exchange, do you believe this to be a true and correct representation?
Why would you say you almost bought Depp's old house? No, that's fucking a random CIA agent's old house. I don't have enough money to buy Johnny Depp's old house. He's got like 6 penthouses, weirdo.
Now, you start the text exchange by indicating JD just surfaced.
Johnny Depp owns an
what is the
island,
JD
chatter.
reference?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Johnny Depp.
And she says, I saw Laurel yesterday. Who is Laurel?
Laurel's a therapist.
Do you know her full name?
Laurel Anderson.
Did you independently know Laurel?
Yes.
Yeah, broke boy manager can't even
Did you
own a
have
fucking
anything to
real
do with,
Liechtenstein or however you fucking say it.
Laurel seeing either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And can you explain that to me, please?
I introduced them all.
And what was the purpose of you introducing her to them?
They needed help.
And can you explain to me in more detail what you mean by that?
I think it was at a time where they needed somebody to help mediate the difficulties they were having.
And what do you mean by difficulties?
The strains on their relationship.
And in that regard, did you have conversations with Ms. Heard about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'm trying to determine for how long a period of time did Ms. Heard have conversations with you about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Can you give me a time frame?
I would say she talked to me about the state of their relationship from the beginning until the end.
The entire time you knew her? I'm sorry. The entire time you considered her a friend?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Depp? Did you have conversations with him about the state of his relationship with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And were those ongoing during the entire time you were friends with him?
Yes.
You say they both confided in you in that regard?
Yes.
So back to this text exchange. Where my cursor is, Ms. Heard says to you, yeah, she said that Johnny and I need to talk directly. Do you know who Ms. Heard's referring to there?
Laurel.
That was your understanding after reading this?
Yes.
No wonder he's guilty of no friends. He was gossiping with both of them.
Do you want to do something tomorrow? She says, yeah.
Andrew Garfield,
says,
after the
IDP,
Spider-Man franchise,
do,
took a hit, and he has never been the
say,
same, brother.
Okay. And then you say, what is safe to do? Do you want to come to my place for dinner? What did you mean by what is safe to do?
It meant avoiding paparazzi.
Okay. And then she says, it's so fucked up. I just want to tell him that what they are telling him isn't true. What was your understanding of what she meant by that sentence?
I don't recall.
Mr. Garino, while she's doing that, at the outset of this deposition, I asked you if you recall being deposed about a year ago in this case, and you said yes. Is that accurate?
Spider-Man, buy my home?
Yes.
What?
Okay. What I'm going to show you now is the transcript, a portion of the transcript from that deposition. And who is Mr. Bruckheimer?
That's so stupid.
Jerry Bruckheimer is the producer of the Pirates franchise.
And who is Mr. Wiggum?
Jack Wiggum was an agent at CA who worked with Johnny.
Okay. And who is Mr. Lord?
Brian is one of the managing partners of CAA and also worked on Johnny Depp.
And what was your understanding of why the Pirate 6 job was not offered to Mr. Depp?
Leo, you're asking my opinion?
Yes.
Because of the accusations that Amber had made.
Oh, damn, got him.
And what I'm about to show you, Mr. Carino, is a article in the Washington Post authored by Ms. Heard. You're going to notice that the article would be presented sideways. So you'll have to tilt your head a bit to review it.
719.
Do you, first, Mr. Carino, why don't you take control and just scroll through the document? It's just a couple.
Like, why didn't he answer the question in 2022 but not in 2021? He did answer it in 2022 as well. They specifically were asking, like, do you think that there were damages? And that was an assessment that he could not personally, professionally make. He did answer it in 2021 as well, though. He did say, my personal opinion is that yes.
Next page?
Yeah, when there's a jump like that, it's just at the top of the next page.
I took it as dodging in 2021, and now he's legit saying it out loud in 2022. Thank you for the clarification. No, he mentioned it in 2021 as well. There's a difference between him saying, in my personal opinion, the Pirates saga was clapped because of the accusations, or the Pirates 6 franchise was clapped because of the accusations, versus like he lost out on a lot of opportunities. Is difficult for him to. I mean, it's two different assessments. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew things early on without, like many women, I've been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was at college age, but I kept quiet. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And I felt the full force of the culture's wrath for women who speak out. Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to recast my role. I had shot 2-year campaigns to face a global fashion brand, and the company dropped me. Questions arose as to whether I'd be able to keep my role as Mera in the movies Justice League and Aquaman. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. So she's saying that she was the one for speaking out against abuse, that she withstood from Johnny Depp, was blacklisted from Hollywood. In fact, if you look at her career opportunities, Johnny Depp personally tried to get her to get kicked off of Aquaman. Okay, I have a text message in front of me that I will read right now, including other horrible things that Johnny Depp has texted about her. But he said, of his sister and producer, Johnny Depp demanded, I want her to be replaced on the WB film, which Depp admitted referred to Aquaman. And he failed. He was not able to get that wish. He regularly said on multiple occasions, sent like really fucked up text messages to his friends, saying things about Amber Heard. Yeah, I love all the protecting they did when they took all of his Hollywood work away. Whereas ultimately, despite Johnny Depp's best attempts, he was not able to get Amber Heard off of anything. And dude, why is this guy still reading? Why does it take you so long to read? What the fuck is going on? Motherfucker, I read this like 12 times already. Oh my God, dude.
Okay.
Mr. Carino, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Do you know who wrote this document?
Yes.
Who wrote this document?
Amber.
Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see there on this first page of the document?
Homie reads contracts as a part of his job, bro. I would not trust this man.
Amber Heard on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you understand that this document was authored by Ms. Heard and published on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall reading it at the time it was published?
No.
Mr. Carino, I'm showing you an email exchange in which you were involved. It's just this one page. I'll blow it up so you can review it. Take a second to review it, please.
Isn't it good that he takes more time with documents? Bro, I'm not trusting that man's reading abilities if he can't read for that.
Okay.
Can't read that quickly.
And let's start at the bottom of this. Well, do you see at the top that the email?
It's literally half a page, bro.
Return.
It's half a page. It was blown up, and it took him 7 minutes to read half a page.
This email exchange was on December 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall that the article you just read published by Ms. Heard was published on December 18th, 2018, 2 days before this?
Yes.
Now, if you go to the bottom of this email, do you see there is this link to an article?
Yes.
And it says...
oh, no. Chat's going to turn on me and say I'm being ableist towards dyslexic people. Oh, no. I'm seeing it already.
.com?
No jokes. No jokes allowed.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, what I put up next to the email exchange that we've been discussing is an article dated December 20th, 2018. Okay.
I have COVID.
So this article is dated December 20th,
I have COVID.
2018.
I can make jokes. I have COVID.
The email sent to you by Robin Baum is that same day, December 20th, 2018, correct?
That was good.
Yes.
Who is Ms. Baum?
Johnny's publicist.
Okay. And she's sending this article to you, is that right?
Yes.
And then in response, you say, were we told this officially from Disney? And she responds, I'm sorry, Jack Wiggum responds, no. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sure. So you testified just a few minutes ago that it was your opinion that Mr. Depp lost the Pirates 6 movie because of Miss Heard's allegations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Allegations of abuse, correct?
Yes.
And is this a demonstration of when Disney made that decision to not hire Mr. Depp for Pirates 6?
Yes.
Exhibit 22.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Miss Heard?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that she had been physically abused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had physically abused Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness
Doubt he would go around saying
any injuries on Miss Heard that would indicate that she was physically abused?
No.
Now, again, this is a few months after the filing of the divorce papers and the TRO, and Miss Heard states to you, I'll call you right back. Sorry. And you say, K. She says, is it too late to call?
K. Hit her with the
And
K.
you say,
No wonder he
"Just
doesn't
mention
have
dinner.
friends, bro.
We'll call you as soon as we walk
That's
out."
cold-blooded. That's cold-blooded. He hit her with a K.
And she says, please tell him
Hard
I
K.
love him. Is that an accurate reading of the text exchange so far?
Yes.
Do you know if at this time, based on your relationship with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
It's your understanding that she did?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard, based on your personal friendship with Ms. Heard, close personal friendship with Ms. Heard, would you say that she confided in you?
Yes.
Gonna say, why didn't she confide in you about domestic
And
abuse?
what
then?
about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Why wouldn't they
At
talk
some
about
point in
their domestic
time,
abuse if that was the case? Is what he's.
After Ms. Heard filed those divorce papers in May of 2016, did she make any requests of you to intervene in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
What do you mean by intervene?
Assist in, let's start with assist in communications between the two.
Objection. Same objections.
Can you explain to me what transpired in that regard? Walk me through.
At some point around that time, she wanted me to arrange for them to get together in person.
And what did you do after that was requested of you by Ms. Heard?
I talked to Johnny about it.
What happened after that?
He was reluctant at first and then agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I mean, this is a long time ago, but I remember there was a fair amount of discussion
poop
about
socks.
the TRO and
I wonder
how
if this
we
is a
would
real
deal
audio.
with that, because nobody wanted Johnny accused of violating the TRO as an outcome of that meeting. And I don't remember exactly what we did, but Amber at some point warranted that she would never accuse him of violating the TRO to do the meeting. And I set the meeting up.
So just so I understand, you set the meeting up.
A temporary restraining order, chat.
Objection is.
And as part of you setting up, she told you that it didn't matter. What I'm trying to understand what.
TRO is a temporary restraining order. TOTH is also important here. It's called the top of the hour. Why is that important? Because I serve you a 1 minute ad break at the top of the hour.
Distance of her.
Okay.
Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
In connection
with
her wanting to meet with him.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? Yeah, you motherfuckers were saying I lost it. Well, guess what? I'm back. I'm back, bitch. I'm back. Fuck you.
Of violating the restraining order.
Here's the 1 minute ad break coming to you now. Unless you have a Twitch Prime, which is free. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's a 1 minute ad break now.
There were conversations with both sides legally, I believe at the time, to make it transparent to everybody that this was happening.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I arranged the meeting. Johnny was in San Francisco on tour, and I arranged to borrow a friend's house, and Amber and I flew to San Francisco and drove to the house, and Johnny showed up a few hours later.
And did the two of them meet?
Yes.
In the same room?
They sat outside.
Okay. How close to each other were they?
Inches away from each other.
And how long were they out there talking? For how long were they out there talking?
Several hours.
Did you, although you were out there, were you in a position where you could see them through a window or otherwise?
Yes.
At some point in time, the conversation ended, correct?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
I received a call or a text from Steve, whose house it was, and he notified me that he would be coming back to the house within the next hour or so. And I told Johnny and Amber, and we decided to rent a hotel room in San Francisco so that they could continue to talk.
And did that in fact happen?
Objection.
And at some point in time, you left that house, correct, to go to San Francisco?
Get objected on,
yes.
Bitch.
And was it the three of you?
No. Johnny had security with him, and we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to be seen together. So Johnny
yes,
left
of course they're cutting
with
the objections.
his
This is
security
pre-recorded.
in his car, and I believe Amber and I took an Uber.
And what happened after that?
We all met at the hotel room.
And do you know what happened after that?
They started arguing.
And do you recall any details of the argument?
No.
And for how long was this argument had in a hotel room?
Project
Yes.
Veritas, dude?
Did
What the
you
fuck is
witness
wrong
the
with you?
entire discussion, or did you leave at some point?
I left the next morning at 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning.
And Mr. Carino, I'm showing you emails that were produced by you. First, the bottom of the first page, it starts at the bottom of the first page. The string above it was redacted. And you'll see that it starts on August 7th, 2017. Do you see that?
August 7th, 2017, yes.
Having read it,
Ow.
Can you determine who you're speaking with in this text exchange?
Amber.
Oh, hang on. Let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Ms. Heard ever had a relationship with Mr. Elon Musk?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
She did?
Oh, shit.
Yes.
So again, it's dated August of 2017. And she says, dealing with breakup, I hate when things go public. See, I'm so sad. Having reviewed the document again, do you have an understanding of what she's referencing there?
I believe she's referring to breaking up with Elon.
You say seems like a press release.
Uh-oh.
You weren't in love with him, and you told me 1,000 times you were just filling space. What are you saying there?
This guy is like a simp.
Why would you be sad if you weren't in love with him to begin with?
Yo, what the
You're
fuck?
referring to who?
Elon.
Oh my
And
god,
at this
this is
point in
incredible.
time, were you still close friends with Miss Heard?
Looks like that's the case at that time, yes.
And did she still, at this point in time, did she confide in you about her relationships?
Yes.
Yo, I'm sorry. I think this guy was trying to have sex with her. Like, I hate doing this, but I do feel like this dude's giving me
I'm sorry,
big,
she
like,
responds.
ooh,
I know,
like,
but I
I'm friends
wanted
with you,
time
so
to
I can
grieve
try to
and
have sex with
recover
you energy.
in my own time. Is she still referring to Mr. Musk there? Do you know? Your understanding.
I don't know whether she's referring to Johnny or to Elon in that line.
Okay. In this point in time, do you know what her feelings were? What was your understanding? At this point in time, what was your understanding based on your experience with her? What was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't believe.
Guys with long hair are slime balls. Excuse me? Fucking chill.
I hate that.
You know who else had long hair? Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, you fucking piece of shit.
You ask, how so? She says, oops. Meaning, they are mad at me for leaving them and put things like this out there. You say, sorry.
For people saying, Jesus, you're Muslim, Islam believes that Jesus was alive, just wasn't like a mythical being.
She says like
doesn't believe
that.
the magic shit, but
You
says
say,
Jesus Christ was alive.
You
for
could
sure.
avoid all this if you stop dating uber famous people. You can be with a big man who isn't famous. What
Oh my god!
What were you?
Oh my god! He's literally like, you shouldn't date someone who's uber
What I was
famous,
saying was,
like me.
if you don't like being in the press about your personal life, then don't date people that are famous.
Oh my god! He's literally saying,
you
date me
indicated that
instead.
She moved on immediately after after Johnny Depp to date Elon Musk. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Oh
Do you have an
my
understanding
god!
whether Ms. Heard and Mr. Musk were in fact dating at the time of the San Francisco reconciliation that she asked you to set up?
I mean,
I
homie
don't
dated Lady
know
Gaga,
whether
so I
they
guess
were
this
dating.
attitude worked.
But they had definitely spent time together.
Do you know how long after the San Francisco attempted reconciliation you gained the understanding that Elon Musk and Ms. Heard were in fact dating?
I don't know exactly how long, but not long after.
Do you know who or what was your understanding of who she was referring to when she was said, "Here, I love him"?
Johnny.
Based on this exchange, did you have an understanding at this time whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe she did.
And at this point in time, she was still a close personal friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did she consider you a confidant in your understanding?
I think, yes.
Okay, just to authenticate this document again, Mr. Carino, do you see that it's referenced at the bottom, date stamped CC, indicating that you produced this document?
Yes.
And after having read this, do you perceive this as a true or copy of a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, and you see at the very top here, it's dated August 16th, 2017.
Yes.
Bro, it kind of feels like he wasn't a really good homie to Johnny Depp. Just saying. And even then, he's like making it seem as though, you know, Amber Heard had never opened up to him about abuse.
I don't know how or where to
Like,
start.
he literally trying to fuck Amber Heard. You know what I mean? It seems like, and
finally, I am single.
even then, he's like, yeah, I never heard about abuse like
I
that.
just want him to know I loved him and that I am sorry. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Heard is referring to here?
Yes.
And who is Ms. Heard referring to in this text?
Johnny.
And what is she
Are you aware of the false propaganda you spread?
She was asking me to deliver a letter that she was writing to him.
Yes, false propaganda such as, you know, we all deserve a life of dignity.
Does she also want you to
and your net worth should not, you know, subjugate you for no fucking reason. It's disgusting.
Believe that was all in
the things I
reference to
advocate for.
getting him a handwritten letter that she was writing or trying to write.
Was it your understanding at the time of this text exchange, August 24, 2017, that Ms. Amber was attempting to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe so.
Okay.
Spreading propaganda like, you know, real. Spreading propaganda such
And I know
as, you know,
this
gay
may
people
sound repetitive,
exist in
but
society and
on
you
August
should not
20
marginalize them and
text on
harm
August
them.
24,
Fucked up.
2017, you and her were still close personal friends, correct?
I believe so.
There's not much here at all, Mr. Carino, but I did want to confirm that this was a document produced by you, correct, based on the date stamp on the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see it's dated September 27th, 2017?
September 23rd.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. It's dated September 23rd, 2017. And it's a text to you that says, God, I miss him. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Heard is referring to there?
Yes.
And who's that?
Johnny.
And
oh, dude, he
do
does
you
not
see,
like that.
At the bottom, the date of the text is June 9th, 2018.
She's talking about Harambe?
Yes.
Okay, chatter.
Okay. And it says, I text him happy birthday. Do you know who sent that and who the him is?
I assume this is from Amber and she's talking about Johnny.
You've had a chance to review the whole document. Perino, what does this appear to be?
It appears to be the communications around the time that we set up the meeting in San Francisco.
And who are these communications between?
Me and Johnny.
Okay. And this first bubble, can you tell if the blue is you or Mr. Depp?
I think the blue is me.
Sure. Earlier in your deposition, at the very outset, I was asking you about your representation of individuals at CAA. You indicated that you represent individuals that are both actors and musicians. Would you consider Mr. Depp in that pool?
Yes.
And you represented, or CAA represented him both in connection with his
That
acting
tie is
endeavors
trash.
and his involvement with the vampires?
Yes.
And
you're a simp. That tie is trash. You're
was
simping for
Mr.
no
Depp's
reason.
participation in Hollywood Vampires lucrative?
No.
Not speak on fashion. Shut the fuck up.
Do you know whether or not
the worst
it was
part about
something
getting fucking
Mr.
blasted for
Mr.
old
Depp
fits of
enjoyed?
mine on the internet has been like these little fucking dweeb nerds on the internet also thinking that I have bad taste over and over again, when obviously fashion is super subjective. And like even the last fit I blasted on the timeline, motherfuckers were trying to
Plaintiff
say
calls
like it
Laura
sucks.
Wasser by deposition, Your Honor. W.
Sorry for popping off on you. I'm sure you were just making a little baby joke. It's just like so fucking annoying though. Like this fit was objectively good, okay? Well, not objectively. Nothing is objectively good, especially when it comes to fucking fits. But look, this last post on my Instagram, this one, this is not bad. Like it's not a bad fucking fit. And yet for some fucking reason, everyone was still like, dude, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. It's crazy. Like, stop defending it. I will defend this till the day I die, motherfucker. This is a good ass fit. Like, not everything has to look the way you want. I don't know. Like, some people just want like Gore-Tex from top to bottom. Tom, please get thicker skin. You're farming chat at this point. Bros, Twitch streamers and viewers who can dress like my under 5%. Fire fit though, maybe chunky in proportions. Yeah, the pants are a little bit too chunky. I don't know how to make him look better, but yeah, it just sucks because it's like everyone can so easily say, sound dumb as fuck. Stop saying that. What? Okay, well, I'm just gonna let you guys know that objectively a good fit. Talk shit post fit. Let me fucking rip your shit. But I can't because anonymity is what you use. All you motherfuckers go to r/male fashion advice and then come in here and be like, oh, dude, I can't believe you're not wearing Henleys, dude. It's not a white button up. Anyway, let's get back to the lawsuit here.
For the record, some exceptions to what would be considered community property and therefore divided equally.
Now, if someone alleges domestic violence or abuse against their spouse, would that change
Also
the
go like this
amount they
post.
would otherwise be entitled to under
Or you want me
community
to
property laws?
No.
In
go
obtaining
like this post because I have
a
COVID.
temporary restraining order,
That's a good way to go about this.
what is your understanding of the process?
The moving party files generally with 24 hours notice to the person who is being accused of domestic violence a declaration and forms with the court and requests a temporary domestic violence restraining order. That will generally last no longer than a 21-day period when the defendant is able to make his or her arguments as to why such a restraining order would be inappropriate.
And the temporary restraining order, can it be continued?
Yes.
When did you first begin representing Mr. Depp relating to his divorce with Amber Heard?
Yeah, this is what you guys wear when you fucking say my fits are ass.
I believe it was in December of 2015.
I'm going to ask you to pull up document 1, Wasser document 1, and let's go ahead and label that as Wasser exhibit number 1. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser deposition exhibit.
I have to retell the assessment originally of the couples counselor that testified in the first week of the trial. Once again, for people to understand what my position is. Dr. Laurel Anderson, a marriage counselor who worked with Heard and Depp in 2015, said in her testimony that Based on her work with the couple, she believed they engaged in what I saw as mutual abuse. The doctor claimed that Heard would start fights to keep him, Johnny Depp, with her, Amber Heard, and that those fights could lead to physical violence. If he was going to leave her to de-escalate the fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave, Anderson said. She also testified that she saw multiple small bruises on Heard's face once. Okay?
A copy of this letter from someone?
Which, by the way, Amber Heard also has literally agreed to this testimony, basically, by admitting it in uncovered phone conversations that were uncovered for this court case. So it absolutely is something that she definitely did.
Yes, it was around that time.
Around May 24, 2016.
You sound like you're still sick.
Yes.
Of course I'm still sick. I
Did
tested
you
positive for
have
COVID yesterday.
any communications with Samantha Spector in connection with this letter?
Yes.
And when you say within days, could it have been the same day, May 24th, the next day, 25th?
Possibly.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next paragraph. It says, to this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27, 2016, the enclosed notice of acknowledgement receipt form, confirming service of the summons petition law case.
Here's one of my
cover
fits
sheet
you can
and
roast if
blank
you want.
response. Did you do
Yeah,
that?
it's trash. There you go.
This
Look at
letter
What are
was
those
not
shoes,
directed
bro?
to me.
What are those fucking shoes?
No,
Look at how
I
basic this
understand
is.
it, but it was given to you, correct?
I believe so.
And you were representing Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
This is the most Gopnik
And
fit I've seen in
Mr.
a long time, by the
Malone
way.
did not represent Mr.
How are you
Depp
both?
in
How are you
connection
both Minnesota
with
and Gopnik at the same
divorce,
time?
correct?
Like, I don't know how the fuck you went to. I don't know how you're like you're from an oblast, but also simultaneously you're out here fucking from a Minnesota oblast. Them pant cuffs are not helping you either. Okay, can't call this a fucking fit. You literally cannot call this a fit. You look like an undercover cop. Is that good? The Milwaukee Oblast, exactly. Yeah, how about that? Look like, I don't know who that is. Bad fit doesn't make yours good. Yo, check out my cool jeans and t-shirt. Also got this cool windbreaker dog. No, there's workable stuff. The windbreaker itself could look good, okay? We have a fit rose stream. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to make fun of Chatter's fits. I'm being like too mean right now. You look great, man. Chatter, you look great. I'm just kidding, okay? You look wonderful. I would probably not go with pants that look like that, obviously, because that's like a very weird, ugly, grayish black color. And, you know, better fitting pants could help you in this circumstance. And obviously not those shoes. But, you know, if you tuck that white tee in, got some better pants and some different shoes, you could look great in that fit, okay? Feel bad. Pretty normal fit, in my opinion. It's not like a fit at all. It's just something that you wear. It's just like a bunch of collection of things you had in your closet that you put together. Only had $10,000 fits. Yeah, me, I'm always wearing $10,000 fits. About this fit. What is MPreg beyond male pregnancy? I was just. What is wrong with you, chat? Roast me. Okay, dude. All right, we're done. What is this? You got the anime beanie. You got the fucking unionized tee, which is obviously fire. Too many graphics going on here. You can't also wear the Dragon Ball pants with the fucking anime beanie on top of that. I can't even see your shoes, but God, I really don't want to see them. Okay, God damn, dude. What the fuck? That's way too much anime. Why are you trying actively to repel pussy? That was going on. You're just like, listen, I literally personally want to make sure that I am actively pushing women away from me. Okay, that's what this looks like. 1 to 10, my fit. That's fire. Nothing, change nothing. My fit next, king. Okay, that's actually good. You knew that that was good. Fuck you. You knew that this was like decent. Like you got good accents, and also, you know, this is a decently well-fitting Wrangler. I mean, it's just shoes are good too. No, that's fucked up. That's shameless. Don't fucking plug your good fit in here. You literally wear line 5 different patterns of sweat shorts. Yeah, I'm wrong when I do that. Can't tell. I don't know what's going on here. What? I felt cute. Might delete my emotion emulator later. What? Okay, listen. We're done with this segment. Get back to this, okay?
High profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
What do you recall Ms. Spector saying to indicate that she did not want to take it out of the public space?
I don't recall her saying anything.
Okay.
Fire. Good fire. Absolute fire.
Your understanding was that
Fire. Best fit I've seen so far.
Was in fact obtained on Friday, May 27, 2016 by Ms. Heard against Mr. Depp, correct?
That is my understanding.
After that, did there come a time that you or anyone at your law firm communicated with the Eastern Columbia Building concierge staff or management?
Also fire. This is what I'm talking about when I say I see a lot of HasanAbi chatters out here. Pants are great.
Penthouse lofts,
Great
yes.
thrift finds.
And
Love the
if it's
belt
easier
buckle.
for you,
Works
everyone's
really
been
well.
referring
Great
to the
fucking fit.
Eastern Columbia Building.
I bet this chatter doesn't
ECB.
talk shit about my
Would that
outfits
be
though.
helpful at all?
I'm willing to bet that chatter and the chatter before that I said whose outfit was fire is actually not even fucking. Those aren't the chatters who ever talk shit about what I wear. I'm willing to bet. Okay. I don't know what's going on here, but you know, why are you just sending me this? Okay, I can't stop. Okay, decent. I mean, you look like you work at a thrift store, and that's, you know, it's ever present. You rate women's outfits? Maybe. Okay, I'm trying not to fucking rate the fits, but hard. You need me to turn off link privileges so we can end this? Okay, stop. This outfit's good though. This is a good outfit. I don't know. Are those just like straight Converse, or are those like Rick Owens or whatever? Stop. I can't stop. Please do a chat fit check day so we can all submit our best. Sure, we can do that. Except people are gonna roast you. I'm just gonna let you know. But yeah, no, I every time I'm out and about, I see so many people with awesome fucking fits. They come up to me out and about in public. They are blasting fucking fits, okay? Straight up. Okay, save your fit pics for later. We'll do it later at some point. About that. Post on Discord to make a separate chat for fits? Sure. I buy and sell vintage clothes as my job. That was a pop-up I did. They're Rick Owens, by the way. Oh, I fucking clocked it. Let's go. It's very hard to dress when you're so tall and big. Yes, it's 100% true. I think that my community has incredible fits, like actually. And the people that do have good fits in my community aren't the same people who are like, bro, your fucking outfits suck. The only people that go fucking crazy whenever I wear something that's like aggressive or loud or, you know, like I said, aggressive or loud, or it's a pattern that you think is like unacceptable, you're dressed like trash. You don't want to ever fucking you don't want to ever fucking go out there and take risks, like ever. And you consider any kind of risk taking to be inappropriate and unacceptable. So that insecurity is the reason why you're like, yo, fuck you. Your outfit's trash, actually. Fuck yourself. And that's what it is. You know? I copied one of your exact same outfits and I got a lot of compliments. I also live in LA, so fashion's different here. Yes, dude, it stems from insecurity. No, I do think it does in a lot of instances. I get it. Bro, you're talking to a person who was so fucking insecure that I didn't want to wear glasses. Not like glasses to see, but sunglasses. I didn't want to wear hats because I thought everyone will look at me and go, why is that guy wearing a hat? That's how fucking insecure I used to be. I couldn't even wear sunglasses because I was like, people are going to look to me and go, that's weird. Why is he wearing sunglasses? You understand? That's how fucking insecure I used to be. What if people notice that I'm wearing glasses? Now I think back at it and I'm like, that's so psychotic. What motherfucker is going to be like, wow, you're wearing glasses? Oh, look at you. No one is going to say that. And anyone that actually says that is a freak. Never wore sunglasses because I thought I'd look like a douche, but now I wear them and I am a douche. Nice. Anyway. As another former fat tall guy, I feel you, bro. It was a struggle to move past it, but I'm in a similar place to you and it feels good after all those years of hating myself. Yep. A lot of weight helped. And also just going out there and literally wearing glasses, no matter how insecure it made me feel originally, helped. You gotta try. You just gotta go after it. Don't worry, you won't look like fucking Kirsten Cinema, okay? Like, everyone's fear ultimately is to look like the Emperor Has No Clothes or Kirsten Cinema, right? You're like worried that that's what it's going to look like. You're going to put on something and you think you look good, but you're insecure about what you're wearing, and everyone's going to look at you and go, what a fucking idiot this guy is. Look how fucking stupid they are. But do not worry. Fear not. Okay. I genuinely believe that if you know what proportions look good on you, as well as basic color matching, anyone can look great with any type of... Bro, we have like at least 2K motherfuckers who are just like exclusively in here to see the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Like the moment I shift away from it, they're like, oh dude, we're done. We're done here. Fucking idiot. You fucking asshole. We're done. Talking about fits? Get the fuck out of here. I want to get back to this wine mom shit immediately. Anyway, get back to the trial, you fucking goobers.
Information. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this letter? And if you want me to scroll down and let you read each page, I'm happy to do that first.
I'm familiar with this letter. I recall receiving it.
And Did you receive this letter before you received the surveillance footage from the ECB building?
I am not sure.
Well, I think you had indicated that you thought that it was in June or July that you
This is a
received
lawyer.
the surveillance footage. Is that still your best recollection?
I'm looking at the date and knowing the chronology of the case. It is my best estimate that we received this letter prior to the time that we received the video footage.
Ms. Wasser, what steps did you and your firm and co-counsel take to preserve the surveillance video footage of
Yes,
ECB
in Los Angeles, even the lawyers are
from
sexy.
the time you received it going forward?
I think the absence of us doing anything to destroy the video footage would be the most I could testify regarding in terms of steps that we took to preserve the video footage.
Are you aware of any destruction of the video footage, the surveillance video footage from ECB up to the present?
No, we probably still have it.
Have you looked for it?
No,
Have you been asked to look for it?
no.
I'm going to
My
ask
back
you
hurts.
to take a look at what has now been marked as Watson Deposition Exhibit number 3, and it's dated
this?
June 6th,
My open invitation to peg Hasan the Hun for clout? What the fuck?
addressed to
No
you,
thanks.
and it's from Charles Carter.
I
Did you
am
have an
not into,
understanding that
getting
Mr. Carter
pegged.
also represented Amber Heard?
I did when I received this letter on June 6th.
And did you have an understanding that Mr. Carter was also asking you to preserve any evidence?
Yes.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 4. It's dated June 6th as well, and it's to Charles Carter from your phone. And you are acknowledging receipt of the preservation demand letter from Ms. Heard as well as his. And you indicated we are fully aware of our obligations with respect to the preservation of evidence. Please rest assured that we intend to comply with the preservation demand and expect that Ms. Heard will do so as well. Do you recall saying that in this letter?
Yes,
And was this letter, in fact, from you to Mr. Harder?
it was.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 5. It's a letter dated June 21, 2016 to Samantha Spector, Charles Carter, and Leonard Levine, I think it's pronounced, remarriage of Depp. And it's from Samantha Klein. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you are copied on it. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Klein worked with your law firm
Yes.
and represented Mr. Depp as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
N-word will be allowed
I'm going to
soon,
go
thanks
back
Elon
up
Musk.
to the beginning to call your attention to a particular section. It says, this letter shall confirm the agreements we reached yesterday with respect to the pending domestic violence proceedings. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to go down to the media, press, and it says, neither party nor his or her respective counsel representatives.
We're gonna move on from this for now. I'm getting kind of I'm having a hard time focusing on this. And I think there's a lot more news to cover, okay? So I think it's better to move on from this a little bit. Getting a little clean, got a fucking Elon reply. Oh no. Truth Social is currently beating Twitter and TikTok on the Apple Store. Nothing sus about this app. It's obviously here to tell us the truth. Elon Musk give a... Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. It's just like fucking terrifying.
the proximity that Elon Musk has to Twitch and streamers and just like being extremely online, it's like legitimately, what the fuck is happening? Why is nothing like
We're going to begin with the
loading?
latest on
Okay.
the war in Ukraine.
What is happening right now? Like, what the fuck is happening to my computer? So we're going to talk about Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter and the actions that he has taken thus far. Before we get into Russia cutting off gas to Bulgaria and Poland, that happened today as well, because Bulgaria and Poland refused to buy it in rubles. It's the new ad shit YouTube's trying to roll out. She's been doing that for days, really. You covered Twitch talking about cutting streamers' money to increase profits. I did already. I talked about it this morning. And I said that it's completely unacceptable. And I also tweeted about it as well. Ridiculous. And they're coming after, like, they're going to try to milk larger content creators as best as they can and their audiences, basically. And it's really fucked up. But if they're milking their largest content creators, you best your fucking ass smaller content creators are going to get absolutely clapped the fuck off. Like, clapped the fuck up. So there's that, which they already are, you know. And the reason why they're doing that is because they can. They feel like they can, because with Mixer dying, like the last time they fucking gave out big contracts was because they were worried about their top content creators going to Mixer. I wasn't a big content creator at the time, so I didn't see that. And then after that, when I did my partner negotiation, at that point it was like nothing. You know what I mean? And then after that, they started getting big deals in between for. They started giving out bigger deals because they were worried that YouTube was going to make a play. But YouTube then basically decided not to make a play for live streaming. I don't think that's where they make their monetization, so they don't care about it as much. And yeah, this is horrible. And it's really fucking stupid to prioritize your short-term profits like this. It's really stupid to prioritize short-term profits like this by literally fucking over your top content creators and every other content creator on the platform subsequently. Know what I mean? Isn't this more money to creators? Fuck no. No, they're basically stating that they're going to... There are different rev splits for some top content creators. They get 70% of the sub revenue instead of the 50%. They're gonna say, like, no, if you have a 70-30 split, we're gonna give you 50-50 instead. That's a huge chunk of revenue that they're just straight up taking with no, like, that's insane. That is a completely unacceptable and completely insane thing to do, because they're just like, we're not gonna give you anything additional. We're just gonna take more money that your fans are directly giving you. Like, that's insane. It's literally like, it's like taking tips. Obviously, we're not, I mean, we're way better off than fucking, you know, someone in the service industry. But we're also generating that level of fucking wealth for Twitch in comparison to someone who is being exploited at the restaurant. That doesn't mean we're more significant or anything like that, but I straight up make millions of dollars for this fucking company every fucking year. And I do it because I love the stream. And this is the most viable way for me to do so every single day. It's ridiculous that they would fucking turn around and then be like, yeah, we're actually going to take more money that your fans are giving you. Isn't that fucking, that's insane. Like, that's literally insane. The increase of ads offset the loss of subsplit. What do you mean? They want you to fucking... No, that doesn't work that way because then you're running ads. I don't want to fucking run ads. They want both anyway. They're literally not going to... They're not going to help you monetize more with ads either. They just want you to literally fucking run more ads and take more money off of your subs as well. And for the record, the only reason why they can do this, the only reason why they're getting away with this, not so fun being capitalist now, huh? Dude, what the fuck are you... Oh, God, please stop making jokes like this. Like, it's so stupid because people are just like, here are two different things here, okay? On the one hand, you have people who like despise Twitch streamers, okay? They're like, I fucking love watching Twitch. I can't stop watching Twitch, but I absolutely fucking despise Twitch streamers. Like, they're very fortunate I could be like them, and I'm not them, so I fucking hate them. But then they turn around and they say, fuck you. Look how much money you're making. It's okay to fuck you over. Like, it's okay that the company that you work for as a contracted employee, okay, as a contractor, can fuck you. Like, literally, it's fine. You literally side in that circumstance with the mega corporation and Amazon out of the pure spite and jealousy you feel towards your streamer. And ultimately, it makes it worse for you. It makes the content experience worse for you. You're going to what? See, you're going to sit there and watch more ads now? You fucking dumb idiot. What's wrong with you? What the fuck? It's such an odd thing to be in favor of. Because you have attention, we're getting wage thefted right now. Stop letting that chatter push it on. Just you and reflect on everyone else, dude. Yeah. But when I do that, when I use this as an opportunity to educate people on wage theft and what corporations do to fucking drive up profits, then they turn around and say, you're LARPing as a fucking proletarian. So there is that. This is 1000% wage theft, and it's totally legal for a company to do. And there's no recourse. Okay? There's no recourse because the system is slanted against people who work. And then when I mention that, they turn around and fucking go, oh, you're LARPing as a regular old working class Andy with the amount of money that you're making. It doesn't matter. It's your money, dumbass. It's your money that you're giving me. Okay? And Twitch is just taking more of it for no fucking reason. I get that people in the tertiary sector don't usually unionize, but there doesn't seem to be any absolute barrier to doing so. Does their Twitch content creators could, in theory, unionize? I don't know how that would work. I feel like that would be incredibly, incredibly difficult. Barrier of entry for SAG-AFTRA is like well established. I don't know how content creators in that similar capacity could do it in a platform like Twitch. Thought about it a lot. Is there anything that chatters can do to help? I mean, not right now. I wonder if there'll be an increase in viewership in like those countries where there's no ads running. No. And they turn around and mauled when wealthy people don't advocate for them. Yeah. Are Prime subs going? No, I don't think so. But it is fucking wild. Getting millions, why are you worrying about Haas? Dude, it doesn't fucking matter. I've also turned down that number that you're talking about for far less because I think it's important to not run as many ads, for example. Don't ask me. Go ask Ludwig. I don't like to talk about this shit. He's seen my fucking contract. He can't speak on it. I mean, I guess he could technically speak on it, but I can't. And I don't want him to speak on it either, obviously. But like, he'll tell you. He knows what other contracts look like. And it's absolutely ridiculous. Doing shit Hasan advocates against. Why you mad, Hasan? I know, because people don't have any way of analysis. Like a lot of people are not capable of like a lot of people who watch are not capable of like conducting any sort of like meaningful analysis over a situation, and they just see everything from the lens of petty political drama amongst influencers. In this circumstance, a lot of people who have like already antagonizing attitudes towards me because they've been fucking primed up by other YouTubers that fucking make a living off of saying I suck are coming in here and being like, dude, you're already rich, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah, it's not something I'm hiding, but it doesn't change the reality that this is still a multi-million-dollar company that's like milking without any sort of additional fucking offerings. You know what I mean? Simply for the sake of like trying to boost their profits in the short term. That is ridiculous. Here are the real economics of the sub-split market no one wants to talk about, or maybe they don't understand. Big streamers are loss leaders. Every time someone who averages 5K probably lower goes live, Twitch loses money. Their paid subs will never be enough. Yeah. Mid-tier streamers make up for this loss. Mid-level in this case is probably between 100 and 500. Who knows? Pandemic numbers. You're a size where your subs likely outnumber your viewers by a large margin, which cannot be profitable without maximizing revenue from this group. Smaller streamers probably make back what they cost Twitch. Maybe Twitch makes money from the ad side. Bonus, see why Twitch wants a bigger streamers to run more ads without a better share of ad money so they can possibly get them to pay their share. Why do big streamers cost Twitch money? Prime subs aren't free. Serving video isn't free. You think Twitch doesn't have the tech to do 4K? They have some of the best video engineers because it's expensive to serve 4K. So what does this mean? Best chance for Twitch to have a fair sub split is to adopt progressive taxation for the bigger streamers. The bigger you get, the less you get per sub. If everyone's offered a choice, I bet most streamers wouldn't take this system. 100%. Especially because they still are literally talking about milking fucking mid-tier streamers and fucking over smaller streamers nonstop. That's it. And basically framing this as like bigger streamers paying their share, their fair share for the corporation is psychotic. I have COVID. There's been lots of stories of the past few years about Twitch being staffed with generic FAANG techies who don't actually care about the content mission of Twitch. Yeah, I think that Twitch is no longer like the tiny company that Amazon allowed for it to like separately fucking live. Why the fuck is it called progressive tax if none of the money's going to the middle tier streamers and instead going to Amazon? Exactly. Exactly. But Sam, how do FB and YouTube do it? They're not of size. Before I started at Twitch, I always thought Mixer had such an advantage in their latency. Then I realized that the latency was because they didn't have the viewership Twitch did. Wait till they get bigger. It'll be bad. Devin Nash coming in clutch. He says, your model assumes Twitch subscription revenue operates in a vacuum. It does not. Twitch is punishing streamers for their own inferior ad systems. Their ad revenue verticals should subsidize subscription splits for creators. This is how YouTube offers its creators better sub splits. It's disingenuous to say we can't improve sub splits for creators because it's a loss leader. While ignoring that Twitch had 8 years to build a competitive ML-driven ad platform and didn't do it, we're stuck with bad splits because Twitch didn't improve its core revenue drivers. Not wrong. Like, big streamers are not loss leaders. For the record, I don't think they're loss leaders. I, for the longest time, would have been a loss leader when I didn't run any ads. But then they fucked me with I fucked myself over because I wanted to run as little ads as possible. So now I'm no longer a loss leader. But yes, Twitch has a lot of inventory, and they could sell all that inventory at super high CPMs, but no one wants to run ads. Anyway. Why don't you larger Twitch streamers create your own platform? Yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen. That's crazy. Abi sesine ne oldu? Covid'im amına koyayım, Covid'im. Anyway, so yeah, we're just kind of cooked. We are just, as streamers, we are just as powerless in the face of a gigantic corporation turning around and doing whatever the fuck they want. That's just how it is. The irony, of course, is that this kind of attitude and this kind of move literally get bigger streamers who are annoyed and have a lot of disposable income to just make irrational choices on purpose, specifically to say fuck you. You know what I mean? At least you have freedom with your content. Yeah. I mean, if they change the non-exclusivity, real, is there stopping big streamer from saying peace out? Yeah, no, the ending of exclusivity here basically is a statement that Twitch is making, saying they don't give a fuck. Go to YouTube if you want. We're not afraid. Okay. Viewership for live videos of people playing video games has exploded in recent years and elevated a new class of internet celebrities. Twitch leads the market, but Amazon increasingly wants the site to make money over the long term. The unit has recently gone to work on new profit-driven programs, but some employees have said the shift hurts its users. There has been an exodus in recent months of top and longtime employees who said Twitch has lost touch with its community needs. Bloomberg has reported. They did. They lost a lot of talent on the Twitch side, too. Twitch still has a large stable of stars. It has more than 51,500 people in its partnership program, including likes of Thomas, Tommy, and Ed Simmons, who has amassed 9,000 subscribers to watch and play games like Minecraft. Viewers can subscribe. You already know that. Partners currently earn, in addition to subscription, a fee for running ads on their channel. That rate $3.50 to $5 for 1,000 ad impressions, depending on a streamer's location, has remained essentially unchanged for years. Recently, though, Twitch has been experimenting with other approaches to ads. That creators who stream at least 40 hours a month could receive $100 for running 2 minutes of ads per hour. How nice. The payout increases with more ad minutes. A new proposal being considered would create revenue sharing arrangement, presenting a more lucrative model for streamers. Ads are controversial on the platform because they interrupt live programming. Viewers often complain that they miss important moments of a streamer's gameplay, and performers have said ads can alienate the audience and hurt their metrics. But some Twitch streamers see ads as a necessary nuisance to support their businesses when subscriptions alone won't suffice. I, on the other hand, would literally be perfectly fine not running a single ad and exclusively making my living off of the subscriptions, okay? But I still am forced to run the ad at the top of the hour, a 1 minute ad break. You no longer want to see those ads, of course. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. As long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Yes, I'm fucking serious. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. For Amazon, running at a large scale live streaming business is expensive. They purchased Twitch for $970 million, and after years of prioritizing growth, Twitch executives are increasingly focused on financial sustainability. Twitch's ad push is in line with a broader move across the media industry. Remember, I told you guys the reason why I took on the contract that I did. I wanted to control how many ads I run on my stream. I wanted to run the least amount of ads as I possibly could, knowing full well that this was going to happen because there was so much unmonetized inventory. Okay? Last week, Netflix said they're experimenting with ads. Sony Group is planning to sell ads inside of PlayStation games, Insider reported. Twitch leadership has discussed possible changes to its 10-year-old partner program for several years. Early discussions referenced performance complaints about work-life balance. Some toil for as long as 12 hours a day. Twitch employees began tossing around the idea of offering healthcare benefits or the ability to pause subscriptions during vacation so they wouldn't worry about losing patrons. Focus today is more on monetization. Twitch established as the premier destination for live streaming. Top talent has fewer alternatives to reach larger audiences. In the past, YouTube and Facebook Gaming offered enormous sums of money to lure top creators, but these deals are rare and not always successful. Several streamers returned to Twitch after their contracts were up with Facebook Gaming or Microsoft Core's now defunct Mixer. Wait, isn't there more on this article? Twitch staff is considering paring back the revenue cut of channel subscriptions granted to the top echelon of streamers in its so-called partnerships program from 50 to 70%. Which may offer release partners from exclusivity restrictions, allowing them to stream on Google's YouTube or Facebook. If that's the case, what's stopping me from getting a fucking deal with Facebook and co-streaming on Facebook and also on Twitch if Facebook is fine with it? You know what I mean? If they don't care so much, why can't we as content creators get deals on other platforms as long as other platforms are fine with that? I guess they wouldn't though, because they are paying for that exclusivity. Anyway. So yeah, HasanAbi is get the bag, homie. That's capitalism. HasanAbi is capitalist. I am such a capitalist, dude. Yeah, I love capitalism. Anyway. Anyway, so the funniest thing about Facebook would be that I can literally, like, motherfuckers would be doxing themselves, you know what I mean, in the chat to say the craziest shit. But yeah. Capitalism is when you don't advocate for your best interest at work. I mean, that's literally not the precise thing that I advocate for on a fucking daily basis. It's so funny that people come in here and go, "Oh, dude, like fuck you." You know what I mean? So frustrating, but that's what's going on. I don't know what'll happen, what'll end up happening. But what I do know is Twitch is getting comfortable with just not caring about their top streamers at all. And they've never really cared about their mid-tier and lower tier streamers regardless. But on top of that, most platforms see top echelon of talent as not the primary revenue drivers. They do see them as that as well, obviously. But certainly they see them as like the main faces of the platform, right? That's why, there's so much back and forth of cash throwing at people that are have the ability to move. Some Twitch streamers are already strapping themselves in the chairs for 16 plus hours a day, cutting their pay by 20% to pad Amazon's profit margins. Feels like the grimmest possible version of a creator economy. Oh, straight up. It is straight up indecent, dude. I mean, it is not appropriate at all. It's so fucked up. I saw someone say that Twitch hired people to advocate for streamers, and those are the people advocating for lower share. What the fuck is that? Are you avoiding Ethan? Wait, what? Why would I be avoiding Ethan? I mean, physically, I am avoiding him currently because I have COVID, and he's a father. Nick Paulin was talking about how he will just take mobile game sponsors to offset the income loss. Like, I don't want to do that. And I think that also cucks content again. Taking like random fucking sponsorship deals that I didn't have to take at all. What if you did something like VODs or you have a site? No. Problem is Twitch is way too big of a platform now. Big streamers will have no leverage over it. I mean, I don't think that that's true. Especially if big streamers came together. Kind of reminds me of when people complain about how much athletes make, where they hyper focus on the few that all the money, but ignore the vast majority of athletes that make nowhere near that amount of money. All this while ignoring the billionaires who own the teams. Exactly. It also isn't 20%. If you're making 3.5 on $5 and then you make 2.5, you're losing 1 on 3.5, which is 30%. 28.5%. It says I'm faking my my COVID test. Yeah. Wait, what is this? Twitch staff is considering paring back revenue cut of channel subscriptions granted top echelon streamers. I've been hearing similar things for a while now from staff contracts, a reduction across the board, in fact, not just top streamers. Last year, they removed the 500 self-paid subs to get a better split. What's worse is that allegedly the people who have been hired by Twitch to represent creators to be their voice at the table have apparently been at the forefront of saying that creators don't really deserve to dictate the sub split. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know precisely what is being said or planned, but if you haven't already, I would strongly recommend you start working on your YouTube and TikTok, set up a Patreon, fan house, or Ko-Fi. Minimum contract on Major League Sport is 300K either way. Those dudes are still fine respectively on minimum contracts. Dude, if you hyper focus on minimum contracts being 300K, you are forgetting that like every single one of those players is a part of a fucking multi-billion-dollar franchise team that is literally making multiple billions of dollars for a boss at the top. What are you talking about? You're doing the same thing that workers do to other contracted employees all the fucking time. A smaller example of this, for example, is something that happens regularly in London, where the tube drivers union will go on strike, but they have a lot of benefits and they get paid a lot better than especially non-unionized workers do. So a lot of the non-unionized workers get very upset and say, "Oh, bruv, what the fuck are they doing on the tube? They're already getting paid a fancy dollar. What the fuck's going on?" And then they, instead of engaging in solidarity with other striking workers, turn around and fucking say, "You're making enough already. You're getting the fucking quid, yeah? Fuck you." Anyway. Okay. Had your own streaming platform, how would it work? Curious? It wouldn't. Stop being curious about that. That's not a thing. Okay. Moments after Elon Musk publicly criticized the work of Twitter policy exec Vijaya, her mentions are full of hateful tweets. Is this how he plans to run the company? I'd imagine every Twitter employee is looking at this and thinking what they're next. Just a sample. Just quit, you scum. Fuck you, Lamau. White power, white pride. You're at Twitter and reading this. My DMs are open. Signal number in bio. Oh, I mean, Elon Musk already violated the part of the agreement that dictates that he is not allowed to disparage the company or any of its representatives. He literally came balls to the wall. He came out of the gate swinging. Billionaire. That's what fucking happens. What the hell is this, bro? Are you fucking having an aneurysm? Lots coming to YouTube gaming in the next 2 weeks. Also, PSA that YouTube's rev share across fan funding features remains 70-30%, and our YouTube partner program doesn't require any form of content exclusivity. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because YouTube, while having a much larger audience, does not care enough to fucking fix his live streaming platform to make it as similar to Twitch as possible. But ultimately, the closer it gets, the closer Twitch streaming gets, not as like a user interface and community building aspect, but the closer Twitch streaming is on a monetization standpoint to YouTube, the better YouTube's chances are, because YouTube still has like, you know, if YouTube fixes discoverability, listens to Ludwig on how to stream, how to like build community, listens to content creators of like, on how to, you know, have a chat, community, and fixes, like I said, their discoverability on live streaming. It would be super competitive with Twitch. Another thing they could do is add premium as an additional monetization avenue. Premium working similar to premium working in a similar capacity to Amazon Prime would be a game changer. Probably already know this, but just in case, don't exercise or exert yourself for a few weeks to reduce risk of long COVID. What? Twitch is happy to leave YouTube and their IP in regards to video uploads as long as YouTube doesn't infringe on Twitch IP in regards to live streaming. Competition would be bloody as fuck, potentially collapse one or the other and really run the monopoly up for the other one. The only reason I visit this URL is for your stream. 99% of the rest of the time is spent on YouTube. I think a lot of people are like that. If YouTube got his live streaming sorted out and big names started moving across en masse, it'd be huge for YouTube. Yeah, the problem is YouTube doesn't think that it's worth the headache. Like server fee, everything else, like they make so much more money internationally. They're such a gigantic company that change is really difficult. And also YouTube itself is not exactly pro-creator. Come on. No. Which was the pro-creator platform. That's why they benefited from having a lot of creators organically be here for the longest time, in comparison to other platforms, of course. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's an argument to be made that Musk already violated this part of the agreement by his tweet today about Vijaya and the airport story. Yeah. Oh, God. Elon Musk is wilding out. For Twitter to deserve public trust, it must be politically neutral, which effectively means upsetting the far right and the far left equally. I love that. Because, like, upsetting the far left is like what? Like, what is upsetting the far left versus upsetting the far right? Upsetting the far right is like, you're not allowed to fucking say the N-word. Upsetting the far left is what? It's like not misgendering people or something? I don't know. Right. Upsetting the far left is buying a house. Yeah, exactly. Oh, here, Bernardo Sandernista had a conversation with unionizing Starbucks workers. Workers opened up about Starbucks' abusive workplace and sinister union busting campaign. The bullshit that corporations often do, Sanders told them.
All right, if I walk into a Starbucks and I'm looking for a job, what do I get paid? Anyone know roughly? How much?
About 15 now for me.
You got 15?
13.
13. $12 an hour. Do you know
I'll be back.
that those are horrendously low wages? Dumb question, but you know. Can you afford the health care that they give you? No. All right, so understand, I want you to understand this. Because this is the bullshit that corporations often do. What they say to the public, McDonald's does it as well, Walmart does it. They say, oh, we're really generous. We are offering health care, we have this, we have that. And you look at the figures, nobody takes it because they can't afford it. You understand that is a bad situation. Anybody can walk across the street, get hit by a bus. You have friends who have been diagnosed with serious illnesses, right? It can happen to anybody.
I rejoined Starbucks in July last year whenever I moved to Richmond, and then in late August I was diagnosed with cancer. And so I had no choice but to work full-time hours at Starbucks to afford health insurance so that I could get chemotherapy and all my medications. So I'm working at least 30 hours a week. I'm chemo sick.
What is your name?
My name is TJ.
TJ? All right. Thank you.
Thank God I had my last treatment in January.
I wanted to know how much knowledge you have about the hours you're working in the next couple of weeks.
It's never certain. You can tell your manager.
Let's be honest. How do I feel about him running in 2024? I'll fucking vote for him till he's 100. I don't give a fuck. I love him. Absence of an alternative. Diligent. Loyal. Leftist candidate. If he rides, I ride with him. I don't give a fuck.
How many hours you want to work, and they might give it to you, but it's really up to them what they get.
All right, so you may end up working 35 hours and not 40.
I can get scheduled 28 hours tomorrow.
Is that sometimes? Is that
Yes, sir.
But now that we've started union efforts, our store has actually hired a lot more employees very suddenly. We are now overstaffed and our hours are being cut.
So what I'm hearing from you is you may end up in a given month with less income than you thought you would have.
Yes, sir.
So it's hard to budget if you don't know how much money you're making. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You know, up until very recently, a supervisor or barista who's been there 5 years, 10 years, 15 is making the same amount as one that's just starting.
All right, let me see how smart you guys are. Why do they do that? You would think if you work 5 years, if you work 1 year, you would rather significantly more, right? Sure. Absolutely. Why do they keep your salary low?
Do they want us to leave?
Yeah. In other words, look, there are two different business models. One business model, the humane business model, so look, I want you to work for the company, right? We're going to do good wages, benefits, everything, and you're going to move up the ladder. Okay? Because I want you to save. There's another business model, which is McDonald's, which is Walmart, which I learned today is Amazon. The truth is, I really don't want you to stay. Because as soon as you're gone, I don't have to pay any benefits, then the next guy comes in. That is their strategy. And you bring in more people, you keep wages low, and you keep it churning around. Understand that what you are doing impacts not just your job in Starbucks, it's impacting the entire country. Real power rests with very, very wealthy people who own the economy, who own our political system. And the thing that these guys on top are most afraid of, but they are afraid that you guys will say, wait a minute, let's see, 31% increase in profits, $60 million for the former CEO, Schultz gets $1 billion richer, and I'm making 12 bucks an hour. It doesn't make sense. That's not right. So what I want you to appreciate, your instincts here are right instincts. Now the system is not going to tell you that. And you are striking a nerve because you are acting in the way that millions and millions of people feel.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy though. No matter what happens, even if you are acting in the way that millions and millions of people feel, and you're acting out, you're acting on your best interests. Why can Hasan afford a $3 million house and we can't? Yeah, because I'm, stealing your labor. That's why, because I'm exploiting you. Stop sending me this link. I don't want to watch this. Stop. Mitt Romney says desperate polls call for desperate measures. Dems consider forgiving trillions in student loans. Other bribe suggestions: forgive auto loans. Incredible. Why not? Forgive credit card debt. Why not? Forgive mortgages. Oh my God, what an incredible fucking take. And put a wealth tax on the super rich to pay it out for all. What could possibly go wrong? Based. Yes. Wow, how cool. Imagine if they did that. Also, there's nothing more undemocratic than just pointing out the possibility of popular ideas being like stealing votes. It's something that I will never understand. It's like, are you fucking stupid? That's the whole point of government, dumbass. Why are you fucking making it seem like it's bribery and somehow indecent? Why is it somehow indecent to, I don't know, get votes or doing things that people want? It's not cheating to have popular policies, dude. Are you going to leave Twitter if Musk starts changing it? No. I'm mentally ill, chatter. What the fuck do you think is going on? That's why I'm on Twitter. Oh. And that's why I'm on Twitch as much as I am too. Why the fuck would that change? I mean, don't have to forgive the mortgage, but why not forgive the student debt? We put ourselves to buy a house we can't buy, lol. Like people are like, oh man, I'm gonna leave Twitter. Like, why? What happened? Did you start going to therapy? Is that what happened?
Ukraine, the U.S. rallying
No,
its
then shut the fuck up. You're staying on Twitter.
allies to step up deliveries of military aid, and Russia with a drastic economic escalation, cutting off supplies of natural gas to two members of NATO. Marcus Moore is on.
Why are you so ableist? I don't know. Because, again, I'm also mentally ill. Okay, shut the fuck up.
On the ground in Ukraine for us this morning. Good morning, Marcus.
Well, Robin, good morning. We are told the Russians occupied more than 100 villages here in the Kyiv region, and this morning we're at one of those villages where the regional police are looking through what is left for potential bodies and unexploded mines as Russia made new moves overnight. Overnight, a drastic move. Russia cutting all gas deliveries to Bulgaria and Poland, two NATO members. This comes after Putin's ultimatum last month, demanding that, quote, unfriendly nations pay for gas in Russian rubles. Poland's prime minister not backing down, saying we will be able to protect our economy, protect our households, and Poles against such a dramatic step by Russia. This latest escalation coming just one day after officials from more than 40 nations, including the U.S., met in Germany to discuss future arms shipments for Ukraine in its fight against Russia. The top general in the U.S. saying that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a threat that has not been seen in decades.
This is the greatest challenge to the security of Europe since the end of World War II.
In Moscow, Vladimir Putin meeting with United Nations Secretary General, where Putin said that an agreement had been reached in principle for the UN and the Red Cross to evacuate civilians from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. Previous agreements to evacuate those civilians have repeatedly failed, and despite this agreement, the fighting in the east increasing. The Donbas region, now the front line of the war, as Ukrainian forces fight to hold on to the region as the Russian offensive intensifies. To the west of Donbas, in the city of Zaporizhia, these videos circulating online show explosions after a missile strike on an aluminum plant. And to the south, near the coastal city of Odessa, this video posted online showing smoke pouring into the sky after a strike on a strategic bridge. Workers rushing to repair the damage this morning, and concerns that the conflict will move beyond Ukraine's borders as tensions brew in Transnistria, a Russian-backed breakaway region in Moldova on Ukraine's southwestern border. Local officials reporting explosions have destroyed 2 Soviet-era radio towers, and Ukrainian officials fear potential false flag attacks there could be used as an excuse to send Russian troops stationed in the region over the border into western Ukraine. And back here in the village of Moshun, the work continues, and we are told that most of the main roads here in this region have been cleared of mines, but they have now been focusing on the smaller streets and the villages. And one day of fighting, we are told, leads to 1 month of demining. Robin.
It does. All right, Marcus, thank you.
There was a prisoner swap where American Trevor Reed was freed in the U.S. Russia prisoner swap. Let's talk about Beijing.
In Beijing,
I'm skipping
health
the Russia
officials
stuff.
have ordered more than 20 million people to get COVID tests this week to try and avoid a full lockdown. That follows more than 100 confirmed infections in China's capital city since the newest outbreak began on Friday. The government hopes to reduce that number to
I'm actually moving to USA through CIA backdoor. Yeah, fucking doubt it.
0, as Elizabeth Palmer reports.
The people of Beijing may not have welcomed the testing order, but they had no choice. And many do believe that these intrusive control measures are keeping them safe. Above all, they want to avoid this, the kind of total lockdown that shut Shanghai for a month with protests when some people ran out of food. On Sunday, with news that the virus was spreading in Beijing, alarmed shoppers headed for supermarkets and stripped the shelves. But as authorities have rolled out testing, they've also promised that stores are being restocked in record time to ward off panic buying. For U.S. businesses in China, the new Beijing restrictions aggravate existing problems with labor shortages, supply lines, and recruitment. Michael Hart is president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Beijing.
In a survey, roughly.
No, the media is incredibly conservative when talking about China and Chinese issues because they're just incredibly conservative in general. The very same broadcast that like straight up fucking cut hours and hours and hours of coverage, like vilifying conservatives, understandably, about protesting, lockdowns and measures of the like, then turn around and fucking advocate for this. Advocate for the exact same thing that conservatives are fucking advocating for. Crazy. Like, there are definitely things that you should be critical of with respect to what's going on in China and their COVID-0 policies. It's over the fucking... It's definitely balls to the wall. It's over the top. I agree. But what is ridiculous is that CBS is just being like, oh, they're doing fucking mass testing. Like, okay, the fuck? How is that that's an inconveniencing, but like, you're crazy. I mean, yesterday they literally were like, there was a fire that broke out in a building. They say everyone made out safely, but what if they hadn't? Like, okay. Yeah, that would be bad. What the fuck are you talking about? Why is it over the top? The uncertainty is what is over the top, okay? And for the record, they never fucking covered New Zealand and Australia in the same capacity. New Zealand and Australia also had incredibly fucking strict shutdown measures until recently. And right-wingers loved using New Zealand and Australia as examples of like what will happen with the COVID-0 policy. And yet for some reason, ABC, CBS never had similar fucking attitudes towards New Zealand and Australia and their COVID-0 policies. So what happened? Wasn't there a fire burned down a building in New York City? A bunch of people died like a few weeks ago? Yes. That's different. That happened in a capitalist, liberal democracy in the West, so that's good. wrong on this. I was in Australia. I was in the Australia lockdowns. They were nothing like Beijing, not even close. Yeah, no. I do think that the Shanghai lockdowns are over the top. I agree. Except the media is not covering it as just over the top. If they were to just say, hey, these measures are causing controversy in China because many think they are too, many think that the uncertainty is driving them crazy, then that's understandable criticism of what's going on. But they literally don't do that, okay? They don't do that. And then on top of that, similarities between Australia and China as far as like their COVID-0 policies with the people that are coming into Australia, for example, that never got negative coverage in America and on liberal media outlets. They didn't fucking cover the hospital, or not the hospital, the fucking straight up quarantine hotel shit in a negative capacity. Lockdown intensities vary depending on what state you lived in Australia. Hey, guess what? Same in China, for the record. It's provinces.
%70 of companies said they're having a hard time getting executives here. Another 30% said executives who were qualified to come are no longer willing to come to China.
For those already here, a cautionary sight in Beijing. Lockdown fences going up around a handful of apartment buildings.
Meanwhile, you've stocked your freezer and your fridge.
I have stocked up and I continue to stock up.
Beijing is now hoping for the best, but braced for the worst. The Japanese financial services company Nomura says that China's zero COVID policy means that more than 340 million people are under full or partial lockdown across the country.
China's lockdown will work because you can't totally get rid of this virus. I agree. That's part of the reason why I'm saying that I think that their lockdown measures are over the top. They're definitely going overboard with respect to how strenuous their lockdown measures are. 340 million POG? Yeah, that's how big China is, guys. What are you talking about? That's how big China is as a country, that like 2 of its fucking major cities locking down is like that level, that number of people. So, they're over the top cautious because of how much they've raised the life expectancy. They saw the United States drop and don't want the same to happen there. No, I think that they also don't want to fucking destroy their productivity. Like, want to keep COVID. They want to keep COVID wrapped up as best as possible because they are fearful that, I mean, they're the greatest producer on the planet. And if it actually ends up spreading, they'll destroy they'll destroy global supply chains, which this is probably still going to. Anyway, Baldies in Syria. The Syria the media won't show you, and Veritasium has a new video as well, which is the man who accidentally killed the most people in history about
A single
lead.
scientist created 3 inventions that accidentally caused the deaths of millions of people, including himself. Not only that, they decreased the average intelligence of people all around the world, increased crime rates, and caused 2 completely separate environmental disasters that we are still dealing with today. Part of this video is sponsored by Ren. More about them at the end of the show. In 1944, as a young chemist who had just finished his master's, Claire Patterson went to work on the Manhattan Project, building the first nuclear weapons. His job was to concentrate uranium-235, the fissile fuel for bombs, from the much more common uranium-238. And this required huge machines, mass spectrometers, which separated the two types of uranium by their slight difference in mass. After the war, Patterson went back to grad school to get his PhD. He picked a research project that would take advantage of his experience with mass spectrometers, measuring the age of the Earth. Radioactive rocks are effectively clocks. Uranium-238, for example, decays into thorium, and then protactinium, and then 12 more decays, until it ends up as lead-206, which is stable. The rate of this decay is consistent and can be measured. It takes 4.5 billion years for half of a sample of U-238 to decay into lead-206. Patterson's PhD project was to determine the age of the Earth by measuring the ratio of uranium to lead in primordial rocks. But to calibrate his instrument, first he used zircon crystals whose ages were known. Zircon is ideal for this purpose because when it forms, it contains trace amounts of uranium, but absolutely no lead. So any lead that you later find inside a zircon, you know must be the product of a uranium decay. Now, Patterson was tasked with measuring the lead content, and another student, George Tilton, measured uranium. Tilton's uranium measurements were fine. They matched predictions. But Patterson's lead measurements were all over the place, and they were many, many times higher than they expected.
We take George's uranium and my lead. Not right, Patterson. There was lead there that didn't belong there.
So where was all this extra lead coming from? That mystery would take over the rest of Claire Patterson's life and bring him to the literal ends of the Earth. In 1908, a woman was driving across the Belle Isle Bridge in Detroit when her car stalled. A passing motorist stopped to help. In those days, cars needed to be hand-cranked to start. He knelt down and turned the crank, and the engine roared to life, a little too suddenly. The man couldn't get out of the way, and the crank handle hit him in the face and broke his jaw. He died as a result of his injuries.
Damn, bro, people were soft as fuck back then. What the fuck? How do you die from just a crank handle like
His name was Byron Carter, and he was the founder of his own car company, so he was well connected in the Detroit auto scene. He counted among his close friends the founder of Cadillac, Henry Leland. Leland was so distraught over his friend's death that he resolved to eliminate hand cranks from his vehicles. Leland hired Charles Kettering to create a self-starting car, and by 1911, he had a working prototype.
The moral of the story is never help out women, okay? Die.
Hand cranking was difficult and dangerous, and best left to men. But a car that started itself changed everything.
The world's first crankless car was the Cadillac Model 30. It was much more powerful than cars before it. It had a top speed of 45 miles per hour and 40 horsepower, double the Ford Model T. The Model 30 was a huge success for Cadillac, doubling the company's annual sales. But it had a problem. It was deafeningly loud. In internal combustion engines, a piston compresses the fuel-air mixture, which is then ignited by a spark from the spark plug. The expanding hot gases push the piston back down. The problem with the Model 30 engine was it compressed the fuel-air mixture more than previous models. So much, in fact, that often the fuel would spontaneously combust before the spark from the spark plug. So rather than orderly, perfectly timed explosions, you'd get multiple haphazard combustions leading to turbulent pressure waves inside the cylinder. The resulting sound led the problem to become known as engine knocking. Knocking wasn't just hard on the ears, it hurt the engine's performance. It reduced power output and lowered fuel efficiency. The vibrations also damaged the piston and walls of the cylinder, shortening the life of the engine. The good news was that engine knocking could be corrected by changing the fuel.
Different fuels can withstand different levels of compression before detonating. N-heptane, for example, will spontaneously combust under only a little compression. Isooctane, on the other hand, can withstand a much higher compression ratio before it auto-ignites, so it's much less likely to cause knocking. To quantify how much compression a fuel can withstand, scientists came up with the octane rating system. They arbitrarily set isooctane to have a rating of 100 and N-heptane a rating of 0. Now, real fuels aren't made up of only these two ingredients. They're a mix of lots of different hydrocarbons, but the octane rating tells you what mixture of octane and heptane gives equivalent performance. For example, 98 octane fuel can withstand the same compression as a mixture of 98% octane and 2% heptane. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of 98 octane fuel and put it in this piston, and when I compress it, nothing happens, which is exactly what you'd expect. This fuel can withstand a lot of compression. Diesel has an octane rating of 20, so it acts like a mixture of 20% isooctane and 80% N-heptane. If I put a little bit of diesel in there, let's see what happens with the same compression ratio. There you go. You get a little explosion in there. That's because this is a low octane fuel. I mean, that's what diesel's meant to do. You compress it and it ignites. But you don't want this sort of fuel in an engine with spark plugs. The reason fancy cars demand high octane fuel is to prevent knocking in their high compression, high performance engines.
Kettering wanted to find an additive which would increase the octane rating of ordinary fuel and eliminate knocking in high compression engines.
Dude, I'm so stupid.
So he hired...
Every time I watch a Veritasium video, I'm like, why I have a poli-sci degree. Okay, I know he's like simplifying. I know he's like supposedly simplifying everything, but I'm watching this and I'm thinking like, okay, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm gonna keep it 100. Like, that's why they have fucking. I have COVID. Probably it.
Hired 27-year-old engineer Thomas Midgley Jr. Midgley experimented with all sorts of compounds, from melted butter and camphor to ethyl acetate and aluminum chloride. He later wrote most of them had no more effect than spitting in the Great Lakes. Ethanol was an interesting exception. It did stop the knocking, but you needed a lot of it, about 10% of the fuel mixture for it to be effective. That much ethanol would be expensive and hard to turn a profit on. And Midgley was really after an additive that was cheap, easy to produce, and effective even at low concentrations. So he kept trying. Then he hit on tellurium. It worked wonderfully as an anti-knock agent, but it had a terrible smell. You couldn't get rid of it by changing clothes or bathing. His wife was so offended by the stench that he had to sleep in the basement for 7 months. Midgley wrote, "I don't think that, although this doubled the fuel economy, humanity would suffer this smell."
On December 3rd, 1921, after 5 years of working on the problem, Midgley found what he thought was the perfect solution: tetraethyl lead. That's a lead atom right there in the center. This additive was exactly what he was looking for. It stopped the knocking, it didn't smell, it was cheap to produce and readily available. Best of all, you only needed 1 part in 1,000 for it to be effective.
In a call to Kettering, Midgley said, "Can you imagine how much money we're gonna make with this? We're gonna make $200 million, maybe even more." That is over $3 billion in today's dollars.
Now, for his discovery, the American Chemical Society gave him the prestigious Nichols Award, and they asked him to do a series of public talks, but Midgley declined. He and Kettering patented the process for making tetraethyl lead, and they called their new additive ethyl, perhaps so it might be confused with another common additive, ethyl alcohol. They made no mention of lead. Then they teamed up with 3 of America's largest corporations, General Motors, DuPont, and Standard Oil of New Jersey, to form the Ethyl Corporation.
Their marketing was brilliant.
No man can look at the amazing record of accomplishment here in this research division without confidence that these men are going ahead with an eye to the future. looking for new facts and principles which will make things better and make life easier for all of us.
What could go wrong? I mean, these guys never make stuff that would kill us. Good guys famously, yes.
At the 1923 Indianapolis 500, the top 3 finishers all used ethyl, and the demand for leaded gasoline took off. To keep up, Ethyl Corporation had to build a new chemical plant in New Jersey, but the project began terribly. Within 2 months of operating, dozens of workers fell ill with lead poisoning. 5 of them died. To address the public outcry, Midgley held a press conference, and there he poured tetraethyl lead.
That seems really strange that happened, and totally out of the ordinary. Let's see how they will defend this.
Onto his hands, and he inhaled it for a full minute. He claimed he could do this daily without harm. But Midgley knew the dangers.
Really interesting. Who else did that? Oh yeah, Obama did that when he went to Flint, Michigan. Remember? When Obama did that, and when he went to Flint, Michigan, it was like, no, your water is safe actually, and like drank a glass of water. Or numerous oil lobbyists. That have been forced to defend fracking cum. Well, he didn't really drink it. He let the water touch his lips. But yeah, oil lobbyists time and time again have been asked to, or Roundup as well.
We told you about a WHO report that found.
GMO advocate says Monsanto's Roundup is safe to drink, then refuses the glass. Here.
You want to drink? Won't hurt. This is in cancer. You do not believe that glyphosate in Argentina is causing increases in cancer. You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you. You want to drink some? We have some here. I'd be happy to, actually, but not really, but not really. I know it wouldn't hurt me. If you say so, I have some glyphosate. No, I'm not stupid. Okay, so you.
Oh, so what's up? So it's safe to drink, but you're not stupid? Hey, guys, back when, corporate overlords would ride or die, okay? That's why I love, what's his face? There is that one fucking guy who ran for, shit. God, am I getting COVID brain? What's the guy who ran for the Democratic primaries? Presidential candidate. Yep, Hickenlooper. No, it was John Hickenlooper. No, not Kerry. Here.
Thank you, Governor. Since I have you, I just want to talk to you a little bit.
Like, this guy's a fucking coward.
No,
dude.
but I know
So
that,
it's dangerous,
I know. No, people try to commit suicide with it and
but
fail fairly regularly.
Tell the truth.
It's not dangerous to humans. No, it's not.
So you're ready to drink one glass of
No,
glyphosate?
I'm not an idiot.
The clip is being shared widely. But despite headlines like these, the man being interviewed, Patrick Moore, is not a lobbyist for Monsanto, the makers of Roundup. He is, however, known for controversy.
I have somehow evolved into an environmentalist that supports nuclear.
Yeah. Now that guy's a pussy. This guy, on the other hand, I want me a political candidate who's fucking ride or die, okay? I want me a John Hickenlooper. I want me a motherfucker who is so ride or die for frackers that he will literally drink the fracking cum straight out of the earth. Let's watch.
The 2005 Energy Policy Act exempted underground injections associated with fracking from Federal Safe Drinking Water Act jurisdiction.
Look at that hair, bro.
Now, we've had concerns over groundwater contamination that have been raised, even documented by EPA in places like Pavilion, Wyoming.
One of the real issues when we sat down with the executives from Halliburton, they have a frac fluid that is made out of food additives. You can drink it. We did drink it around the table, almost ritual-like in a funny way. But it demonstrated that
it was like a pact.
Not like a pact. It was a demonstration. We had environmental community representatives. We had industry representatives. Everybody around the table.
It's not an occult.
No, it was not a cult.
Okay.
There were no religious overtures.
Yeah.
But I think the key was that they've invested millions of dollars to create what is really a benign fluid in every sense.
You gotta respect it. Hasan doing lines? Oh yeah. Wait, he didn't drink it? I thought, wait, he does drink it. Doesn't he actually drink it? Am I crazy? No, I'm pretty sure there's a video out there. Said he did, but not in the vid we just saw. That's crazy. Okay, let's just continue with the lead thing.
The reason he had turned down the public talks was because he spent much of 1923 in Florida, where he himself was recovering from lead poisoning.
Bro, you sound
He
sick.
didn't go anywhere near his company's product if he could help it.
Lead is dangerous even in small doses. It mimics calcium in our bodies, so there's no efficient way to get rid of it. And like calcium, lead can be stored in bones for years, meaning it can continue to poison the body long after the initial exposure. The organ most sensitive to lead is the brain. Lead breaks down the myelin sheath around axons and prevents the release of neurotransmitters. That's why common symptoms of lead poisoning are headaches, memory loss, and tingling in the hands and feet. And children are particularly susceptible. Lead exposure can cause permanent learning disorders and behavioral problems. And the dangers of lead had been known for hundreds of years. Already in 1786, Benjamin Franklin remarked that lead had been used for far too long, considering its known toxicity. You will observe with concern how long a useful truth may be known and exist before it is generally received and practiced on. He would have been aghast to learn that nearly 150 years later, scientists planned to add lead to fuel. Doctors and public health officials from MIT, Harvard, Yale, and the US Health Service wrote to Midgley and warned them against producing tetraethyl lead. They called lead a creeping and malicious poison and a serious menace to public health. Their concerns were dismissed.
This model shows how just the right amount of fluid containing tetraethyl lead and dye is added to the gasoline.
No one doubted that a lot of lead was bad for you, but how much harm could a little lead do? By the 1950s, millions of motorists globally were burning lead in their cars and releasing it into the air. Some of that lead ended up on Claire Patterson's zircon samples, preventing him from determining their age. In 1952, he moved to Caltech, where he built a new lab from scratch. Suspicious of environmental contamination, he tore the electrical cables out of the walls to remove the lead solder. He cleaned the floors and benches daily with ammonia and made sure that air was always being blown out of the lab. To go inside, you had to wear a plastic bunny suit. Patterson basically invented the clean room. Inside that room, he turned his attention to the oldest rocks in the solar system, meteorites. All the original rocks on Earth had long since been destroyed by tectonic activity. But meteorites come from asteroids, which formed around the same time as Earth. They have just been drifting through space until they entered the Earth's atmosphere. So the best way to measure the age of the Earth was to measure the age of meteorites. Patterson measured 5 meteorites, each with 3 different radiometric dating techniques, and he found they were all 4.55 billion years old.
That number is within 0.15% of the currently accepted value for the age of the Earth. You know, before Patterson's experiment, people thought the Earth was 1 billion years younger. So Patterson had done it. He measured the age of the Earth, but he wasn't done getting rid of lead contaminants.
Public concern about lead exposure had continued to grow, but President of Standard Oil Frank Howard pushed back, saying, "We do not feel justified in giving up what has come to the industry like a gift from heaven on the possibility that a hazard may be involved in it."
Scientists funded by the Ethel Corporation claimed that lead was a natural part of our environment and therefore not harmful to people. But Patterson wondered, just how natural is the lead in our
scientists? If at the time we had like a Twitch equivalent, you would literally have like lobbyists for said companies, or even idiots unironically arguing at the behest of corporations to be like, oh, actually it's natural and you're a fucking anti-science bitch.
Our environment. And he had just the skills to find out.
He began by measuring lead in the oceans. If it were natural, he expected the concentration of lead to be the same regardless of depth. But if lead pollution had increased recently, it would be more concentrated near the surface. He took samples in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans down to a depth of 4 kilometers. And sure enough, lead concentrations were nearly 10 times higher near the surface. Lead pollution was clearly recent, but when exactly had it occurred? To find out, Patterson had to go to Greenland and Antarctica. Ice cores record the level of lead in the air going back thousands of years. The levels of lead in the atmosphere have been elevated for the last 4,500 years. All of it is due to human activity, mainly smelting ores to make metal. You can see the rise and fall of the Greek and Roman empires, the dip caused by the Black Death in the 1300s, and of course the spike in the 20th century due to industrialization and tetraethyl lead. So what did this do to people? Well, Patterson looked at the lead levels in the teeth and bones of recently deceased Americans, and for comparison, he measured the lead in bones and teeth of Peruvian and Egyptian mummies. Since they lived over 1,600 years ago, they would have been exposed to much less lead in their lifetimes. He expected to find modern Americans had about 100 times as much lead in their bones, but results showed it was closer to a factor of 1,000. 20th century Americans had 1,000 times more lead in their bones than their ancestors. Studies of baby teeth revealed that even lead exposure well below the level considered safe resulted in delayed learning, decreased IQ, and increased behavioral problems.
And there is a broad consensus on the part of everybody except the lead industry and its spokesman that lead is extremely toxic at extremely low doses.
A follow-up study showed that those with higher levels of lead in their baby teeth were many times more likely to fail out of high school. As a result of studies like these, the CDC's guidelines for the acceptable level of lead in children's blood dropped from 60 micrograms per deciliter down to 3.5. And as far as we know today, there is
Why was the CDC's acceptable level of lead poisoning at 60 micrograms per deciliter in the 1960s? A question one must ask themselves. How'd that happen? Bro, this is literally the fucking DuPont chemical Teflon story, but just for lead. Straight up the exact same thing as like PFAS.
Is no safe level of lead. Globally, lead is believed to be responsible for nearly 2/3 of all unexplained intellectual disability.
According to a study published in 2022, more than half of the current US population, that's 170 million people, were exposed to high levels of lead in early childhood. Those born between 1951 and 1980 are disproportionately affected. The authors estimate that in aggregate,
and microplastics too now, but hey, don't let Republicans hear that. They'll literally come out on a pro-lead campaign and a pro-microplastic campaign.
lead caused a loss of more than 800 million IQ points. The world is less intelligent today because of leaded gasoline.
But there are even more troubling correlations.
It's not just NA, it's worldwide, by
The
the way.
U.S. saw a steady rise in crime from the 1970s to the 1990s. Then it abruptly declined. This graph looks eerily similar to a plot of preschool blood lead levels.
For the record, this was, again, monitored at the global scale.
Just offset by 20 years.
The obvious question is, did kids who were exposed to higher levels of lead grow up to commit more crimes than they otherwise would have? You might think this is just a spurious correlation, but the same pattern appears in many countries, including Britain, Canada, and Australia. And we know there's a causal connection between lead exposure and antisocial or violent behavior. A study of 340 teenagers found that those who were arrested were 4 times as likely to have elevated lead in their bones than similar demographic controls who didn't have run-ins with the law. Now, this doesn't mean that lead is responsible for all of the increase in crime, but it's very likely responsible for some of it.
Now, it's tough to estimate the precise death toll of lead. One of its lesser-known effects is a hardening of the arteries, leading to increased cardiovascular disease. A study from 2018 found lead was likely responsible for 250,000 heart disease deaths per year in the US.
Assuming a constant rate over the past century, that amounts to 25 million deaths in the US alone. Globally, the figure may approach 100 million. Most of those deaths are due to Midgley's decision to put lead in gasoline, a substance he knew firsthand was toxic, but he did it anyway to maximize profits. And the problem is not over. Current estimates of deaths caused by lead range from 500 to 900,000 per year. A 2020 UNICEF report warns that 1 in 3 children globally, that's over 800 million children, have blood lead levels at or above 5 micrograms per deciliter.
A lot of this lead now comes from batteries and industrial processes, but some is still due to
Or G Fuel. Or baby food. Or whatever the fuck America allows, baby levels of lead into.
Midgley's invention.
Now, after Midgley's success with ethyl, he was put in charge of another engineering project. GM wasn't just making cars, but also household appliances. And fridges had a problem. The 2 most common gases used as refrigerants were methyl formate and sulfur dioxide. One is highly toxic, the other is flammable. Midgley was tasked with creating a safer alternative, and in 1928 he developed a non-toxic and non-flammable refrigerant, dichloro-difluoromethane. GM called this new product Freon, and to demonstrate Freon's safety, during the unveiling at the American Chemical Society, Midgley inhaled a lungful of this gas and blew out a candle. In the following decades, CFCs like Freon became very popular and were used as solvents and aerosols. The problem is CFCs are light and stable. When released into the atmosphere, they climb up into the stratosphere, where they can remain for 50 to 100 years. But if a CFC molecule is hit by an ultraviolet photon of just the right energy, it breaks apart, releasing a chlorine atom. And this chlorine atom can then react with ozone, breaking it apart into chlorine monoxide and oxygen gas. The result was another environmental disaster, the hole in the ozone layer. With less ozone, more UV light penetrates the atmosphere, increasing the rates of skin cancer and cataracts. Plus, CFCs are potent greenhouse gases. Per kilogram, they produce 10,000 times more warming than CO2. The historian John McNeill wrote that Midgley had more impact on the atmosphere than any other single organism in Earth's history. An agreement to phase out CFCs, the Montreal Protocol, went into effect in 1989. And the ozone layer is now showing signs of recovery, although it'll take many more decades to fully recover. In 1940, at the age of 51, Midgley contracted polio and became physically disabled. So to help him get up, he devised a mechanical
Finally, motherfucker. Holy shit. He's like, nope, not going to stop me, Dad. Even polio's not going to stop me now, motherfucker. It's like, just you wait, bitch. I'm not done yet.
Bed controlled by a series of ropes and pulleys. On November 2nd, 1944, while using the contraption, he became tangled in the ropes and died of strangulation.
Thanks to the work of Claire Patterson, it became clear that the lead in our environment is not natural. Burning lead in combustion engines spread the toxic element across the planet, into the air, oceans, the snow at the South Pole, and even...
The Genghis Khan of corporate America, amazing. Except, remember, he accidentally killed the most people in history. Genghis Khan deliberately did it, so he's bad. Okay? Stalin, bad. Genghis Khan, bad. All of these other fucking leaders are bad, except for American leaders, which are good. Or American scientists. He did it accidentally. He did it for the profit motive. Because no matter how many deaths occur at the behest of the profit motive, that's still an accident. That's still, I don't know, individual error. Hey, Cutie is calling you out for cyberbullying. On my way to be a Disney adult, no matter how much Hasan and Myth have cyberbullied me, they are cringe and I am cool. Aw. I want to go. Genghis Khan made the Turks Pago. Dude, Genghis Khan is fucking white plus ratio plus he's washed, okay? Straight up. Genghis Khan made you, bro. Disney communist now? Fuck your Walt. Capitalism is fool people thinking into the deaths that come as a result of the profit motive are always accidental, inevitable, and unavoidable. Didn't he get canceled 2 years ago? What, Genghis Khan? Yeah, good luck. Still use lead in single engine planes, top tier asshole hobby. You guys stop talking shit about Genghis Khan? That's one of my ancestors, Sag. Here's why Genghis Khan was problematic. A thread. SJWs back then be like, we need to cancel leaded gasoline. Exactly, dude. And it was fucked up. Just go, it's in Orange County. COVID doesn't exist here. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
In our bones. Japan was the first to ban leaded fuel in cars in 1986, but other countries soon followed suit. Algeria was the last to do so in 2021. The UN calculates that the elimination of lead from gas saves over 1 million lives per year and $2.45 trillion.
But leaded gas is still used, by the way, in piston-driven airplane engines. That's now the largest source of lead emissions into the air in the US. You will observe with concern how long a useful truth may be known and exist before it is generally received and practiced on.
Now we found another way to cancel plain girls, by the way. Yep, plain girl is killing herself and the planet. Respect. White women are responsible then? White women are responsible for everything. Instead of standing Genghis Khan, you should stand and support some queer POC creators. Dude, that's so funny. Like, that reminds me of the tweet that Will Menaker retweeted. Oh my God, or quote tweeted. I saw it earlier while I was streaming. So Robert Eggers is like, like a chill dude. Will loves him. And apparently people are fucking like they're like trying to cancel him because he had the audacity to make a movie about Vikings, even though originally he refused to make movies about Vikings because he hated the machismo and how it was associated with like Nazi shit. So John Henner is like white supremacist Viking versus probably actual Vikings. Saying that Alexander Skarsgård is like the creation of a white supremacist, and this is what the real Vikings look like, which is really funny, and I can't wait to watch the movie. But like, it's like, y'all, the people who raped and reaved the coasts of Europe for centuries, massacring and enslaving all they encountered, they were POC and queer. Instead of talking about Genghis Khan, why don't you find some POC and queer warlords, huh? How about that? It's always, what are you doing? Never what Genghis Khan would do. Watch the movie is not bad, but one can see why the far right likes it. Yeah, because they're fucking dweebs and nerds. Literally associate and fantasize with like Nordic culture, as prior Nazis also did. Gives a fuck. Vikings are sick. I don't give a fuck. I want to see some cool Viking shit. You know? I don't care. Significantly more far-right dudes love Marvel than will ever see the Northman. Oof, a great take. They like the movie because it's an awesome movie. They also probably drink water too. Yeah, I'm not going to stop myself from fucking enjoying a Viking movie because some weirdos are like, oh, this is just like me. Well, that's not what they sound like. But we should limit art because subjective interpretation could be bad. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure there's like some fucking racist piece of shit out there that runs the top of the hour ad break, but that's not going to stop me from running it too. You know what I mean? Sometimes 19 minutes into the hour. I forgot to run it earlier. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Right? By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Ad break. No. Here's the 1 minute ad break. No. You mad lad. We're in a new conservative prude era. Let's go. What the fuck is this? For sex toys, this is an ordinary aisle and an ordinary Target. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know why this person is butthurt over this, but you don't want your early reader to ask about penis play, don't take him to Target. First, Viking is a profession, and also they would bathe regularly. That was one of the main reasons why English women would be way more into Vikings than English men during the Viking era. I feel like you just made that up. Are you going to play Overwatch 2 beta? No, because I didn't play Overwatch 1 all that much. And why would I play Overwatch 1.1 that basically they literally debated the entire planet into fucking watching just because there is a content black hole in the gaming space currently and they have fat drops available. It's literally a cheat code, dude. They basically cheated their way into getting, and respect to them, getting a fuckload of people to sit around and watch Overwatch 1.1, which is going to go away very soon, the moment that the drops are done for. Some of you literally have your other content creators muted, open on a separate page right now, trying to you're just mad you didn't get a key, stay mad. What? No, I mean, why the fuck would I? When do I play video games? By the way, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, much respect to the fucking content creators that are, you know, getting a fuckload of viewership and ad revenue and subscriptions out of it. It's awesome. Good for them. I want them to be successful. That makes me excited and happy. I just think that Overwatch 2 is just Overwatch 1, and in a very clever way, they were able to, you know, market it as though it's something different when they didn't even market it as something different. Actually, they basically were like, this is going to be Overwatch 1, but you're going to pay $60 for it. Oh, also, we're going to release it at a time when like there's no other games, and we're going to do drops. I got in without a drop because Blizzard actually respected that I've been playing a dead game for 5 years. Anyway. Overwatch 2 PvP is free if you have Overwatch 1 at least. Wait, did I forget to run the ad break? Or no, I did run it, right? I think I ran it. How the military jet fuel leaked into Hawaii's drinking water. There's no other games out right now. That's why people are fucking playing it too. Like, there's nothing else going on. You know what I mean? So smart of Blizzard to launch it right here. At this point. Here.
You're gonna wear that fancy dress?
Yeah, because everybody wants it.
Okay, sure. You're gonna keep the shorts on under?
Yeah, Mommy, I love you.
I love you. I just always pictured Indy in Hawaii, so I was excited to bring her here and show her the beaches and show her the places that like we loved and show her the aloha. But I wish I haven't. I wish we didn't come here.
Hawaii was supposed to be paradise for Ariana Wyatt. She moved here with her family in February of 2021, when her husband, a technical sergeant with the Air Force, was assigned to work at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. Their daughter, Indy, was 3.
Never forget Pearl
Within
Harbor,
just a few months, they started getting sick.
So this is just from this year.
This is your medication from
Mine
this
and
year?
my husband's.
Face rash, migraines.
Diarrhea.
Were you guys on medication before this?
No. This is all from just living here.
God damn.
When did you notice health problems in your family?
I think early on, our cat did not want to drink the water. So I should have known then that something was up. For myself, it started the end of May. I started having migraines pretty regularly.
Once again, cat supremacy. Cats are literally fucking avoiding poisoned fucking water supply. Meanwhile, the human owners are like, yeah, no, I'll drink it.
Migraines I can't even describe. And then I started having like really bad back pain and just diarrhea that would not stop. So I went to the ER.
No, I don't have a problem with cats. I just think that they're assholes and their owners are sometimes cucked. Like their owners are willingly putting up with the abuse and then acting like no such abuse is taking place. Get another example of what I mean.
And they found out that my kidney was swollen and they did not know why. And then for Indy, it's hard to talk about Indy.
Oh, shit.
One of the first things was that she was having urinary issues, and we would call the doctors, and they would say like, oh, just put her in the bathtub and put, baking soda in there and let her sit. Around October, I started seeing like this decline in her to the point where she would be like, Mommy, my legs hurt. Like, I don't want to do this. Like, I'm tired. Oh, God, this eats me alive. Like, she was telling me this whole time. That she was not okay. And then the night before Thanksgiving, I had taken a shower and my entire back was just like inflamed and red. I had a rash all over my face. It just felt like a horrible sunburn. It was almost like, oh my, this is it. The water, it's the water.
That same Thanksgiving week, almost 6,000 people reported getting sick. Many went to the hospital for diarrhea, vomiting, and chemical burns. Both service members and civilians, they all had one thing in common. They lived in current or former base housing in homes connected to the Navy's water system. Water many people were now saying smelled like gasoline.
Oh, it's got on fire. That's crazy. This is concerning because not only with the smell, you actually feel it, a burning feeling and itching.
But the Navy dismissed everyone's fears. In an email on November 28th, a base commander said, "There are no immediate indications that the water is not safe. My staff and I are drinking the water on base." Families didn't buy it. They knew they lived close to Red Hill, an old Navy fuel storage facility. They knew Red Hill's tanks were close to the wells that supplied their drinking water. And they knew Red Hill had a history of leaks. There had been a big one in 2014, another in May of 2021, and there had just been another one on November 20th. But the Navy kept saying the leak hadn't affected the water.
The tanks and the fuel are monitored on a daily basis to end, so there's no active leak. We have not lost fuel.
Crazy to think that, like, American military bases are routinely fucking doing awful shit to the areas that they exist in. Remember, this is American soil technically, now, I guess. If we're treating Hawaii like this, how are we treating other countries that are thousands of miles away? How are we treating our own American service members with burn pits, for example? Things like that. So just remind yourself that is how the American military operates, to fucking protect against enemies, both domestic and foreign, baby.
18-week, high-risk pregnant wife, and I'm being told you can use the water, go away.
You have been saying that it's safe to bathe with, and we have been experiencing side effects. It is not safe.
The problem is there's houses where people bathe and there are no effects. So how do you shut down water for everybody?
It's not American soil. It is American occupied soil, and citizens do not want us, or the billionaires buying houses there. Yeah, I know. I understand the distinction. I agree. The reason why I said that is because it's Americans who are poisoning Hawaii considered to be American soil.
You guys knew about it last week, and the military dismisses it. And we're the ones that have to live with the repercussions.
Almost 2 weeks after people got sick, a report from the Department of Health revealed there was fuel in the water, 350 times the acceptable level. The Navy had been serving bad water to 93,000 people.
The week of the water situation, I called her doctor and was just like, hey, she has a lump in her neck, and
I was microwaved in the Air Force and became medically retired due to type 1 diabetes from being microwaved. Wait, what the fuck? A thing?
saying that her neck hurts. We got her in, and they told me at 3 years old that she had her thyroid was attacking itself. And
I bet these goddamn libtards in the military sack the fuck up. Miss America, baby. We're going to have lead in the water, and more importantly, we're going to have gasoline, okay? I'm sorry. You say jet fuel can't melt steel beams? That's right. But how about jet fuel in your drinking water? There is nothing more American than guzzling some motherfucking gasoline, okay? I love that shit. I want to fucking drink it and then spray it onto the fucking air and then light up a match like I'm a fucking dragon, like Okay? That's right, baby. That's fucking right. Goddamn libtards need to fucking stop crying about gasoline in the water.
That we needed to begin treatment immediately.
Drink some water, okay? So make sure you wash it down.
Good job.
When you heard officially there is something wrong with the water, how did it make you look back on the past few months?
Like, I just think of every single time that I had
What?
put Indy in that bathtub with that water and made her sit there when she didn't want to. And that every single time they told me, like, just push fluids with her. And that I was unknowingly making it worse.
What could the long-term risks be?
Her endocrinologist says that in this type of situation with exposure, it could be cancer. For them
It's
to
pretty
say,
wild
like,
that
it's
there are so
short-term.
many veterans in this community, and like literally they're all saying the same shit where it's like, yeah, you know, at least I got fucking VA benefits, you know what I mean? Like, I know the American government poisoned me at an early age and like fucked me up in irreparable ways, but like, hey, I was able to because I was fortunate enough and unfortunate enough, I guess. I was able to access something that like citizens of every other fucking developed nation take for granted. And even lesser developed nations actually take for granted, which is socialized medicine.
Exposure, it's only happened in November, is a complete lie. It's a complete lie.
Your sense is that it's been going on for much longer?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've been poisoned much longer than just November, and much longer than just this year. I mean, they've had multiple spills. I know they had a really big one in 2014. So this has been happening for a long time.
As the 1940s began, the world was in turmoil.
Red Hill was built during World War II to protect the U.S. military's fuel supply from aerial attacks. It's the military's largest fuel storage facility in the world.
A completed tank was 250 feet, top to bottom, and 100 feet in diameter, big enough to hold a 20-story building. The tanks can hold 6 million barrels of oil.
Red Hill's tanks are just 100 feet above Oahu's main drinking source, an aquifer that serves 500,000 people across the island. From when fuel first filled the tanks in 1943, the Navy has documented at least 77 leaks, or what it calls unscheduled fuel releases, totaling about 200,000 gallons. Vice News reviewed dozens of Navy documents, audits, risk assessments, and data spanning decades that show the Navy irregularly maintained and insufficiently inspected Red Hill and continuously downplayed the facility's risks to the EPA, Hawaii's Department of Health, and the public. Considering this history of negligence, the November incident was almost inevitable.
Guys, these are unscheduled fuel leaks. It's just opposed to the scheduled fuel leaks, okay? It's just, you know, it's like immigration detention facilities are now considered overflow facilities. You know what I mean? It's like they're different.
In spite of Red Hill's known
Not
threat
a
to the
leak.
environment, the Navy has maintained
Different.
it is critical to national security.
Red Hill is the last gas station between the mainland and any kind of points west. And so if we have to surge any kind of major military operations, we are the only thing in town to support those operations.
Locals have been calling to shut down Red Hill since 2014, when a massive
All I see is a bunch of pussies, okay? A bunch of libtards who hate drinking gasoline.
spill contaminated the groundwater and soil. The drinking water wasn't tainted back then, but people did start to fear what all these fuel leaks could do to them and the environment.
This is a ticking time bomb. It is set up for catastrophic failure.
Ernie Lau manages Oahu's civilian water supply, serving 1 million customers. After the November spill, he closed 3 of the island's main wells so jet fuel couldn't get from the Navy system into the rest of the water supply. How did you feel when
You don't understand. If they shut down Red Hill, Pearl Harbor 2 will happen, okay? We're defending from enemies both domestic and foreign, brother. Pearl Harbor 2 will happen with Russia this time, okay? You fucking bitch, you don't get it.
when you heard about the latest leak?
I said, my worst fears have come to pass. You know, we've been trying to sound the alarm on this situation for 8 years now. I won't have peace until this facility is emptied out and shut down. Below the tanks and nearby these tanks, the aquifer is contaminated with fuel.
The aquifer is already contaminated?
It is contaminated under the facility and nearby.
So this leak has way more people than the families that were on the water supply.
That is correct. The thing that is common between the Navy and the Board of Water Supply, we tap the same aquifer. It's hydraulically, physically connected to each other. So it's like a glass of water with two straws, but it's the same cup. And if fuel is contaminating one side of the water in that cup, it could migrate across the valley and be pumped out and sent into our water system to our customers. We cannot allow that to happen. They were actually having detections of fuel and fuel products in their drinking water source going back, looks like from about July.
So people have been potentially drinking contaminated water for months before they were notified.
We think that is a possibility looking at that data.
I'm in the Philly D thumbnail again. What's the fuck's he talking about this time? Oh, my head hurts.
That is a question that you need to pose, I think, to the Navy.
Has the Navy been honest with you?
I don't think they've been completely honest with me, frankly. They don't tell us everything. And there's probably more information available than we are even aware of, but they're not willing to release that.
The Navy declined an interview request with Vice News and refused to answer any of our questions. In a statement, they said, "The health, safety, and well-being of our people, their families, and our community neighbors has been and will remain our priority."
We have about 1,000 military contamination sites in Hawaii.
1,000? The U.S. military established its first base on Hawaii in 1907 and is now the state's second biggest industry after tourism. Professor Kyle Kajihiro's family has been on Oahu for 4 generations. He leads tours to show just how much power the military has over the island and the scars it's left behind.
Everything from unexploded ordnance, unexploded munitions, to these chemicals that are moving in the environment invisibly, but could be there for a long time. So yeah,
That's Pearl Harbor down there?
Yeah. This was the center of the food basket of Oahu. Their vision of turning it into a military base just sort of overrode what was already here for 1,000 years, and now have turned Pu'uloa into a giant Superfund site. There's a constant occupation underway, even if it doesn't always look menacing, and the Red Hill disaster is only the most recent incident that helps to reveal, I guess, these problems that have been here for a long time.
This place looks like paradise, and then you hear about these problems.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. That's part of the problem, is that the image of paradise masks the violence that's going on. You'll see signs along the shoreline that say,
It's still a food basket. It has McDonald's. Oh, that's right.
Don't eat the fish, don't go swimming, because it's toxic. And the military controls hundreds of thousands of acres of Hawaiian land. 68% of the military's land holdings in Hawaii come from the stolen lands of the Hawaiian Kingdom. And so it's not a problem of the past, it's a present problem of dispossession. Those are lands not available to Hawaiians to use for other purposes. So all of these sites add up to an environmental justice problem, an environmental racism problem that affects mainly working class Native Hawaiian and immigrant communities.
What are you most concerned about?
I'm worried about our islands becoming a toxic catastrophe. We can't continue to do this addiction to the military economy, which leads to disastrous outcomes like what we're seeing right now.
Over the years, Red Hill employees have anonymously leaked documents to the press and lawmakers, suggesting the Navy downplayed leaks, hid information from regulators, and ignored its own consultants' recommendations on how to fix the facility. One of those whistleblowers was Victor Peters. After Red Hill's spill in 2014, he publicly shared documents showing the leak may have been almost 50% bigger than what the Navy said. When did you start at Red Hill?
1972. I crawled on my hands and knees and installed cable as a young man all the way through the tunnel.
Peter spent decades at Red Hill, working his way up to managing the facility and other military fuel farms in the Pacific until 2014. He specialized in leak detection and says he repeatedly tried to raise issues internally but was dismissed. When did you start noticing problems?
The first time I walked into Red Hill.
So it was leaking decades ago.
Yes, 24/7.
The Navy says 180,000 gallons have leaked from Red Hill. What's your estimate?
It's going to add up in the millions.
So they're missing hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel being documented?
I don't understand, guys. It's just, those were unsupervised and unscheduled fuel distribution moments.
Well, I can just tell you what I observed, and now they may not consider that a leak because it's leaking on the floor, it's gone into a sump. I would imagine a majority of that did not go into the ground, but, so it's your definition of what you want to consider a leak.
Do you consider that a leak? As an expert?
Well, to me, it's supposed to be in the tank, not on the floor. So, yeah, I did. I basically documented everything that had to do with leak detection that I was involved.
U.S. Navy can fucking unscheduled deliveries of fuel, okay? But if you do an unscheduled delivery in your pants, everyone calls you poo-poo pants. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. Double standard must not stand. A leak is a leak, okay?
This was the Red Hill Fuel Contingency Plan, August 2007. This is what the contractor wrote. He outlined everything in yellow that he had to take out. The government would not pay him unless he take all this out. See, everything related to leak detection.
So did you feel like that was undermining the goal to keep the drinking water safe?
I'm just speculating, but if they followed the recommendation here, I think that both the 2007 Tank 48 leak and the 2014 leak would have been detected immediately.
If these recommendations had been left in the report?
Yes.
Does the Navy have leak problems in other facilities around the world that you're familiar with?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Is it a widespread problem?
It's part of the business.
The military's toxic history spreads far beyond the Hawaiian Islands. A 2009 inspection revealed the Navy had been knowingly providing unsafe water to most of its overseas bases, some going back 20 years, and that, quote, despite the fact that deficiencies could result in potential health risks, they're often ignored. Even after this, it took the Navy 6 more years to start fixing the problems. In the US, the Department of Defense found chemical contaminations at 687 military sites. The most notorious case happened at a Marine.
I love that we basically covered the corporate greed and the never-ending interest of the profit motive that ends up poisoning just like regular civilians. And then we quickly moved on to America's #1 industry, the military-industrial complex, and also its largest employer, the Department of Defense, and how it routinely poisons people in military bases all around.
Marine Corps base in North Carolina called Camp Lejeune, where toxic solvents and fuel poisoned the drinking water for 3 decades.
Marine Corps base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, is quite possibly one of, if not the...
Guys, you're saying like, oh man, the American military is poisoning people around their bases, except this is why they need more money, sweaty, okay? Why you can't defund the military. You must fund the military further. They don't even have enough money to fucking make sure that they can control their unscheduled deployment of oil, okay? What if just a couple, like 1 more trillion, okay? Just one, just come on, please. Just a couple billion here and there, like that'll fix it. That's gonna fix the problem. Everybody knows is the last billion that counts.
The worst water contamination incidents in modern world history.
is her. Right there.
That's Janie?
Yeah, she had lost her hair. She was under treatment then.
Jerry Ensminger was a Marine on the base in the 1970s. His 9-year-old daughter Janie died of leukemia in 1985 as a result of in utero exposure to the toxic water. From the 1950s,
I was in the Marine station in Lejeune, and from the beginning we were told not to drink the sink water. It was just no big deal. Like you're saying that they made it seem like it was no big deal, because that is a big deal. That's not a no big deal kind of thing. That's like kind of a big deal. You know? Bro, this is literally, dude, we're talking about America. United States of America, dog. This isn't Cambodia, okay, destroyed by the fucking Western interests. Like, we are supposed to reap the benefits of fucking global empire, okay? We do that to other countries so that people here don't go through not having access to clean water. Like, that's wild. Americans are so cucked. Go to Mexico, you shouldn't drink tap water, but that is a military base.
50s to the 80s, about 1 million people were exposed at Camp Lejeune. Many later developed certain cancers at abnormally high rates. Hundreds of babies were born with birth defects. Many died. Ensminger has spent decades investigating how the military let this happen and fighting for compensation for victims.
The drinking water was contaminated for decades. The bad part about it was that the Department of the Navy and the Marine Corps knew it was there and did nothing about it.
Why?
They've never answered that. You know the term playing ostrich? Put your head in the sand, hope it goes away.
How many military bases have these issues?
90% of them, if not more. The United States Department of Defense is our nation's largest polluter.
Well, it's our nation's largest employer as well, so.
Without exception. Forget about Dow Chemical, forget about ExxonMobil, forget about DuPont. The United States Department of Defense has more Superfund.
Was it Putin propaganda? Shut the fuck up. This is a good one.
Sites than any other entity in our nation.
I guess it's 9 a.m. in Moscow, huh? Must be the reason why he's saying these things. Oh my God. The QAnon, or the Lebanon, fucking Russophobia rhetoric has become so fucking normalized now that when I make that joke, people are like, what do you mean? Yeah, no, I do track Moscow time because that's when all the Kremlin bots come out. And you would know because you're one of them.
Period.
Can anyone provide a real check and balance to what's happening?
Efforts like ours on the Camp Lejeune issue, we're trying to, but I mean, look at what just happened in Hawaii. Evidently, the Department of the Navy didn't learn a damn thing. They knew they had fuel leaks for decades in Hawaii. They knew it.
How did you feel when you heard about what had happened?
I said, here we go again. They've abused the environment for over a century with chemicals. And then they try to hide it.
What lies ahead for those families?
They need to be proactive in their health because they could end up like a lot of people at Camp Lejeune. The burden is on the victim. I'll probably be fighting this till I die.
Ensminger's work led the government to acknowledge the link between the toxic exposure on base and a long list of cancers and illnesses. The VA now has to give benefits to Lejeune families, but he's still fighting for service members to be able to sue DoD for damages from their time on base. After months of pressure from the public and Congress members, on March 7th, the Pentagon officially ordered the Navy to shut down Red Hill.
Secretary Austin decided today to take all steps necessary to defuel and to permanently close the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility.
On March 18th, the state and Navy finished flushing and testing the contaminated areas and declared the water was safe again in all homes. Since then, over 100 people say they've experienced symptoms like headaches, dizziness, and rashes. As for the island, closing Red Hill isn't the end. The closing of civilian wells has already caused water shortages. What's the future hold for Oahu and for Hawaii?
It's going to be challenging, and it'll probably be challenging over a number of years. The Navy would try to portray, and I've seen this pattern of behavior before, they poured a lot of money into the response to this incident, and it's all good. They've taken care of all the problems. Everything can go back to normal. That's not true. That's exactly what the DoD wants us to do, to kind of forget it and to let it just fade in memories.
The Pentagon said it could be a year before the fuel is out of the tanks, one of which leaked again in April. And it'll be even longer before those who drank fuel know exactly what it did to them. Research has shown that people exposed to total petroleum hydrocarbons, or TPH, the chemicals in jet fuel, have an increased risk of neurological problems, infectious disease, cancer, and autoimmune disorders.
Here's my bathroom. It's all pink. It's got a rainbow feature. Dry your feet off, but a water spat.
Yeah, we don't use that water, huh?
No.
We use the...
I got a butterfly minute.
You do? That's right. Do you know what that's called?
Yeah,
What is
my
that?
thyroid.
Your thyroid. Very good.
I drank some bath water.
Oh.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. You're okay.
And
You're gonna be
it's like a little red.
Ariana and Indy Wyatt are now part of a class action lawsuit against base housing and have filed personal injury claims against the Navy. The family applied for reassignment, given Indy's condition, and were approved. They'll leave the island this summer.
Every 3 weeks, we have to get her blood done. And I just think of like having to hold her down while she's like begging me to like leave or like, Mommy, please make them stop. Like, I feel like I've betrayed her.
Does she know what's happening?
That our military is so amazing, but we're in horrible shape. Our maintenance on our bases is horrific, and they will let the 1960 bases to rot because it's cheaper. The U.S. military is just as bad as Russia if pushed. Of course, I've lived on the base for most of my life. I think that's also because it's the military-industrial complex makes more money when you allow, first of all, like the amenities, you know, like military bases, they can rot because that's housing. Base infrastructure is unnecessary for like the security of the nation, right? Like they don't care about that. And what I mean by that is it's not a moneymaker. Real moneymaker is consistently churning out new weapons, paying for R&D, paying for fat government contracts so that there's new guns and better ways to annihilate our enemies, okay? So that's part of the reason why it's in a state of disrepair. And that's also part of the reason why like the equipment constantly is also left in the dust, left out to rot, because it's better to just cycle new guns and small arms, or not new small arms, but at least like new gear into the military. Base housing costs a shitload because a 19-year-old's getting married for a better house when they join. Yeah, brother.
She's like, I won't drink that water anymore. I remember when it rained for the first time. We used to just come out like jump in muddy puddles with her rain boots on. And I remember looking outside and there was like a rainbow.
Lockheed Martin bought out a major base construction company in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and then a decade later divested from them. I think they would agree with your point about where the money lies. Yeah. Real moneymaker is not necessarily fucking making sure the base infrastructure is appropriate. Chatter unironically wrote, "You have to accept it is what it is." You don't, but there's really nothing you can do.
Rainbow sheen just on the ground, and just having to tell her, like, we can't do that no more. And her understanding, like, that it's bad, that this is just, you can't play in the water, you can't play in the rain anymore. I think she feels like she's being punished. And I don't know how to have that conversation to make her understand that it was never you. It was none of this is you.
Small arms are coming. Army just approved the 6R MCX Spear to be the new infantry rifle. Really? What's gonna happen to the prior platform then? I guess Taiwan is about to get some new fucking small arms, baby. Man, Hasan. Disgusting. Pokimane, Hasan, Piker, and more. Denounce Twitch's YouTube struggles.
Homeowner. And then let's talk about massive and concerning news when it comes to digital content and ads. Right? In general, ads are a big part of digital content, whether you're reading something, listening to something, watching something. Hell, even recently, Netflix is like, do we need to start playing ads? But the focus of this story is that we're starting to see a concerning trend for platforms and the creators on them, which could change.
My man also sick with COVID. Is that what's going on? Hey, yo.
What those creators do, thus impacting their viewers. This is some of the things we're seeing. Last week, you had the CEO of Snap describing their first quarter as challenging and saying that the company provided a weak sales forecast for the second quarter, which you might say, okay, well, that's Snap. But then you've got the king of online ads, YouTube, announcing, oh shit, we missed the mark this quarter. Before announcing their earnings and revenue, YouTube was expected to go up 25% in ad dollars for the quarter.
Dude, I don't understand. Like, yes, COVID is like fucking over, okay? I mean, I have COVID right now, but like, the lockdowns and the shutdowns are over. Of course, people are going to be less online. There's also more opportunities for again, a very diverse, broad range of media readily available for consumption. It's not just people fucking streaming from their living rooms anymore. You know what I mean? People are, one, going outside, getting COVID, okay? How would that happen? And two, you know, there are media productions, there's Hollywood productions that are back. COVID is over as snot hangs from his nose, voice equal to stones. I mean, I recognize the joke that I just made. You're just repeating what I just said as a diss. But, you know, the truth in the eyes of the American public, they don't give a fuck. And there's not going to be any shutdowns anytime soon, so people are going out.
Quarter. Instead, though, only hitting 14%, which you could say, hey, that's still a positive, but that is a concerning miss. According to Street Account, YouTube advertising revenue is supposed to come in at $7.51 billion, instead only hitting $6.87 billion.
No.
Paul Verna, an analyst at Insider Intelligence, blaming it on increased competition from social video platforms like TikTok and a plethora of premium entertainment services led by Disney+. Though, personally, I do want to say, I think this could just be a bump in the road. YouTube has been really focused on YouTube Shorts, and on the daily, they bring in 30 billion views, but the monetization for it's just not there. But if they are able to figure out how to monetize that well, I mean, one, that's a huge influx of cash, but also two, it gives them a major advantage over TikTok, who essentially just kind of throws table scraps at their top creators. And then today, you had Twitch announcing some major potential changes. With it starting today thanks to a Bloomberg report saying that people familiar with the matter claim that Twitch is looking at switching up how it pays.
Wait, what the fuck? Johnson said Harris has been known to law enforcement? What? They used the wrong graphic there.
Top talent, a move the outlet says would boost its profit but would also risk alienating some of its biggest stars. And among the main potential changes are them adding incentives for streamers to run more ads, as well as a proposal that would cut down on how much of a subscription fee would go to the creator, noting that the staff is considering cutting the subscription revenue pie for the top echelon of streamers to 50% from 70%, also weighing the options of creating different tiers and offering to allow creators out of their exclusivity contracts so they could stream in places like YouTube, with Bloomberg saying that we may see these changes soon, right? They want that big summer money. And with ads, especially ads that stop you from being able to consume the content being so negatively received, we've seen a lot of big reactions from top creators. With the likes of one.
Yeah, obviously. As one of the top creators, I run a 60-second ad break at the top of the hour. Just like when I mentioned, when I negotiated my contract, I knew this was coming and wanted to lock in 1 minute of ads per hour. This ad density is the lowest ad of the top streamers. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And listen, you no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. As long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you would get 1 free Prime subscription a month. That's right, you know? Shouts out to Philly D. Perfectly timed. Here's the woman ad break now.
One of their biggest streamers, Hasan, Piker, tweeting, when I negotiated my contract, I knew this was coming and wanted to lock in 1 minute of ads per hour. Twitch still served pre-rolls because it wasn't 3 minutes. Love Twitch, but it seems they're moving away from content creators to fix their profits. Adding nearly my entire revenue comes from subscribers who elect to give me $5 a month. Twitch doesn't consider the 50-50 split it takes from smaller creators in that process profitable enough. That's wild. Hate to say it, but Twitch only makes moves like this because they think there is no competitor in the live streaming space. Mixer is dead, Facebook is a black hole for relevance, and YouTube is too big to care about live streaming and too slow to change. They threw some money at some creators and stopped. Also, the likes of Jacksepticeye keeping it short and simple, saying what a joke makes...
Unlike me, keeping it short and fucking simple. That's what Jack did.
It works for everyone except Twitch themselves. Pokimane also chiming in, saying that Twitch should just implement ads that don't directly interfere with a stream, sidebar, picture-in-picture, underlay, etc. And adding, I understand advertisers are essential to make a platform profitable, but intervening with the viewer's experience isn't...
To be fair, that's not, those sidebar picture-in-picture underlay is not high enough. It's not enough inventory. They will most likely implement those as well. I think a lot of people forget that, like, I used to literally do this for a living. This was my job before I became an on-camera person at the Young Turks. Is I used to sell ad inventory. I did ad ops. Okay? And they've done that before. So this is all your fault. Inventory is basically like the amount of readily available content that you can fucking run ads against. Can't believe Pokey did dress photos with a headset on. That's probably a HyperX ad, my friend. Probably doing a hashtag ad. I'm going to be real. My Prime gives me good free feed to ducks on cam once a day. Meanwhile, they give me free, juicy, delicious content. So I'm sorry, but the ducks get the Prime. Okay. I mean, it's all good. I'm not going to fucking be upset that you choose to use your Prime elsewhere. Have fun with the ducks. You had hella ops running around looking for you. But anyway, my point was the lowering the top content creators like ad revenue from 70 to 50% is fucking insane. Like the idea that like as a content creator, they want you not to fucking rely on subscription revenue when that is what makes my streaming as independent editorially as possible is silly, and it fucking sucks. And they can't just fucking turn around and be like, hey, I mean, they can. They literally can just turn around and be like, hey, guess what? We're going to take more of a percentage of the money that people are choosing to give you just for no reason other than the fact that we want it. They want you to do beg for donos? No, I mean, I don't even care. Your owner can't afford your cut anymore. Well, that's... Which is nothing without its creators, but when you own a monopoly, it's like this. Yeah. Probably make more money, way more money from subs, I assume. The only money I make is from subs. I'm in a unique predicament in comparison to so many other Twitch streamers because they don't make the broad majority of their their revenue from subscribers. I make it all from subscribers. Very little of that comes from the form of donations. Very little of that comes in the form of anything else. It's all subs for me. That's why that's why I was literally, and I'm going to say this and people are going to get mad at me, but that's why I was literally only number 13 on that list and not much, much higher, because even my contract itself is not great. So I don't get a lot of revenue from advertisements that I'm running on my stream. Yeah, it's the truth. I'm number 13, but I've been in literally the top 5 of most subscribed streamers on the platform for 2 years consistently. So think about that. How does that work? Why am I number 13 then? Because a lot of those other content creators on that leaderboard have either grandfather deals or they get like serious fucking, they get like, everyone has a unique deal with Twitch in the top. Everyone has a unique deal with Twitch, especially older content creators. When you make $5 million a year from your steak sponsorship, oh yeah. So you rely on the working class giving you their hard-earned money while you sit in your chair claiming to advocate for the working class? Yes, that is precisely how this works. And those numbers, I mean, those numbers, if included like overall revenue, would put me not even in the top 20 though, because a lot of content creators have fat fucking deals that they have with sponsorship. Like when you look at the actual pie of revenue that content creators have on this platform, their subscribers do not make, their subscription revenue does not make the top 3 even on the way that they generate money. They have fat sponsorships. They have brand partnerships. They have orgs that they're a part of that gives them money to get signed on to an organization. The merch drop's just a money lever. Why don't you drop more union merch? He gets a 150% cut. Yeah, okay. It's only a matter of time too that other distributors will, with the means to make a competitor, spool up, but that could be more of this kind of gig security. I actually don't sub to you on purpose because I don't get constant ads, and you don't even stop the content to let the ads roll, and you even stop the content to let the ads roll. So even though I watch you the most, you get none of my revenue. It's fine. I have enough. Okay. So it's all good. And not only that, but that's precisely why I personally don't want you to, if you don't have money or if you want to use it elsewhere, go ahead, have fun. Bela, you sure? Yes, this is something that I've been very open about. That's the reason why I don't try to like drive as much value from every single facet of this stream and every single fucking ounce of influence that I have. I could if I wanted to, and I'm sure many of you wouldn't even care about it. Many of you wouldn't even, see it as something bad. I just personally don't want to do that. It's also the same reason why I was telling over and over again to many of you to avoid the ads with different methods that which told me not guilt tripping viewers to sub. Yeah, why the fuck would I do that? I have 47,000 subs. Close soon to be 48. And that's only because it only dipped because I took days off. Literally do almost the bare minimum monetizing yourself like as good, like as a good thing. People can't imagine how much you could make. Yeah, they can't. And not only that, but also I try to gamify the ad break so it's not as like fucking boring and abrasive. And I try to do it as like collaborative as possible. Ultimately, people will still use this. Ultimately, people will still use whatever the fuck they can to say I'm a bad person, say I'm making a lot of money, and I think that says more about like why they're You know, this says more about their own personal material conditions than mine, so I'll take it. You know what I mean? I'm Herman. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I wonder why you stopped with the use alternative methods during the ad break speech. Kind of suspected Twitch. Yeah. But the whole point is why the reason why I try to offer as little paywalling as possible is because that's how I want to operate my stream. I care more about the content itself. I care more about the community itself than I do about milking it for every last fucking dollar that I could be getting. No? Because ultimately, you shouldn't have to. Because there are plenty of people who have the means to. You know what I mean? Same reason why I also allow content creators to, or fans to just literally take the videos, the 10 hours of video footage that I put out every day and use it as they see fit to make money for themselves. Anyway. When farming hella hostels needs some more Keck W's. Yeah. The update on leftovers, is that canceled this week? I mean, dude, I have COVID. What do you think? I have been subscribed for 4 years for the sole purpose of not getting Donowald on anniversaries. Got the hot streak of like 48 straight Donowalds going. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
How they should go about it. Emma Langevin tweeting, they should just straight up tell us that they hate us and don't care. And keep in mind, this is just a little bit of the flood of reactions we've seen, which I think is a really important thing to note, and it makes me think of today's sponsor, Manscaped. I'm kidding. You know, with all this, I did find something interesting, and that was that freelance reporter Zach Busey. He seemingly had some insight here, adding, what's worse is that allegedly the people who have been hired by Twitch to represent creators and be their voice at the table have apparently been at the forefront of saying that creators don't really deserve to dictate sub-split, and adding, I don't know what the future holds. I don't know precisely what is being said or planned, but if you haven't already, I would strongly recommend you start working on your YouTube and TikTok, set up a Patreon, fan house, or Ko-Fi, maybe even a fourth wall. But also at the same time, you have some saying, you know, there are pros and cons here, saying no exclusivity is way overdue, good to see that, but also saying,
but that is like, also Ryan liked my fucking tweets as well, but that is just a fucking gimme. Like that's a fuck you. You know what I mean? Like exclusivity in and of itself was already like ridiculous. I mean, against the free market competition that the capitalist corporations thrive on. Exclusivity, for the record, is like Twitch not allowing Twitch streamer partners from streaming on YouTube, co-streaming on YouTube, or even streaming on YouTube whenever they want to, or Facebook or any other platforms. We were not allowed to do that. And I'm still not allowed to do that, for the record. But it doesn't change anything. Like, you know what I mean? They're basically saying, like, we're going to take a larger chunk of your fucking revenue that people are giving you, willingly giving you the money, and we're going to take a larger percentage of that without offering you anything. But hey, you know, now you can also go and fucking do whatever you want. You can go on fucking YouTube if you want. Go off. Is that exclusively streaming on YouTube, I take it then? Not just uploading a regular ass video? Yeah. No, that doesn't. I mean, technically, there's still some other additional things going on. Isn't Leftovers going to be live? Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't matter. It's not like my independent property, like my individual property. I can go on someone else's live stream and fucking stream live on YouTube. You know what I mean? That's like under H3H3 Productions. It's not... Exclusivity doesn't mean like you literally cannot fucking live stream or be on someone else's live stream. Yeah, you can only FaceTime. You still understand you're significantly less exploited than 95% of the working class is on. You are still being exploited by Twitch and Amazon for sure. What? I do understand that. Are you okay? Like when I talk about fucking players unions, you know, going on strike or something, and people are like, these guys are multimillionaires. Okay. So what? They're still literally fucking contracted labor. Okay. They're still getting a wage from a, you know, franchise team that makes fucking billions of dollars off of what they're doing. Same with Twitch in this circumstance.
A majority of ad revenue should always go to creators. I'd say expand other video formats to help growth instead of inundating viewers with more ads on live stream. But with all of that said, I do want to pass a question off to you. What are your thoughts here, whether it be Twitch specifically or ads in general right now? And that question is for everyone, even the 35% of you that use ad blockers. From that, I want to take a second to thank the fantastic sponsor of today's show, Manscaped, the leading brand for men's grooming and
Okay. Here's a future blast off. Return of the King blast off. Okay, thanks. Yeah. And it's not just me, for the record. Like, yeah, I'm sure I'm in a better position than like 99.9% of Twitch streamers and 99.9% of just like the average workers. Except this, if they're willing to fuck over the top content creators, they're gonna fuck over everyone. You're tired from the vid, you should do what our teachers did in elementary school and show a movie. What? No. Sometimes it feels like Ben Shapiro doesn't actually use the internet. Ethan threatened by you?
Oh, here I am.
Ethan threatened by you for challenging his thumbnail game on Philly D? Oh, yeah, dude.
Philly. How many thumbnails am I up to on this guy's channel now?
Oh, we should do another count.
Yeah, we need to update.
We did that. That was a few years ago.
Let's see. Here's one. I see Dobrik being dangled quite a bit.
Yeah, I believe
Dobrik might be making a move on me.
there was only one person ahead of you when we did it, but the count, but that was like 2019.
Wait,
so.
Dobrik is making... Dude, Dobrik is in like every thumbnail. This is a threat to my supremacy.
I think you started that trend, so...
You think I can take that as a point to me?
Yeah.
Damn, I only see myself one. Another Dobrik. Holy shit.
Apparently, to enjoy the stream, you have to ignore 90% of what Hasan says. XD, what? Other Twitch streamers use probably Hasan viewer as an insult to their chat. Yeah, other Twitch streamers can suck my cock if they say that.
A few Hasans too. Lots of Hasans.
Oh no, the betrayal. It's coming from within the house.
Oh yeah, dude. Coming after you, Ethan. You better watch out.
God, only one of me? This is tough.
You're falling off.
Oh, here I am.
Fell off, old man.
Here I am. Another Hasan though. Seeing
Uh-oh.
critical a lot too.
Wasn't PewDiePie at the top before?
Yeah, it might have been PewDiePie that
So
surpassed you.
he
It was
would
close, though.
definitely have fallen off a lot since then.
I do see him still somehow. I don't know how. Like, look at this one from 4 months ago. What PewDiePie mukbang controversy exposes? Like, what the fuck? A PewDiePie mukbang controversy? This guy pulls shit. This guy pulls stories out of thin air, bro. And God bless you, though, Skinny Legend. But like, holy shit, what is the PewDiePie mukbang controversy?
I don't.
You missed the show and crew? Oh yeah, dude, totally. No, I do.
Here,
They're
let's
awesome.
click the video.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the
I miss doing leftovers. I fucking love the Hasan sound drops on H3. Where there's more sound drops than me on H3 now. People panicking about Twitch screwing content creators when they've already been doing this for months with the Hispanic community. What do you mean? I do be spamming Hasan viewers lolw so I don't get bullied. It works really well. Dude, what are these? Dude, they're little fucking nerds, dude, and all these other content creator communities that are running around fucking being like, ha Hasan, ha Hasan. It's like, suck my dick, okay? Suck my fucking dick. Don't let that shit. Don't let anybody else bully you, okay? You guys are kings. We're getting fucking primo content out here. Sorry that I'm not doing fucking annoying like LSF drama non-fucking stop in the way that like all these pathetic little fucking incels want. Okay? All these little incels, they're like, ooh, I'm so much above, I'm above reality TV. I'm above reality TV. And then they're like, I really want this reality TV stuff to happen in the form of Twitch streamers though. $3 million house editors in cages cooler than me in high school. What? Also, you should be embarrassed if you're like, oh, they bully us in XQC chat. They're literally 12 years old. You're getting bullied by 12-year-olds on the internet. Take it with stride, King. You know, you're talking about being cyberbullied by 12-year-old kids who have never seen a vagina. Okay? Chill. Not 12-year-olds have never seen a vagina. That's normal. But like, you know. Sam is calling you.
Sam, you just got over COVID and now Hasan has it. Coincidence? I think not. As far as caffeine and stimulants go.
Keeps ripping off Sam.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
True.
How this guy wants to be me.
Kids are mean as fuck. 12-year-olds are the strongest bullies though. Yeah, except like, you know. 13-year-olds talk a lot of shit for being in kicking range, if you know what I'm saying, okay? Bro, if you're coming up to my kneecap, I wouldn't talk shit. Kids are fucking sociopaths? Yep. Well, so am I. How about that?
So bad. I get 2016 Subaru. He gets that fancy car. Similar dynamic.
Very similar.
We both get the car of our dreams.
He gets the Maybach or whatever he got, the Maserati.
I don't even know what that is.
The Maserati is the thing that Joe Manchin drives, the Maserati SUV.
Technically, my car is nicer than Joe Manchin's Maserati, if we're being honest. But he does have me beat on his houseboat, so.
I get the COVID. He gets the COVID. Talia from Tampa. As far as caffeine and Tampa, Sam, you just.
It makes fun of you for being a HasanAbi viewer. What? I don't even know what this is. What is this? Okay, this kid can beat most people's asses, okay? But guess what? Still very much firmly in kicking range. That's all I'm saying. Very much within the range of my kicks. That's the weakest juicer though? Yeah, exactly. I could comically fucking put my hand up to his head and have him try to fucking kick me. But unfortunately, my arms are longer than his legs. You know what I mean? Best part is checking the logs of the chatters they call Hasan viewers and they don't even follow 99% of the time. Oh, yeah. Kid could kick your balls off and then kick them again in midair. When Twitch adjusted the prices of subscriptions from other countries, most Hispanic streamers lost a third of their income. Oh, that's what you were talking about? That's still like, wait, what? But didn't they do that because they thought that, you know, it would be easier for people to fucking subscribe? Trolley problem will call you a communist pig if you make a certain choice, by the way. Where are the people getting bullied for watching us on? Even VTuber chat likes you. They're probably talking about fucking XQC's chat. Twitch is basically turned into the XQC chat. It's like your independent streamer that you like or XQC and nothing in between. Maybe Miskiff's chat too now because Miskiff talks a lot of shit as a joke, but people take it seriously because they're, again, old. I thought you were friendly with XQC and Miskiff. I am. They dude, but the streamer get effective for the other side because Twitch don't take the fall. Wait, what? Juicer spam Pepe paints for anyone who's not XQC. Also in Will's chat? What do you mean in Will's chat? This community is Will's chat. What the fuck do you... What do you mean also in Will's chat? When the fuck did that happen? Like 99.9% overlap. It's literally you guys making fun of Hasan viewers when you are the Hasan viewers. What the fuck? Probably a joke. Anytime anyone says anything political, they go Hasan viewers Omega Law and they don't even follow here. That's good. The Castro incident. What Castro? Will's chat was talking shit to us about Castro the other night. What Castro incident? Will is a block of React frogs from Survivor who are not from here. I don't know what the Castro incident is. I don't know what you're talking about. Feeling all right. Kind of shitty. Who called Castro a fascist? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's not true. Put him, yeah. It's gonna be hot though. Anyway, look, guys, I'm gonna end it here. Okay, my brother's here. I'm not gonna hang out with him too much. I'm gonna hang out with him safely from a distance. But here's the 3-minute ad break. Okay. I didn't get to watch the Syria. The media won't show you, but I will watch it tomorrow. Okay. Day 2 of COVID. Gotten over day 2 of COVID. Let's do something different. Let's do a different song. Feels like HasanAbi just gave me blue balls with his quick stream end. My friend, I started an hour early and I still did 6 hours and 30 minutes. I'm tired, you know what I mean? Give me a break. Wait, where's the fucking America Deserves This On song? I can't even find it. What the fuck? They deleted their account? Wait, what? That dude closed his channel? Why? What the fuck? Why did he do that? What is he like? Does he also hate me now or something? Is that why? How the fuck did this happen? Weird.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Anyway, alright guys. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Whew.
All the chatter's trickling in.
Love you all. Appreciate you. And hold on. And yeah, hopefully I'll feel a little bit better tomorrow. I'm just trying to get back into working out as quickly as possible. I fucking hate this. And I'm gonna go rest. Peace.
There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC.